go. I think that works, right? Good. I guess I have to do a scheduled stream every time. Let's start. All right. I haven't quite figured out the double stream on YouTube very well yet, so takes a minute or 2 or 12. Interesting. I figure out how the alerts work for this. The alerts aren't showing up yet. Whatever. Anyway, for anyone showing up right now, feel free to. You can take me away there. So I guess in the future, if you show up, feel free to skip ahead. And that's it. Really good, sir. How's it going? I'm struggling with the YouTube double stream setup. Not very good. You gotta schedule a second stream, and then once you've done that, then it'll do a vertical stream as well. YouTube streaming is weird, but it's worth it so people can look at me sideways, I guess. I don't know. I think I might change this message. Oh. Hey, Rochelle Martinez, how's it going? Hey, Crane VR, how's it going? You have a question about walls on the good sir? What's the question? Are they hard? They are. Don't run into them. I had a girlfriend who liked to attack walls. It's weird. She just had a real hatred of them. Every chance she got, she just run into a wall. It's like public, didn't matter. Just wherever there was a wall. It was like a bull charge. I guess I didn't activate all the social stream thingies. For YouTube live streams, selected. So much setup. Good. You get all my things like that. So I'm making a game called Poppet Quest. Playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Winter's toy store, which is like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse. I'll give you a quick rundown. All these rooms are full of stuff. I just don't have them loaded at the moment because, well, my computer will explode. There's no other explanation than you need. My computer will explode if I load everything at once, so we'll just load testing areas. There's so much stuff. Unload the 9 million things I was working on. Okay. We'll give the quick tour. And yeah, I'm making the game. Load whatever room that was on there. Sure. Speed the camera up because I don't want to travel at low speed. Ask the question. Saying really good, sir. Maybe my wall is using one single cube, so the issue is they all the same UVs. The materials look weird. I mean, you should just be able to replace the material directly on the asset, right? Right, you click the wall and then the wall has a material on it. You can also just open it up and then you know, do this, select edit, and then just change the materials here to whatever you want, right? Anyway, for the new people, yeah, pause this music here because I don't need that going. Is there a nav mesh down? Let me put a nav mesh down so the enemies can actually move, otherwise this will be dull. For sure. One moment, please. Do we change UV to scale them on a small? Like, will they affect it? Well, if they're all using the same material, then they're all going to share. If you change the material, it's going to change anything to do with everything that uses that material, right? For the new people. Things. The game's called Poppet Quest. And like I was saying, you're playing as one who's killed and their soul is stuffed into a doll. It's in the chat. And she's trying to get the wound into a toy store where there's basically a curse that brings all the toys to life. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity. And the curse will eventually take you over if your sanity is 0 and you just lose the game. So don't let that happen. But you gain curse power, which is basically your MP. I'm just dodging until it uses a thing like that. This is the insanity effect, so that you know you're going insane. If you go back to the light, it will subside. I guess I went to the light too quick. There's not a lot. There's like a lot of light in this room. It's an early room. These don't actually block. You can just jump right through them. They're just for your benefit. Looks good. Thanks. Yeah. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, and that makes all these vanish about 60%. Uses tarot cards for abilities. He has like all the major arcana. First one you collect is the Fool. It's a fan favorite. The initial load takes a second because my computer's kind of a spud and the game's much faster and not an Unreal Engine, but you know. Anyway, it's a giant squeaky toy. It also bonks things. Break everything. Still gotta pay for actual voice acting, but you know, we'll get there. Instead of canned assets. She also has like a terraform where she gets like, you know, buffed up versions of the abilities. In this case, this gets way bigger. Oh, I guess I have the star active. The star will heal you when you're, give it a second. When you're hurt and in terraform. Makes the hammer even bigger, just because now things do knockback, just for fun. Well, it doesn't knock back, it blows into bits. Cost curse to be in that, so you know. The Magician's like the next one you get. Let you pick up objects. In regular form, you just drop them. And in Terra form, you can throw them for damage. It also works as a puzzle mechanic of that. You can manipulate objects in the environment such as drawers, cupboards, doors if you have a key. Windows if they're not blocked, you know, just stuff. Light switches. Up here. Get some sanity back real fast. So the curse is only on the building. You can't leave the building. I mean, you could jump off it, but you'll just die because there's nothing to power you out there. You're welcome to walk around and look out here, though. Like, you know, as long as you're on the ledges of the building. Spent a bunch of time doing that. It's a steampunk game, by the way, so, you know. Basically the 20s or so. The late steampunk. like Edwardian. Just before World War I era. Yeah. Yeah, it's the stars. Like some of the tarot cards are passive in what they do. I'll give her some of the other abilities. Let's give her everything. There's actually lots of tarot cards. I guess I'll go this way like that. The ones that are equipable that do things are these ones here. And these ones all have like passive super effects, like making you immune to water and things like that, or paralyzing enemies and things. I wonder everyone's possible thing. Yeah, the Hangman will deal damage to things. It fires bubbles. Oh yeah, the tower makes everything explode. It's an extra ability. The Hangman captures things. It's a bubble wand. And then the added explosion is just the tower being the tower. I'm just like, well, the tower is all about destruction, so if everything explodes, it's perfect. Which now I have double jump enabled and don't actually have to do this, but yeah, whatever. If you're curious, this is double jump. Actually, never mind, it's flying. I enabled flying. Like it supplants double jump, but you get wings and you get to fly around. The chariot. You can use weapons while you're in the air too. For fun. But you would normally have that for yours, so I won't use it. I guess you only really need one of those. Her spawns random things all over the place. I haven't decided if I like having random items spawn all over the place so much as just the enemies, but for now they just kind of all spawn there. It'll probably change later. Oh, yeah. I could use this one. This is a weird one. It creates little, you know, balls behind you, and then you can detonate them to deal damage to things. The Hermit. About running away. Yay! It's actually kind of fun because you can drop through other heads and stuff, blow them up. I have a key so I can open the door. Why didn't you load? It's taking a second. See, my computer's kind of a potato. I could actually speed up by closing this content browser from the engine. The engine is super heavy. Strength impales enemies. And then you get to hit enemies with enemies. Enemy kebab. I should probably shut off their health when they're pale. It looks kind of weird. This one's not actually game ready yet. It's sort of close. Eventually the enemy breaks on there. That's interesting. The painting blockers aren't spawning. I'm gonna have to go through and fix that. Huh. That's awkward. Well, I guess I'm glad I ran this little test here. Because they should have spawned in. They're here somewhere, but I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of watching the enemy get dragged around by onto a weapon like that. And Terraform Shell bashing against the ground and it's supposed to explode. Hasn't done that yet though. It's on the list, okay. The long list. Give you kind of idea what the game is like. And if you want to see, like, if you check the link in the stream thing there, I have a Steam page and it's got like a trailer and everything too. It's an early trailer, but give you an idea of a whole bunch of stuff in the game, plus a bunch of areas and things. It's really probably the first, I don't know, 2 hours of the game are pretty well shown in there. Miss any messages? Oh. Oh, thanks to the people who subscribe to me on YouTube. YouTube doesn't tell me unless you have that public, and it's not public by default. Checking the back end to fix something, and yeah. That one and this, yeah. Right now I was working on a vending machine down in the 3rd chapter. Because you're going down the building. So the 1st chapter is mostly the top floor and a little bit of the 3rd floor, and then the 3rd floor and a lot of the 2nd floor are like chapter 2, and then chapter 1's the rest of that. Oh, sorry, chapter 3 is the rest of that, the 2nd floor and the 1st floor. A little bit of the final floor, the basement, and then the rest of the basement is chapter 4. The basement might get a bit of an expansion. Boy, alley. All this stuff has things in it. I say I don't have them loaded up at the moment. So I'm trying to figure out where I'm at without things being loaded up. Ah, this is the room I want. Aha! It takes so long to load everything up. I actually don't need this one. I need this one, this one. Vending machine room, yes. There's gonna be more vending machines in other places too. As soon as I finish building it all. And probably optimize it, because there's no world this good. I did put it in a level instance now, so this way it's much less heavy. Anything you're assuming did not negatively impact actual interesting game? People actually, I watched everything good. You know, it's possible. Like if you've just been watching every single stream, and there's probably about 300 of them on YouTube. Well, things change too. Like, if you look at the first streams, what I had and what I have now, not the same game. Everything's changed big time. But it's possible that someone won't play it because they've seen everything. I know there's people who, you know, I'll watch a Let's Player play a game or something, or like, you know, one of my favorite streamers stream a game, and I'm probably not playing the game if I watch them stream it. Unless I really wanted to at the start, and then I'll just stop. But the counterpoint is that if I don't stream the game at all, then nobody knows about it. And that probably affects sales negatively too. Right? It's like... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the people watching are almost certainly devs. Especially on, like, for Twitch anyway, because I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, and 2 different YouTube streams. And, you know, a lot of people on those are going to be devs. Though the people on shorts that show up often could just be random people. I don't know. Hard to say. We'll have to see. I mean, it's an experiment. I'm not successful one way or another yet, so, or unsuccessful yet. It's just kind of, it'll have to be a Yeah. When I get there, we'll find out if my choice is the right one. But since I'm a nobody, you got to make content about your game. You got to be your game's greatest champion, right? Because why would anyone else stream your game if, you know, or play your game like on YouTube or whatever if you aren't even willing to? I guess. I know there are people who will go, you know, viral with their co-op streaming game thingies, but the Mecha Chameleons of the world. But I also don't like those kinds of games. Like, I don't want to play them, so I'm not making one. Oh, thanks, Caesar Jack. Not nobody, you're game dev, you know? Yeah. Exactly, like I said, I need to get the word out. Yeah. And I mean, it's slow going. If you're not advertising your game as soon as you can, you're making a mistake. Especially if you have a long project. Because right now I'm kicking at like 250 wish lists. And yeah, I took like a 6-month break for like health problems. Sure, but you haven't seen the like untold thousands of posts I've had to do on X even to get there. Like, to get noticed out there, it's rough. And I have a plan once my game is actually, you know, available for purposes of how to advertise to, you know, YouTubers and streamers as well. Plus I'm building up streamer friends. That helps. But just anyone, just any information out there that you get out about your game, anything is good. And get a Steam page together as quick as you can. Because you're going to want to have something to show people. Wishlist. I see how many people's wishlist. Dashboard has so many options. Let me go to it. Is there anything I can worry about showing on this page? Oh, I guess I have to log in. It's like an activations page, but unfortunately, it's like a separate login from, I believe this is the one here. Yeah, let me log in real fast. Because, yeah, it's weird. There's like 2 different sites in the back end, and the one that does shows the wish list I'm already logged into, but to get to that, you have to go somewhere in particular. It's really awkward. Like the most awkward. No, I don't say the password. Yeah. Now it wants me to authenticate it. One moment, please, and I will authenticate it. Probably. Whoever loads that. Hell yeah. So what you gotta do, there's nothing to show here. Yeah, that's fine. You scroll down to unreleased apps, or released apps if you have actually released it, but you know, and then you just click it. Let me double check there's nothing on the next page. And then from there, try to avoid personal information. Yeah. Scroll down to where it says view sales and activation reports, and then that one should be fine to show. Yeah, you can see here I have 251 now, and yeah, you can see you click that, you can see the wish list additions, the people who have no friends, i.e. your deletions. Nah, they're probably like, he's never gonna release. Okay, so far they're correct. As soon as I release it, then they're wrong, but until then they are correct. And then you can check for how often it happens, and it's slow going. Streaming helps. Like in streaming, the last couple weeks I've kind of picked up some. It's rough. There's a lot of games on Steam. There's a lot of games on Steam. You're gonna. It's something like around 1,300 new games are added every month onto Steam. So anything you can to stick out. And the other thing that you should probably be doing, and I don't do this, you can post updates on your Steam page and, like, you know, a vlog and have like forums, and the more active those are, that also helps. Because I'm advertising everywhere but on Steam itself. Until someone dropped a message on my on the forums for my game, I was like, oh wait, my game actually has forums. I just never even realized, and I still haven't been advertising on there. I need to, I'm stupid. But I went over to like the view discussions section here, and like someone actually posted a thing. I was like, oh yeah, he asked if it was abandoned or not. Now we got a big old explanation for it, and he thought it was, you know. You got to do a wish list? Hell yeah. That's how it starts. I mean, you just got to keep going for it, you know? It really is just like, you know, squeezing blood from a rock kind of thing, or whatever the saying was. Like, you're just not good. Like, it's going to take a lot of work, unless you're already well known, or you have a publisher who will advertise for you. But I got to get back to advertising on X for sure. Yeah, I went through and changed this out, so now all these rooms are set up. If you keep tapping it, it keeps making them appear. That's funny. I guess I should have a thing where they're already out this morning. Hello? Hello? Hmm. And then my staff lounge. Is this in the staff lounge? Is that what happened? I think so. Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, it's in the wrong one. It's supposedly a Miss Popman controlled, which should be what loads on Papa here. Could be the data layer involved. Oh, I was going to recode this so it was less crap. Actually, I just wanted to have all the rooms separated, because look at how many rooms are currently listed. It's so hard to keep track of what's in what. And I need to, they didn't really intend for you to have this many data layers on these things. I don't think the organization for it's kind of mediocre. And having them inside of a map variable sucks, because you can't reorder these. So the order is a complete dumpster fire at this point as I create new rooms. This just didn't have the data layer in there. I should make a video on what I was doing to get views on X and get back to do that. Not, it was just one trailer over and over posted. It was how I was doing it was getting, I don't know, I think it was almost like 500,000 views a month or something. Problem is that doesn't mean much. Views are almost irrelevant. Because on X people are just scrolling by, so it's like, just because you got a view doesn't mean anybody really saw it. And yet I only have 251 wish lists. Just a thought for you. Well, I guess I got 283, but 32 deletions, so. To be fair, I was advertising it. Wait, did I advertise part of the Steam page? I don't know if that's true. I retract my statement. I don't know. I'm probably going to put the key inside here. Probably figure out what else I'm going to put in this room. It almost makes sense if the controls were over here, right? Facing the machine. That's true. It probably does make more sense that way. You just jump out and land on the controls. I also got to put a thing to grab here so you can reset, but that's too high to grab, obviously. Apparently Unreal Engine would like to close now. I'd just like to point that out. I don't know why Unreal Engine wanted to close, but apparently it would like to close, so well, it's weird. I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink. I still haven't said if I'm going to use this map. It was originally supposed to be the painting world thing, but now that it's the haunted gallery in a separate area and I don't have a need for this, I'm not sure I'm going to use this. Had all that stuff on it. I was going to, you know, have you collect all the toys and throw them inside the painting, but I just have to explain that. It makes Tinka seem way too important. I don't really want her to be the focus of the game. Like, she's obviously there and obviously, you know, has some import, but I really don't want it to be she's somehow like all powerful or something. That's weird. But there's still one other place I could technically use this map if I want to. I don't know if I care. It makes a good drop-off map though, because it's never changing and completely stable, so when I first load up, if there's something wrong with one of these other maps, it doesn't immediately crash the engine. So I can diagnose problems. And let me tell you about having the ability to launch the engine and being valuable for solving problems. Yeah. The reason I keep backups of the entire game, so, you know, if anything ever happens, I don't have to worry about that, but... Man. It's so hard to diagnose a problem with the engine if you can't even launch your game. It can be done. I have done it before, but ugh. When I moved to 5.6, and it was there was that error with the 3D plugin, the 3D text plugin that was causing it to crash over and over. That's horrible. I'm gonna close half these because there's no reason to have that many open. So. Close the viewport. Don't close that viewport. That one's useful. The others are just weird tabs. Oh, I wanted to see if it kept the change or if I need to redo this. Oh, I'm probably going to recode it so I can divide these into chapters. I was going to set it, but then I have to input the chapter name on every one of the rooms. It's going to be like 100 times I need to input the chapter name, but then it means that in the future I won't have to try to scroll through every one of these and see where everything is. Oh, there might be a strong argument for that. I'm probably just going to take the music from this one and put it on here. Yeah. You're gonna go between these during the boss fight, I assume. Probably. I mean, if not, that's weird. Data layers are amazing. I should make a video explaining data layers. I need to make a bunch of tutorial videos so I can farm subs on YouTube and I can dream of that one day of getting 1,000 subs because I already get enough hours to be monetized, but I'm not even. I still need 403 more subs to get monetized. I have like 10x the hours watch time and not enough people sub. And then my game will get a little bit more money in its coffers. It's almost something I actually want right now other than voice acting. Hey, Levi. Not much. Watching the engine crash and then loading it again and, you know, watching it crash again and, you know, actually it's only crashed once. I'm just being mean to it now. Hey, Lippus. You work Saturday? You don't have enough data to say? Later. Oh, well. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi, at the very least, you know. Good luck at work. Tell them to get internet so you can watch while at work. Like a champion. Once you become a solo dev, you know, like just living off that, you'll be able to watch all the time. I hate a temperance effect, it looks like. Yeah. I've kind of resolved to be a better content creator. Because I really just want to be a game dev, but if I want my game to have money and raise awareness for my game, I'm going to have to become the thing I had not really cared about being, which was, you know, a content creator. Like, I just wanted to chat with people while I stream and work on my game. I use the clever method of Control-C, Control-V, where I just copy the entire project directory to... I have it on 3 different drives, 4 different locations in there, and then I have a thumb drive that holds the other backup. I don't back up to the thumb drive very often. The project files like 135 gigs. It takes forever. Yeah, GitHub doesn't support anything even close to big enough for what I'm doing. So it's like, people like, you use GitHub? I'm like, maybe if my project was like this tiny little thing, like a prototype, maybe, but otherwise GitHub, I think, what, was just like a couple gigs or something? Even if it was like 20 gigs, it would be nothing. So... I always find it hilarious. They're just like, but then you can like have it go between all these people. It's like, yeah, well, maybe if GitHub would let me put all that up there. Like, I mean, I hear people mention GitHub a lot, but they don't have real projects. They have little tiny projects. They haven't reached a scale. Like, I don't think a lot of the devs I see streaming understand as your game gets bigger, like the sheer size and scale of these big games. Like, this game is huge. It easily eclipses anything size-wise I've seen anything on Twitch and YouTube from solo devs, for sure. But they always have, oh, you should back it up and get them. Show me how. Show me how, great one, that I can squeeze this game in that. The basement entrance is no longer a thing. It's just going to be the staff lounge. I guess the basement entrance can be down here. More staff lounge. That is a good question that I can actually easily answer. 1 second. Because I recently packaged it. 9.4 gigabytes. So it's not that bad. Like, I mean, the actual, like I say, I think the file's like 130 something gigs, but we can find out. We don't even need to guess. We won't guess here. Let's watch it count, everybody. 145 gigs. No. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I expect the game to come in under 20 gigs when all's said and done. I've got like half of the assets in here. By the time I get in all the characters and things like that, it'll probably be at least 20 gigs. I don't see any world that can be smaller than that. Poppet herself is like 300 megabytes. I mean, like, you know, every one of the really nice models is going to be pretty big. And then I need assets for all these different, like, you know, biome things like that. And I'm like maybe halfway done with tossing everything in. So I figure it'll be under 20 gigs. Probably. But there's so many little files that I might want to be able to pull from that the project files are huge. But I didn't feel too bad because I guess Thomas Brush's game was somewhere between like 300 and 400 gigabytes in size. And I was like, what do you have in there, man? Like, what are we talking? That's so much. Did you forget anything, buddy? Pal, friend? I kind of feel like you did. Back in my game on external hard drive, I just did that. I was not doing this. Oh, it's a good plan because people like the number of, okay, especially when I was in RPG Maker dev, the number of people I saw who lost their project because they didn't have backups was crazy. And I have my fire backup. The fire backup is if there's ever a fire in the area, that's what that thumb drive is. So I can grab that and at least I don't lose progress in. I might have to buy a whole new computer because I doubt I could grab this thing and get out the door fast enough. But like, you know, if there's a big old forest fire going on or something and I need to pack things quick, I ain't losing my game. It might be a bit like a few weeks back because I don't update it, like update it maybe like every month on there. But still, I wouldn't lose everything. But so many people would spend years on their project, just years. And then one disaster happens and they're just out. And then they usually just give up or they start their project. Now it's years away again. One guy I talked to, he said that he liked to plan his games to take like between 3 and 6 months. And the reasoning for it was he's like, because the longer they take, there's more of a chance of a disaster happening that just ruins everything. Like he might stick, and you know, fire might burn the house down. You don't know. So if you do that, then the odds of something bad happening are really low. And he has a lot of games released. They're not great, but he releases at least. Oh, it's huge because of the gameplay animation sample. So as long as that's strapped to her, the animations are nuts. So she's very big, unfortunately. As you can see, she's like, what, 2.1 gigs now at this point? But look at how much of it is the sandbox character that was part of the game animation sample, right? With all the animations. 1.1 gigs. The dollar itself is actually tiny. And then the weapons, I can probably go through and change some of this to reduce this number, I imagine. Though things do have to load pretty fast, so hard to say. The HUD's pretty tiny. So I can probably remove a couple of these by doing like, you know, async load asset type of setup going on, you know, like just not have a direct reference. And I probably will, especially for the chariot and can I see the numbers? That's not what I want. Because I could probably reduce these. Probably. That's weird because they should actually be like that. Interesting. What is BP weapon base? That's a good question. What is BP weapon base? Because that's not mine. What dis? Wait, what? Why are you linking to my character, random dumb thing that I just installed to test? Huh. Huh. Yeah, this whole thing shouldn't be there. Explain yourself. BP weapon base. Explain yourself now. Why are you referencing my stuff? How are you referencing my stuff? That's a good question. This is the new one from this month, right? There's new free assets, by the way, on Fab. I don't think I installed them, though. I don't think I did. Yeah, if you haven't got the limited time free stuff, there's new ones. Everyone should get them. It's linked in the Discord under the Unreal Engine if you're curious. I guess I can also link it in the chats. But where did this come from? Maybe I just delete it because ribbons. Oh, the smoke is a thing. There you go. For people who might want the free stuff, I got you. What could you be linking this weapon base? Reference reviewer. Maybe the gallery character is linking to it? That's a good question. Because I'd like to not have an extra 400 megabytes on here. Reference depth, please. Actually, let's go to like 5. Show me the money. Show me the funny and all that. Are you linking to the character, maybe? Tried to reprogram my systems again. The processor died. I left with commit. Even though I have my game project on external drive. I don't like to reprogram your systems. If you have a game on your external hard drive, you should just be able to load it up and get ready, you know? Just as soon as you install the engine, just good to go, right? I mean, once you get a new processor, of course. You know what? Oh, how you link to my stuff? Poppet has to be using one of these particles, I assume. I don't recall even using any of these. Gallery character. They know. I hate when people program their stuff very badly like this. That's not what I want. Like weapon base. I guess it's going. It's a good thing that you suggested it. Go to the size thing because I haven't checked it in a while. I didn't realize it added on 400 extra megabytes. That happened. I lost everything. That's what I think. Hopefully, when he gets up. Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't have to. Like I say, I don't know why you would. Your PC has nothing to do with your files. So you know, if you're, as long as you have a backup of it, it shouldn't make any difference. You have a backup. Soft looping. I guess I could attempt to delete the whole thing and see if a particle is mentioned. Hey, Bernardo. I found two blueprints, referencing the big models plus textures, duplicate it, and I copy A, remove all the references, textures, models, copy remove all the logic, conventions, the things that are okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, it's going to load it all eventually anyway, because you know, if your logic has to call upon the model with all the stuff, it's still going to load everything. It would make it a little easier for purposes of, well, I mean, the logic referencing is what causes this, right? But I must use the particle somewhere from this pack that referenced all that crap. This I expect because Epic can't program worth shit. And it's their fault. This is entirely them. They made this crap. And I'm just using it because all the motion matching stuff. This one's also my fault. But these are all my fault. It's just this 400 megabyte thing is not my fault. Well, I mean, I guess I referenced something. I just thought the guy would have all his particles separate instead of together. I have a back with a project, so I could just see what it actually is referencing by just simply attempting to delete it all. Because I'm not sure what I'm even using from this crap. It's the smoke, I guess. Maybe? No. Huh. Well, let's just tear this product apart and see what happens. Yeah, no, you're right. You're talking about doing it in this stuff here. Okay, yeah. The reason I thought I'd do it on my main character. No. It does make sense to do it that way. I don't know, I just installed someone's assets thinking, you know, it would be not hard reference everything in the whole thing. Little did I know. So I'm gonna tear it apart and see what's wrong with this picture. Okay, we're not going to tear apart that. We're going to do it differently. We're going to do it the way that's faster. So when it gives me an error, I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Guess we're waiting for the whole thing. Indeed. Indeed. Well, I was going to do optimization, and then it turned into this whole... I started redoing the whole third chapter. Well, not redoing so much as working on it. And then... now I find this, I guess, is back to optimization. I'll just bounce between the two, whichever amuses me at the time. I hate messing with other people's code, though. None of these look like anything that I've used, is the thing. Let's hope and see if I could find the reference by just doing this and see which ones it's actually saying are being used. But so far, none of these look like anything I've even remotely used. With logs. Maybe explosion target? No. Boy cow, that's promising sounding. I hate how this person organized this thing here. Are you the one? I'm very likely to have used explosions, and I'd really much like to just remove these from existence if that's what's causing it. I don't call myself using pickups or players or ribbons or pure explosion. Yeah, it's on the launcher, and then if I do that, and it wants gallery character. I may come back to this when I remember what it is that I was actually using. Because I can probably open the level, right? And then just delete things from the level so that they're not referencing there, and then I can at the very least remove the level and maybe the character from it. Who the hell links their shit to a level? What's wrong with people? Gotta double check people's assets to make certain they're not garbage in the future. Though this thing, huh? What the hell did I use from you? Yeah, I vaguely remember this from 1,000 years ago. That means it's probably been screwing me over for a while. Man, it'd sure be terrible if something happened to all this. That's how I feel about your gallery level code, buddy. How does it feel? Actually, oh, all right, over there. Where was it here? Because I don't give a crap about whatever they're doing. Nah, man, nah. It's all good. Why do I get the feeling this is just linked to everything under the sun, and this is just going to be a nightmare? You know what really helps though? Huh. Huh. Reference that, jerk. Huh. Add 400 megabytes to my character. Wait. Some people. Some people's children. Yeah. Isn't optimization fun? Refresh my size map. Didn't really do much to stop that there. But every time I can delete anything from this mess of whatever, it'll help me figure out what's the problem. I don't say the fastest way, but since I didn't code whatever was causing this, you know. We're gonna have to go at it in a weird way. Nice. Be gone, weird level thing. Yeah. It's a start. And this was this thing here. Mega scans. Why? Why mega scans? Nobody loves that. Hey, gallery character, what you doing, buddy? Pal, friend. Man, it'd sure be a real problem if somebody just came along and deleted everything on here. Who would do such a thing? Really? Who? Oh, me, that's right, I would do it. Yeah, me. Me. Can't link your stuff there if I delete everything. Which only fixes my issues, but it was so annoying. I tried it. Like this, when you have it selected, there's like a glow or something? This is how we dissect the thing, dissect the thing, dissect the thing. This looks like it targets something, I don't know. Can I delete it now, buddy? Pal? Friend? Sure hope so. Make sure that doesn't somehow foobar Poppet. I mean, the engine's gonna do stuff like that. Teleporter, you say? What's up with this? Is this mine? This is not mine. Why do I care about this? I mean, you know, if it's just the engine selecting something, I don't know what you can really do about that, but... Yeah, I'm gonna close the, undo history here. Now I'm gonna delete it so it stops bugging me. How? Just delete the dumb thing. It's referenced in memory. It's not referenced as a hard asset. I have a backup. Something that is broken. I don't know, unless there's some material property is changing how things look or something, then it... When the engine selects something, it puts lines around it, I guess. I'd have to see what it is you're talking about, if it's something weird. I guess I should have not done the reference in memory, because now it's taking forever to delete this one thing. I think what happens is one of the particles is probably referencing a character. It's probably referencing the model. Like, because the person's just a terrible programmer. Like Epic. And their ridiculous monstrosity. It's just taking forever to delete this. I should try to clear it out of memory a little harder, I guess. Yeah, I just don't want to go through every particle and try to figure out how they're all set up for that. That'd take forever. When I can just start deleting things until it gets rid of the problem. Because whatever can't be deleted is the problem. Then I can go through and figure out what's wrong with that one thing. And then just never use this particular asset pack because I don't want to deal with the mess, you know? It's just a particle from here somewhere, I'm assuming. As long as my character still boots up, we're good. And if it doesn't, it'll give me an error, and that'll help me find what the problem is, won't it? It'll be like, can't boot, blah, 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 this can't compile, and... So your sure works so fine so far. Perfect. This is how we destroy everything, destroy everything, destroy everything. Not the most exciting thing in the world, but then again, optimization and figuring out where to reference things usually isn't. It's unfortunately necessary. Can I add these now? Weapon base might still reference, yeah. What in the world is... It's gotta be... Yeah. What a nightmare. Am I using any of these? Like everything in this entire project is like linked to each other. I'm hoping whoever this person is steps on a Lego somewhere for having programmed it like this. They know what they did. Just enough so it smarts. Just a little bit. Top manager's like, no. Crash. Great. I wish I'd been paying attention when I used one of the things from it. Again, I might just work on, like, you know, building a level and then do this boring task off stream, because it's going to be a lot of waiting for files to delete and the like, and that's slow. I don't think anybody really wants to watch that. I wouldn't. I didn't want to do it, let alone watch it. But basically the best strategy is just keep deleting this stuff out until you got down to almost nothing left, and then you figure out where you could have used it. I mean, I didn't use footsteps, but he's linked all that to this stupid character too. Like, I bet you this is linked to that main character as well. Oh, not. I just delete it? Oh. Wait, didn't I... Well, I guess there's a gallery footsteps. Oh my god. Link them all, buddy. You good? Jesus. Gallery character, did I leave something on you? Because, oh, yeah. There'll be none of that, pal. Where is it in use, pal, friend? Oh. How about now? Is it? Where? Somewhere else, huh? Oh. Oh. I think the crux of the problem is this stupid blueprint that everything's tied to. I thought the level might have been tying it somehow, but better to start at the top if you can. Just eliminate this trash. Whatever particle can't possibly be worth this. Especially when I can't even remember which particle it is. I don't know. Huh. Sure, it'd be a shame if someone just deleted that too, huh? Yeah. Oh, where are you being used, buddy? Go ahead. Don't bother. You're probably close enough. Man, it'd sure be terrible if someone just deleted everything on this torch too, huh? Terrible indeed. Who would do such a monstrous thing? Oh, I would, that's right. I wish I could mass select these and delete them, by the way. It'd be so helpful. Oh no, buddy. Is there any left on here that I haven't already gotten? Oh no, it's okay. You can delete all that crap. Ain't nobody want that. Nah, man, nah. How are you linking to stuff still? I guess these are linking back to it, I guess? I don't know. I'm hoping by getting rid of the top end, I do that. Still linking to weapon base. Ugh. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's linked to Sandbox character. That'd be weird. He's linked to so much stuff. But they're not hard references usually. It's just that she... Oh god. It's just that she async loads them, like, so they're soft references. I could definitely go through and improve some of this stuff though, make it a little better. But she's got so many refs to things. This method is going to be not going to find anything, any real value, I don't think. Watch, it's probably from something I'm not even using anymore. I guess I could delete things I'm not using on Poppet too. There's plenty of code I'm not using anymore, and I usually like to keep it on the grounds if I might use it later. Is it muzzle flash? Are you the one? Because maybe that's something that could have been used, I guess. I don't think so. I'm definitely not using a rifle. That's not the one I'm using either. But I get the feeling that somewhere along the line I just tested something out and then forgot about it. And clicking this button is slow sometimes. I'm probably going to come back to this. I think it's going to be far too tedious to do right now. Well, nobody's going to watch it, basically, I assume. But I don't want the game mode. I want Poppet herself. I just directly opened her. Apparently clicking that button's a little slow sometimes. Somewhere on the tarot graph, maybe? There's a bunch of things I got rid of, like... I'll come back to it. Picking apart this person's trash code is going to take me forever, and I don't want to do that right now. I'd rather build stuff. Let this be a lesson to people, you know, if you're going to use random crap from the, from Fab, double check that they can code before you use it. Or be prepared to be sad when half a year later you're like, oh wait, this sucks. Yeah, it does. I gotta load the basement entrance and move all this stuff over. So we're just gonna have the staff lounge be a multi-level affair, I guess. I guess this could be something else. It could still be a basement entrance, or maybe it could be a product storage or something. Because it can just cross over the second you go down this, like, you know, that can just be the thing. As opposed to being the full staff lounge. Or the full staff lounge could just be this, you know, ginormous thing. I guess the upside of 2 rooms is then I can not load everything in the data layer for it. And that's not a bad idea. I guess what am I going to fill it with? I mean, I could put like little games for them or something like that. I would figure there'd be like, you know, chairs, tables, things like that. And then there would be, you know, vending machines and, you know, just stuff to kind of keep them amused for a bit. Maybe employee lockers would also be a thing. You'd almost assume the restroom for this would actually be over here, though. That's an interesting thing like that, because I have the engine room. And then the washroom is across the way from it. But why is the staff washroom, like, you know, on the other side of the engine room thing? I mean, well, I guess to be fair, though, this is the staff entrance, right? Like, the staff come in from the side of the building into here. And there's a washroom there, and then they could also go into the rest of the building. And then if they want to go to the lounge, they go across this little catwalk. So it's not really much of engine stuff. It's like below. It's kind of a weird place to go through in a way, but I guess it's not that unusual given that, you know, is where they enter from. I could also make a locker room here too. I was probably gonna get rid of this portal room, but I have a secret passage here, so I don't know. The portal room's no longer a thing. Whatever the case, I'm gonna at least do one thing I was thinking about while I puzzle. Yeah, like the Great Board or something like that. I'm gonna delete this one, but probably. I actually just didn't want to manually search for this. I couldn't remember where it was at, so, or what I called it. So to save myself that, just the asset, so I don't have to find it. I don't want people falling off. That's weird. Okay, Nab Mesh. Now is not the time. Boop. And where's move at? There we go. I've definitely found the more I do this, the more if there's ever like a weird thing that you don't have a good answer for, it's gonna take a long time. You should just skip it and go to something you already have an idea for, so you can go really quick and just kind of work on things. Because if you do that, then you get a lot more work done, because you already have a plan to work on it, instead of puzzling over what your plan's supposed to be. It is really easy to fixate on problems, though, for sure. Like, I do it all the time. But I don't really think it's that beneficial to do so. Because, you know, the problem will still be there later. Or if I don't solve it right now, it's not breaking the game, it's just slowing the game down some. Which is completely acceptable in my unoptimized state of the game. Yeah, that seems like it's pretty good. I might move the stairs over a bit. The assumption is it needs to be safe for humans to use. It's not built for Poppet, it's built for people. Oh, this counts as the basement entrance there. Maybe I do just make it one thing. Having a big room to play with can be fun. I can also just add this to the staff lounge as well, and then it will load up. There is no product storage, but to be fair, does there need to be? I mean, I guess all the toys would be made up in production, so I guess production would be like product storage. I guess production's location is kind of weird. There's certain portions of this game that were not well thought out. I've been moving certain rooms around, and the way Chapter 2 is laid out starts out good and then just kind of falls apart, I think, near the end. It's not quite as disjointed as Chapter 1, and like, I guess there's not everything has to be completely themed over an area for a chapter. Like, there can be a bit off on some things, but I don't know, it just seems a little weird. I'll think about it. Because main production should be down here. The toys just somehow end up in here. So I kind of want them to, like, you know, them to show up, then people wonder where they're coming from. But also, how would they move them around the building? And why would there be a room called basement entrance? That's another one there. Okay, these stairs are no bueno. I'm stuck. With double jump, I wouldn't be stuck though. Because they're so large, I might have to put some crap underneath them or use different stairs. I mean, I can just put like, you know, a blocking volume below them so that I don't stick through them, I guess. God, that's going to be tedious though to have to do it for every stair. I kind of want to use this music for this area though. The not that music. This music for it. Once you get to the basement. Yeah, I have a bunch of room infos here that have all been taken out. I don't have a purpose for the staff lounge necessarily though. That's kind of the problem, is like, it's just a lot of the rooms for chapter 3 don't have a purpose yet, and they're slowly being made into having a purpose. So I'll probably just fill them full of crap. Maybe I make this a product storage thing here, and then the central power is below that. That's probably fine. They can walk a bunch of stuff up from here or something. Why you carry everything downstairs to store it, I don't know, but I guess you wouldn't store it where the customers work either. That would be weird. We'll just call it product storage. They're 44 right now, but let's go ahead and change this first so I can see a little better. Do 74 and it should be fine. Now you just have a million storage boxes down here, and then you could use those as a way to get into things. I gotta figure out where Temperance is gonna be, because these can only be stopped by Temperance. Otherwise they just kill things. That's gonna matter. No more basement entrance. We've evolved beyond that to a higher plane of non-good goodness. And this will probably be like a lost room or something. I don't know what to call this yet. And the question is it going to be like this stuff over here, or is it going to be the other? I guess I can do it now. I can make the change right now because it's going to, oh. Problem is this one shares that, so if I want to make this the abandoned area, I can. Because it's supposed to be all these areas that aren't being used by anyone anymore, just hidden away by a secret passage down here in the product storage. It just makes more sense if it's a product storage and they've just blocked it off so it doesn't look weird, as opposed to if the staff lounge has a secret entrance in it to, you know, the toy maker's lair. I probably also put a different picture in here too. I'm gonna end up moving where the paintings are at too as I restructure these rooms, I think. only problem is that we're not that far from the Haunted Gallery, right? Haunted Gallery is right here. So, I mean, it's not that far to get down to the next, down to here, right? Like, this is barely anything. So, I don't know if I need another painting here. Because you're only going a handful of rooms. It does take a while to go through the rooms initially, but once you've opened the doors, it's really fast to go through the rooms. I probably only need half the number of paintings in the, well, probably only like 12 of like, instead of 16. Which is good because that gives me space for a few extra paintings later on, and like I can destroy one at the beginning too as part of the story. Ooh. I can just call it product storage one is fine. It's perfect. Let's go grab some crates and just put them in here. One of the storage rooms will have them. I forgot what I put the crates in, so whatever. That's huge. First, we move this. I create a folder. Let's move in this directory first and then add it to the dialogue. And then when I copied each one, I'll already have both of those done. About that. Just make it like a hoarder house. Perfectly fine. Crates all over the place. I mean, they'd probably be relatively well set up. It's floating. No, it's in the ground. The opposite of floating. No, it's not in the ground. It's just the thing you tricked me. We'll do a quick concept out the room. And then later on when I have a better idea for it, I mean, I'll probably run some pipes through or something like that and figure it out, but like there might be some sort of ducts or something going into these various places, or we'll see. I mean, you can only have so much in a storage room that would make any sense. But for now, we'll just start piling things up in a simple setup here. We'll just assume that they piled everything by there, and I could probably put like, I need to make a toy box or something that has like a name on the side for what's in it, right? I could put the like another Annie-Zons in this area. I have one for Creepy Curios, one for the Pirate Splendor. Chapter 3 doesn't have a... Oh, no, it should be in Souvenirs. So for Chapter 4, where will I put Annie-Zons for the last cards? I might put her in, like, you know, the abandoned area like that, and people's like, how did you get here? The mystery of Annie-Zon continues. We'll do this. I might actually put some shelves too. I do have shelves. That's right. Like metal shelves, which looks like they'd be perfect for this. Magic? Yes. Crates magically appear there. Yes. Yes. I kind of do. No one really knows where they're all coming from, so. I'm still adding in mysteries like that. Like, I was like, it's make, like, you know, the basic layout of the place, then make concept rooms, and then make playable rooms, and then, like, make the playable rooms actually, like, good and quality, and then I go through and start adding the weird layers on top, like the mystery of, like, you know, posters that say strange things or messages that say things that are weird, and start kind of repositioning things and adding in extra stuff to kind of show a story in there. Gotta get the game set up first, and then after that it doesn't matter as much. I mean, get that extra layer of quality on top, sure, but get the game working first. Probably a furniture. Back to Victorian house, my favorite one ever for purposes of assets. Is very much the goods. There we go. Metal shelves. Basically, because it's like a theme park and a building with souvenir shops, extra supplies and products and everything like that are going to get stored down here, right? Because obviously they're not going to have everything they have out there. So essentially I've created a section here that, you know, for the staff who then enter from this side of the building. We should actually just say staff entrance probably. I'd have to edit the thing. Got really fast. But, you know, they've got their little washroom here, like the engine room, which can be entered going through the staff lounge into, you know, this here central power, then the engine room. There's just a whole section that's basically for the staff. And as a bonus, the Miss Potman machine controls are also right here too. So, you know. Otherwise, they have to enter the rest of the building to do their other tasks, sure, but I might give them like a dressing room too. I treat it like a little micro, like, you know, Disneyland inside of a building, basically, you know. Well, it's real easy. They need to get to this vent, and then the vent's going to pop out to this room here. And then this thing probably will get you to the Toy Maker's Workshop. They're going to have to go through and get various things. Also, they need to get down into the central power and then the engine room. So it serves as the transition between chapter like 3 and 4, basically. Well, chapter 3 still partially uses this floor, but they're trying to make the building make some sense for how people would have things set up. Some sense. I mean, there are certain limitations, of course, because, you know, at the end of the day, it still has to have a game too. I probably should make shelves you can jump on before I do this. Yeah. It's rare there are rooms that have no purpose in my game, though I do often add in extra rooms later that are optional. Typically, they gate levels because you have to find tarot cards to gain levels in the game, so if you don't go find the optional rooms, you'll be under-leveled. But I anticipate your level, I think 50 for the bad ending of the game, and 58 for the good ending of the game. Which means for the good ending of the game, you could miss 20 of the tarot cards and it'd be fine. You can still win at under level, you would just do a lot less damage and take hits a lot less good, but you know, you still win. Yeah. But largely I'm setting up pathways through the game for the player to head to. And I'm trying to figure out the exact pathing of chapter 3, and this is the ending of chapter 3. Wow. near the ending. There should be like, I guess, the Charlotte fight is usually near like 2/3 through a chapter. Pretty fair. And then there'll be a final fight for the chapter later on, right after it. This one's actually kind of far apart. I think it's like 7 or 8 rooms apart. That's pretty far apart for a Charlotte fight there. We're not even going to talk about the other portion of this, where, you know, there's a side room over here, and into this area, and a secret passage over there, which is optional. Or the whole Toy City thing that I have to go through and build out to this solution. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. I originally thought this area was too small. Now I'm questioning if it's too large. Just like chapter 2 seems too large. Yeah. The only thing that'll suck is the way I have the damage set right now, so that Poppet gets big numbers, is the weapons do like, they have a base damage and then it multiplies it by your tarot level. So for every tarot card you have, you'll do a lot less damage if you don't bother to level up. But each new successive level makes less difference. For sure. You know, like level 78 adds plus 78 damage to all your attacks, which is not nothing. No, it's like, it's actually not that. It actually adds like to the full, I think it adds like an extra 10 to 25 damage or something. So it stops mattering as much farther in. The early levels matter a lot. And I'm also trying to find optional areas for other bosses too that I'm going to add in as I go. But currently chapter 3 is very up in the air. Like, it's so nebulous on where I want you to go. I kind of wanted to figure out what I needed, so this way I can keep track of sales and buy whatever I need for the game as it goes on sale, because it's going to be a while before I get through this area, for sure. I also might get ideas too. Like, I find that if I leave a room blank and try to make the perfect room, it doesn't work. What I usually have to do is I have to put a concept there and then start adding to the concept and improving it. Otherwise, I just don't know where I'm going with anything, and it's tough. I want to do a lot more of the city stuff too. Yeah, like, you're rewarded for that. You also gain I forgot the exact increment you get for everyone. I think it's like 10 HP and 10 curse for every tarot card you find. Yeah, that's what it was. And then you start with 100 anyway. And then it's only 1 sanity per. That's the other thing too, is if you're under leveled on, you know, then you have less time in the darkness. You'll have to move even faster, so you are punished for that for sure. Because every time you beat one of the major bosses, it incurs another 20% penalty on how fast you lose sanity. Like any of the story bosses. So, as soon as you beat Patrick, you start suffering that. Then Vu, you suffer it worse. And I think it's... Did I start at Vu? I'll think about that, but... So I'm calculating it that effectively, if you're approximately the right level, you should have at least 20 seconds in the darkness before you lose. It's not very long. You can't just stand in the darkness or you're going to be in trouble real fast. But if you were to be under leveled, you might be down to only like, I don't know, 14 or 15 seconds in the darkness. Hey man, you want to play that way, you can do it. No one's stopping you. Yeah, some of these make no sense. I might have an optional boss over in this area or something. I don't know. Because you're going to pop down here. I had documentation on how I wanted this to go. It's probably not correct anymore. Alright. Explanation of these things. I was going to have like chess pieces and I don't know about that stuff. Some things aren't there. Production security, the lobby, souvenirs, the stairway, the fortune teller's room, back to the stairway, the lobby, haunted hallway, sure. We haunted gallery now. Train station, Toy City. I mean, obviously you're going to go to this pretty fast. So I mean, I'm assuming you pop down into here, and then I want you to go into souvenirs for some reason first. I guess souvenirs doesn't have to be necessary. What if all the... Wait a minute. I don't know if all the souvenir shops can be optional. Pirate Splender's in a weird location. I could move Pirate Splendor. I don't hate it. I could just have a running theme that all the souvenir shops are just literally like an optional content, and every one of them is rewarded with an Anizons, and Anizon sells you at least 4 tarot cards. So you'll want to find the answer to them, because finding one gives you the option at 4 different levels, so you probably want to find it. And that means I could gate like 20 levels behind secret rooms in the game, because I can have an optional, you know, Forsaken souvenir shop. Because there's a portion of the building that's been walled off and is no longer used. I would say hold my beer, but I don't know how I can do that. But you know. Saying things out loud often gives me terrible ideas, and I follow through with the terrible ideas. Don't judge me. I guess you can judge me, it's fine. I probably deserve it. I have an idea. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have one in the that's where, you know, the secret is, and so people wonder how she got there. So there's definitely gonna be one there. Currently Annie's sells the I thought she sold Wheel of Fortune. I'm not sure if I'm gonna let her keep that or not. The only problem is, to get to the final portion of the game, you're gonna need, I guess you don't need every tarot card. You actually just need the world. And the world does not require every tarot card. It does require you to get certain tarot cards for certain. I mean, there's certain tarot cards that are just necessary for the game. You can't win without them. The Fool, the Magician, you know, the ones that just are required for traversal. But she could optionally sell one. But what would she sell? What can I possibly gate near the end of the game? This is also not an optional there. I was gonna... Oh, don't select it this way. I have a better plan here. First, let me do this idea here, because... Dreepy. Let's do this. Let's select all these. I'm just stealing the layout of this shop here so I can have a quick, you know, concept room. Yeah. I hate you, Unreal Engine. I hate you right now so much. Oh my god. Yeah. You only have to tell me that once, okay? Like, I don't understand why you have to keep telling me that. It's telling me once for every single stupid sub-actor on these things. There we go. Because it's showing a bunch of sub-actors here on the Annabelle toy. Oh, is difficult to is more than unique enough. It's mostly what's not necessary. So that you can, you know, I can make it just an optional buy thingy. The problem is this particular one is not hidden. And yet it is hidden. It's hidden from people, but you'll automatically go through it. How come hide actor components? No, it does do that. My phone is blocking that. I can't see anything. This here. They should all be in here. I made it where only 12 of them are equipable, and then the other 12 are passives. That just give you extra abilities. Like now, Temperance, when you get it, it now causes things to stop. So like, you know, currently there's like these fans that kill you if you run into them. Because they're just like great fans, something like that, you know. And if you hit them with like, well, Temperance is equipped, well, actually, well, you have the Temperance tarot card at all, then it freezes them in time, so they don't move anymore. You can pass through. And that I just decided that every attack would gain the temperance ability at that point, and then I made the hangman the original temperance thing where it bubbles them, because I was like, okay, sure. I took out the weird, you know, hangman cord thing where she'd like latch onto things because it just didn't play well, and it seemed unnecessary because if you have flying, then why wouldn't she just fly? So a lot of the abilities seem very duplicated. Now the tower, instead of like throwing a little tower at things or placing a tower, the explosive, basically like the Empress used to do, except for only explosives and not growing stuff. Now it just causes an explosion whenever you hit something with anything. Just lots of things blow up instead, which I just thought was more fun. This way you'd have to constantly switch for something that's only marginally different. So then I also don't have to come with animations for everything and all that stuff. Hide level instance content. That's what I need to do. That was what was messing. So they should all be largely there. Some turned out to be too powerful. I'm just like, wow. Like, the Hierophant was so good because I gave it the sanity ability from the star, because I broke the star apart, that I was able to win the fight against Sally with no lights working. There was no lights in the room at all. But because I was able to juggle between the healing of the star, or just any heals, and then the sanity gaining of the Hierophant, the fight took forever, but I was able to win the fight while ignoring the main mechanic of the game, and I was like, this is not okay. This is not acceptable. I shouldn't be able to win a boss fight while ignoring the main mechanic of the game. That just seems not okay. Like, what if this is like an abandoned souvenir shop or something? Why would there be one underground? Yeah, initially, like, the game seemed fine at first when I just had only, you know, the first like 8 abilities or something, and switching between them didn't seem so bad. Like, as you got to the 8, it got a little weird. But then the farther in I got, it's like, okay, well, now you got to switch to like as many as like 12 in a direction to find the one you want. And it's like, is this projectile that much different than that one? I mean, it looks different, but is it really? So I definitely thought about some of this. Oh, don't paste there. Wait, no, let's see if they paste here. Where are they? Okay, when I said paste here, I meant down here. Okay. Paste here? That is also, in fact, not where you're supposed to paste. Huh. Where new folder? Can has new folder? New folder. Oh, actually, never mind. Don't do what I just did there. Where's the new folder? That's right. Okay, yeah. No. Add a new folder. I'll move to new folder. Are they already in the new folder? Oh, how cool. We're gonna call this one Broken Things. Seems like a good name for the abandoned souvenir shop. But yeah, like, it just, for gameplay feel purposes, it was just turning into a scenario where it was so tedious to go between all this stuff, and when I enable everything, it's just like, and some things had no concept what they were. It's like, does the Emperor really need to have an extra ability that you equip, because it just activates whenever you jump into water and you're immune to water and you can just, you know, swim underwater? So it's like, okay, well, it got kind of confusing for purposes of, you know, what I'm supposed to tell the players. It's like, okay, well, you don't need to equip this, and if you do equip it, what does it do? Well, it's a protection thingy. Well, you're not going to suit up a protection thingy mid-combat because it takes forever to switch between them. Like, you're not going to build it fast enough for, you know, to block a hit or something. Unless it was always active. So to make it where the player didn't have to switch between 9 million things, I started kind of tweaking it a bit so that it wasn't like that. Also, the world already has like 1 million passes. Does it need an extra equip thing? It probably does. Unfortunately, that one I'm still messing with for sure. But I don't know that one. But yeah, and setting up things for controllers and stuff like that too. It's just like, how many buttons can you have? That's how Terraform came about, where it became so ridiculous to try to explain why, like, what worked and what thing and all that, and all these different costs and everything. Now it's just, the only cost is like largely just Terraform. Doing Terraform at exact cost. And I'll probably have a different look for it, but it simplifies a lot, because this is not like a JRPG where the player has a lot of time to sit there and figure out stats and everything. This is an action game, you know, it's a Metroidvania. Things are moving really fast, so you gotta account for that when dealing with the player and what you expect them to do. I've just been experimenting and seeing how it goes. I just steal a concept room from there, no problem. Move it over a little bit first. But yeah, that's a lot more thought is going into the game as I redesign stuff to make it a little bit better. Like here, I'm placing this like see about where the shelves are, so I can move this door over a bit too, for that matter. Or I'll put a space between the shelves and put the door over here. That could be a thing too. I might do that actually. And move Annie's on somewhere else, and I don't know, it's just the concept rooms, who knows. Guess not grabbing the chair there. I guess I can sit over here or something. Out. Sure. Okay, all I need right now is a concept room. Everything else is irrelevant. Just need the concept. I grab these here. Oh, these are not actually inside of a level instance? Oh, God. Let's fix that problem. Jesus. Otherwise, it treats it like an individual object for all these things like that, and if you know, put it in a level instance, it doesn't, so it doesn't have to deal with as much crap. Good for optimizations. Little little cubes. The store version, I guess. Yeah, I'm really just seeing a lot of my designs were bad early on. That's kind of been true in general. And also things hadn't even gotten finished yet. Oh my gosh, the amount of things that haven't been finished yet is crazy. Yeah, we're just gonna move this over there. And then we're gonna build off that, so this way I know that they're all at the right location. And then I'm gonna replace that in the other one as well. The Ultra Sky. I want them to, you know, start at 0 so that they are where they're supposed to be with the level thing. Level's actually centered there, or relatively centered. And now it just treats it as one thing, which is a lot better for purposes of optimization. I should do the 4 optimization thingies that, you know, I recommend people do, like make a video of it. Because 9 times out of 10, your problem with Unreal Engine is everything to do with your graphics and nothing to do with your crappy code. Because your code's probably not that crappy. It might be crappy, but it's probably not that crappy, but chances are your graphics are these bloated messes. Because that's almost always true. An Unreal Engine, you know, might let you run those graphics, but oh god, it will punish you. I guess I'm not grabbing those ones, whatever. The duckies aren't in one either? Oh my god. Not acceptable. Not acceptable. I love me some duckies, but I didn't think there was 5 selected. I'd like them a lot more if they were. Wait, there's a level. Oh, there are. It's a level instance and a level instance. What's going to end up happening here? It's fine. They're mountain duckies. Version. I'm so happy that I came up with the Broken Things name there. But yeah, well, it's in the 20s, so I mean, like, it was originally going to be like the 1890s or something, but a lot of my assets just don't support the 1890s. I might be able to tweak it a bit, but a lot of materials wouldn't have been used. But yeah, I looked at the price of things then, and you know, that's like normal pricing back then. And now you know. Yeah. It'd be weird if it was steampunk for now, right? I originally did want it to be 1890s. It's so funny too, because I have like a world timeline. And I had to go back there and change the dates of when everyone was born and everything like that when events happened, because I moved everything by 30 years. Like Poppet has a birth date and everything like that too. A name and all that stuff. I wrote all kinds of stuff about the characters. Because I'm making a world that I'm always going to like make all my games in. So if you ever play any one of my games, then, you know, everything will... Like, you won't have to play that game. But if you did, there'll be fun Easter eggs for having played that game because it's in the same world. Also, then I don't have to constantly make new worlds. Like, it's just already... there, you know, like, you know... I've established the lore of the world. Like I said, Poppet is being 19. Fair enough. I didn't change the actual date on everything, but that's okay. The year's been a little up in the air as of late. In my perfect world, it would have been the 1890s, because I wanted to treat it like an alternate Jack the Ripper setup. Except Jack the Ripper, you know, he's putting souls into his... He's not actually Jack the Ripper, but I was modeling it after him, obviously, because that just seemed... a good thing to work off of, sure. And that was originally why they were like, you know, 5 victims, because Jack the Ripper's famous for having 5 known victims. And then Poppet being a mysterious 6th victim. I'm just gonna move this first out, right? Why does it feel like there's something extra in here? What is in this? It's fine. I guess I'm gonna enter this one here and see what's up with it, huh? No, don't edit that way. Browse to it. I had a bunch of things clicked that shouldn't have been. What went on here? More importantly, where are the duckies? Everything is in the middle of nowhere. Sure. They're all gonna be on top of each other for a second. But I really haven't talked a lot about the story stuff because I tried to change a lot along the way. Some because the ideas are just better. Some that match the gameplay. I finally got tired of rewriting the story thing because I kept changing the gameplay in a way that would force a change in the story. And it's like, this does not work. Soon though, soon. I mean, the major events still happen. I haven't changed the major events at all. But for everything else, you know, little events like them talking about things or something like that. The whole thing with the painting world got changed to haunted gallery, so now I gotta explain the haunted gallery and not the painting world. Okay. Sure. I'll do this then. Why are you way out there? Why aren't you zooming in on the thing? That one moves in just fine, but the duckies are... Something is very wrong with the duckies. Okay, this camera is the worst thing in the world. Let's just delete this. I don't know I did weird about that, but something got mixed in there that doesn't need to be. I'm gonna delete that one out, and I'm gonna select all these ones and just rebuild it. And this time, hopefully, they end up, you know, not there? Sure. Why does it feel like you're not all selected? But you aren't. 5 items selected, sure. I had to have something just selected wrong, I'm assuming. In other news, oh wait. I would say rubber deck. Yeah, I'm totally leaving it that way as an Easter egg. No, I didn't catch it. I'm glad you noticed it, because I probably wouldn't have noticed until someone pointed it out to me in general. I did notice this. Yeah. Aha! That's no, you're not buying a ducky, you're buying a deck. Duh. Haven't you ever bought a rubber deck before? I thought everyone had a rubber deck. You act like that's weird or something. Some people make them out of wood, but you know, if someone's gonna sell me one for 10 cents, I'll take one out of rubber. Why not, right? How much rubber makes for a rubber deck? Can you bounce up and down on the rubber deck? These are important questions. I must know. Someone needs to build a rubber deck so I can try to bounce on it and see if it works. Oh, yeah, rubber ducks too. Yeah, they're cool as well. But I still have to make them float. This water isn't built for that. I'm not sure I'm going to put it in there or not. The floating thing is so expensive on resources for the engine. It's just really expensive. But maybe. Creepy curios. I gotta rename souvenirs to something cool too. Got the most boring name. I forgot to replace the creepy curio as one of those too. Yeah, this one works. I must have got something else in the level thing when I built it. Actually, I'm gonna put these all in here real quick. These aren't all gonna be in here, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I did. I just didn't want you to carry him to other rooms because, again, floating is very expensive and there's not water in that many places. It is cool, and if I can make it work, I'll do it. Oh, I gotta name this room actually Broken Things, and then I have to actually add a data layer for it, for Poppet. Very proud of the name, though, for sure. Heartburn's the worst, let me tell you. I'm not a fan. It's like, I'm allergic to game dev. It causes all manner of health problems. Anyone who says different, you know, whatever. No one likes you. For sure. Yeah. Remember. Anytime it's a music I use for the game somewhere, it just reminds me of whatever I'm using. So. Broken Things. That's the second room with broken in the name, because there's the Broken Compass as well. That's just the like pirate themed restaurant, which I thought was an adorable name for it. I was gonna have 2 restaurants in the store, like 4 souvenir shops, and I guess now vending machines all over the place. Damned if I didn't make a vending machine. You're not loaded in this there because you're not big enough, are you? You were not big enough. Let me fix this so it's big enough so I can load up Broken Things. Game really doesn't have a lot of creepy in it, I don't think. Is it going to be all that creepy when Char's chasing you and this music's playing? I mean, like, is that creepy or is that just, you know, I'm in danger, I better run? I guess, you know, you've got the slasher thingies or something where, you know, they're a little more action-packed. And that still counts as... Oh, no, don't do that. That still counts as horror. For sure. I need just enough horror in my game that Markiplier plays it, right? I don't know, my game might not be crappy enough for him to play it. Every time I see one of those like 3 horror games thing he plays, it's always like the biggest pile of crap that he plays, and you're just like, this looks like someone's weekend project, Mark. Why are you playing this for 1 million people to watch? Like, I don't understand here. What are we doing? There's so many better horror games you could be playing. I mean, I don't want to be down on anyone's project, but I mean, these literally look like someone made them for a game jam, and you're like, but, how come my game jam game never gets a... What have we learned? Make a game jam game that's a horror game. So Markiplier will play it. Put it on itch.io, because he always plays the one on itch.io. Just a fun little, like, you know, advertising hack you can do. Okay. Is this all it's not here? That's definitely something you should do in general, though. You should look for the content creators that play the stuff that you're making, and then, you know, focus on them. Send them emails and messages when it first comes out. Give yourself indie horror games. Christian, we're gonna give it a shot during Halloween. Yeah, that's why I want to release it, you know, around that time. It'll probably have to be released beforehand, because I think that the next fest happens in October or something, so I'll probably want to release it in September when I go to release it. And it won't be this year, obviously, because I lost 6 months, and those 6 months are, you know, kind of a problem. They're going to be a while before I get them back, for sure. Before I get the game back where it's supposed to be. I want my demo around then. Yeah, he might play it. That would be amazing. I would jump for so much joy to see that happen. It'd be like a notice me senpai moment. Those people keeping track. At some point I have to mention that my game has, you know, is inspired by, well, the artistic inspiration is, you know, Alice Madness Returns. Because American McGee likes to retweet anything that involves Alice Madness Returns, because he's making a game too. So that's another notice me senpai moment, but I want the game to be really good before, you know, I let senpai notice me. For sure. I mean, I could probably do it now, it'd be fine. Aqua Soup? I've never even heard of that guy. Man. I feel out of hope. Oop. I was gonna hunt down people who played Metroidvanias, because there's plenty of people on YouTube who do. And I figured the lure of being a 3D Metroidvania would be just unique enough, because there's a million 2D Metroidvanias. Your game had better be amazing and as a 2D Metroidvania to get notice. There's so many of them, because they were like, this is, you know, like a few years back, they're like, oh, this is like this great up-and-coming genre. Like, games are doing really good. So then everyone, their grandmother makes one, and now there's a lot of them. We did see that Metroidvanias are one of the lowest genres for AI slop. Probably because it's really hard to AI slop unique content. So, a video I watched from Moon was talking about AI on Steam and which genres are most likely to be slop, amongst other things. But yeah, anyway, if I can get some big timers to play, that would be amazing. What if these are like size 10? Maybe size 12? 12 might be better. The thing though is, as far as getting anyone who's a horror game player to play this isn't actually a horror game. It just happens to have some, you know, horror elements, I guess. But not as much, because, again, it's too much of a power fantasy, right? Metroidvanias usually are. You keep gaining power throughout the game, so every time you encounter Charlotte, she doesn't get more scary. I guess she just instant kills you the whole time, but at some point, it's less scary. Aqua Soup plays everything. Good at Silent Hill and Resident Evil. It plays randomizer mods and extremely high difficulty. Real gamer. Mostly known for survival horror. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm such a weird outlier genre. I mean, well, it's not really an outlier genre, but it's just a weird genre offshoot. Maybe I can get him into it. We'll see. I don't know. anyone who even seems remotely interested in that kind of thing, though, like their content is even remotely, I'm just going to give them a key. You know, send them emails like that. Because if you go down the, I forgot who it was that explained this as an idea, but you go down like all the contact information for every YouTuber, because a lot of them will list it. And then you write them all down, like all the ones that are, you know, related to whatever your game is being released, right? And then when your game is going to be released, like a couple weeks before, message them all, telling them about your game like that, and, you know, ask if they want to play it, you know, and giving them keys for it. It's free keys so they can play it. You want to do it a couple weeks before release so they have a chance to do some, you know, content beforehand. Maybe a month before release, depends on how long you want to do. But then you focus on getting the YouTubers who would be more likely to be interested in your game to actually play your game, right? If you just went to any random YouTuber, the chances are, like, you know, they're not necessarily going to play it. Like, advertising the Markiplier isn't going to do too well unless I happen to have a huge horror element in my game, because he basically plays horror games. Also, advertising him I don't think matters. I don't think you should waste your time on something like that. I think he's just going to play it if he wants to play something. You should just build a store page for him to like it on itch.io. To specifically get him, I think that that's going to be much more likely to work than the other. Hear me out on this one. I don't think that is going to work very well. I know I have to have already made one of these. I knew I made these. I wanted one that had the level block reversibles already on it. Yeah, I've been keeping track of various ways to do advertising and everything, because I know that at the end of the day, it's going to be rough. I'm going to have to do a lot of advertising, and any trick I can pull to help make the process easier or give me a leg up, I'm going to do. Probably. I imagine. We'll have to see if whatever works, though. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work or not when I do all these things. But on the plus side, at least I've technically already made about $800 off the game, right? Because I've been streaming making the game. I haven't made enough YouTube yet because I need, you know, more subs on YouTube. Like, I have all the hours, but, you know, obviously I can't get... I need to make regular content so people will sub, and then I can get to the 1,000 subs, and then YouTube will stop keeping all the money for themselves. But I mean, just off of Twitch, I got that. Not that I'm very popular on Twitch, for sure. I also stream on multiple platforms, so like the people who are on my Discord will often, you know, go to whichever one they like best. And to be fair, the viewing experience on YouTube is like 1,000 times better than Twitch. The chat experience isn't always that good, but Stream game look appealing to the streamers you're aiming for? You'll play it naturally, like any guys play? Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm making a game that, you know, is got a very specific aesthetic, and I'm hoping that people love what I love, and that being different in this world of everyone making a, you know, crafting game in a forest or whatever, I'm hoping that sells it for me, you know. If not, well, I can always make a crafting game in a forest. Maybe I'll make a crafting game in the forest but have dolls just to mess with people. And if this wasn't after the other room, I could easily turn this into a Charlotte Chase room or something. I think I might just have things on the shelves instead. That's got to be better. Did I have a level for these? I might have a level in these instead. Ugh. I probably optimized this at some point and forgot about it. I do. Damn. That one's on me. Levels are so much more low impact than blueprints. Because every blueprint is a copy of the same level, so it loads the level once and then just duplicates that. So in most instances, you want to take your blueprint and stuff it in a level. You're welcome. Pretty much everything you need to know about optimizing in this. Not really, it's one of the things. Shooting other chopping down trees, oh my god, I hate those open world survival games. I think, yeah. So many games are a job. Seriously, you people who like those games just need to go do regular work because you'll get paid. It's just like, we're simulating being a cashier today. Why? Why would you do this? These are terrible. These are so boring. And they're just like, but work at a game. And I'm like, these are the same people who like would play World of Warcraft and farm dungeons all day for gold instead of just going and working your regular job and then just buying the gold, which would have taken like 1/10 the time and you got way more gold. It's just like, oh, never spend money. It's like, your time is money, buddy. But people do it. It's crazy to me. I'm just like, yeah. Chop down trees, stamina go down, wait for stamina to go up. And I don't know how anyone plays those games. They're just super boring to me. I guess to be fair, I already have the ultimate building game though available. I have Unreal Engine, and Unreal Engine just lets you build everything. Like for all you people out there who've been wasting your time playing building games, Unreal Engine is free. Epic gives away thousands of asset packs at all times for free. Imagine the ultimate building game where you could have anything you want. Just saying. There's nothing I can't do. I remember when I was playing like Terraria with some friends back when it came out, and it's just like, this is a lot of work here. I gotta farm these things, and this sucks, man. Why am I doing this? At least that game had combat, so it helped, but why am I doing this? I learned 3D modeling from playing Sims and build mode. Yeah. Exactly. Some people take the skills that they got from those games and put them to actual use, and some people just sit there and play those awful games forever and have some save file they're so proud of, except for that nobody cares. I guess I'll keep that one there because it's just a save file. This might not be big enough for the side here, right? Because I want people to easily get through, but on this side you can only go so far. I guess they don't have to be completely against the wall. But yeah, it's just, I don't understand people. I like games that provide me like escapism, I already have a job, 2 technically if you count game dev. And I don't want another job. I don't want to grind in your game. No, that's one unique experience. I'm gonna play the game, and if at any point I'm having to do the same repetitive, boring crap, I don't want to do it. But I guess the other thing too is like every game has repetition, so that is true. It's just the difference between what is a job and what is fun is often if you view the game loop as fun, and I guess for some people they just really view the most tedious task as fun. After all, never forget the cookie clicker was a game, right? I'm just saying. All the clicky games where you just click the one thing over and over and over. You're simulating being a cog in the machine. I'm gonna put all these shells into a subfolder. So this way I can just move them all around instead of having to keep selecting them all the time. I can just, you know, select all descendants. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't understand it. And a lot of the mobile games are like that too, and it's just like, wow, I really have no desire to play your mobile game if that's what it is. I play quite a few point-and-click adventures because they usually tell me a story. But more importantly, I usually would play like right before I'm going to go to bed. And it doesn't require me to be super active, because if I have to be really active playing a game, I'm not going to fall asleep. But I will fall asleep if the game is, you know, not forcing me to move really fast. This is probably fine. I mean, you can... Let's use this door as a divider here to figure out how much distance I should probably have for this. Because a person could go through the door, right? So... Oh yeah, no problem. Someone could easily get between this. Sure. Every time I show my playing some game, they say, you're gonna make it so you can steal cars, drive around. Like, dude, just go back home and play GTA. My game's clearly horror. I mean, you can steal cars in a horror game, I guess. You steal too many cars and eventually, you know, like the cars come to life and start trying to chase after you on the roads. I've seen some really dumb horror concepts before. I just watched The Last House, and apparently it was like weird squid monsters from the ocean used rainwater to keep people locked in their houses until they died. Wasn't very good. Really dumb. I was like, how much alcohol does this require to be good? It's like, okay. But yeah, like, some people don't quite understand what genres are, like what you're trying to go for, what your gameplay experience is. And in a horror game, the more power you give to a player, the less scared they are. Right? Why would you be scared if you have all the power? Horror games are about being powerless. If you could just turn around and just kill the enemy, like what if the teenagers in like Friday the 13th just turn around and kill Jason? Wouldn't be much of a horror film. Now it's like, just kill the Candyman? Okay, he's dead. Bummer. Cool, guess the movie's over. It called Tire. The tire one, yeah. I love that one. It's just a stupid tire and people get run over by the tire and you're like, I hate to break it to you, pal, but that tire is coming up to like maybe thigh height at most on me. I just kick the tire out of the way. The tire doesn't have enough weight. Of course, like I will beat the tire senseless. I win this fight every time. That's like being afraid of Chucky in Child's Play. That thing's a little doll. Even with a knife in hand, I can punt that thing. It has no mass. I can also pick up a much larger weapon. How does it even come close to getting to me? It has to get you by surprise at best. I'll put it in my own yes, yeah. So, how do you get such good gas mileage? Well, I have haunted tires. You have what? Haunted tires. They're the new feature. Don't worry about it. Huh. Okay. EVs? Nah, fam. Haunted tires. Yeah. Oh, you've been doing it wrong all along. Who needs a Tesla when you could just strap, you know, 4 haunted tires to some random truck or something? You're good to go. Hey, or get the haunted tires. We're going on a road trip. I mean, hey, man. I'd be down. I guess I don't want shelves everywhere. I'm gonna put something on them, but I guess I can just stack these higher up, or maybe I can have a couple shelves nearby. Oh, she has double jump by this point too, so I think she could just double jump from here to here. Or maybe I demand flying for this one. Maybe I don't have to stack up to here. Maybe it's just flying a bust. Then I only need to wait into central power. Yeah, that's too far for it that way. But you can get up pretty high. You just do this and then jump backwards. Well, kind of. Hard jump for sure. Yeah, if I make you come back with flying and I don't make that a thing, you won't necessarily know. How do I make this seem not obvious? I mean, not incredibly obvious. It's obviously obvious, but it needs to be obvious that the player knows it, but not so stupidly obvious that people go, oh, what if there's a secret passage there? Like, you want normal people to believe that there's a, you know, some chance they wouldn't notice. I'm gonna do this instead. Kind of wish I was making a horror game now, but problem is I don't really play horror games. That's the thing. Like, I'd be making something that I'm not that into, so what would I even know about them? Like, I love Metroidvanias. Also, Metroidvanias aren't known for their story, which is why I picked the genre. This way, if the story in my game is not the longest story in the world, it's fine. Because I already know that it's going to be a little much to have too long of a story. All those, any kind of like in-game cutscenes are going to take a lot of time. I can make this so much more maze-like. Oh my god. Because there's nothing saying they need to be organized. Be forgotten crap. Sure. You know how much easier this game would have been to make if Charlotte was the only enemy and she just chased you through this building? Like the whole time? You're always worrying and hiding from her? That could have an entire stealth mechanic where you're hiding in cupboards and things. I thought about this. What I would do for that, but I obviously decided not to. Yeah, maybe I'll put a few that turn sideways here. I'll fill the shells up with crap at some point, for sure. Or things you can throw places, people love throwing things around. Yeah, I actually coded in a stealth mechanic. It just wasn't fun. Because the game's too action-packed. Like, you're just constantly moving around, and then to just have the player be forced to stop all the time is weird. And just wait. This isn't Metal Gear, okay? Though I did at one point jokingly say she should have a box that she hides under for stealth purposes. Like a tarot card that just gives her a box and she just runs around with a little box like underneath it. Or maybe it can actually be like a box helmet and it just says bad guy on it and then the enemies ignore her because they think she's a bad guy. Yeah, do something like this, and then have a few more like that, and then... Yeah, maybe I just do them off to the sides, because then that hides this better, I think. And just have a few crates in the back or something. It ought to be like this, obviously. I know patience for stealth games. Tenchu pissed me off, how slow the ninjas... Oh, but I love Tenchu. Aw. 29 has Grace Power, which is basically alien isolation. Throw a bottle, distract enemies, and walk slowly. Yeah. Man, I used to like speedrun Tenchu back in the day. Like the early ones, man. Before speedrunning was like a big thing. And you could murder everyone at levels so fast. It was just so adorable. You're just flying off everything like a crazy person. Because they were so dumb in that game. You just got away with whatever you wanted. No, you didn't have to tiptoe at all. The number of like flying murders was crazy in that game. You just go flying off of whatever building. And you just have killed someone, land, and just already step up. And the game took like a certain amount of time to realize. So you have enough time to stab other people who run off this. You just murder everyone in the level in like 3 minutes. You're like, what happened? Because they always in the same locations, and you know, you could easily mess with their AI. It wasn't very hard. Now, if you didn't, you know, we're in a speedrunner, the game was a lot more stealth, obviously. But some of us were really bored back in the day. And murdering people was funny. You know, intentional, obviously. There were no bodies in any closet. You can't prove a thing. I think I'm just gonna go all the way to the side, just assuming you're not gonna walk a full circle around this. Fine. Yeah, just do that, and then that hides that there's a secret passage there. Kinda, sorta. I guess in reality there should probably be one in this other area too. I don't want crates places too, so you can get up. And I used to speedrun all kinds of fun things. Like I did Jet Set Radio. Oh, Jet Set Radio Future mostly. Jet Set Radio 1 wasn't that great. Future was a lot more fun. And Symphony of the Night, I did that for a while too. There were a bunch of random dumb games back then, but those were like, I think, 3 ones that I mostly did Symphony of the Night and Jet Set for quite a while. But the techniques have gotten so much better since then. So much better. Like, there's no world where I would use any of the old techniques. I would just look up the new stuff, for sure. Hey, Discoveria, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm making concept areas for the future. Yes, yeah, for the future. We're looking to the future. We're shaping the future. Yo, you're gonna dig this. We're just talking about Jet Set Radio Future. So I'm just gonna quote part of a song from it. Don't remember the actual lyrics for the song. We're gonna make this a health hazard. I like that. Good old health hazard. I don't know what to put up here yet. Probably some pipes or something, or some duck. Wander places. Oh yeah, Jet Set was fun. It was so absurd. How could you not like Jet Set? Then they tried to make a 2D one for Game Boy Advance, and it was impossible because like, there was no way to judge depth. It was awful. I'm like, why did you do this? You can't judge the depth at all. This is so bad. I guess I should have it in the dark so we can see it was intended here. There's no lights in there. I should probably put one in here. Not open. Bad. Down. Bad. Let's put a light in there real fast. Let's go steal a light from another room. Haunted Gallery has one. Yoink. It can live here. I feel as though I've conquered a room in the building when I get a room info down and a light. So that I can successfully play the game inside the room. And I've just been slowly conquering my way down this building. Oops. Okay. Undo that. It doesn't like to undo through those very effectively. Alright, so I need this, and then this room will officially be conquered. Let's AC interactable. Oh, never mind. I actually considered having a, like, I saw like a grinding, you know, plugin thing like that. I considered, you know, building an option to like slide down things for Poppet to do. So she could like slide down chutes and stuff, but no. Okay, this needs to be in the right data layer. That one's on me. Move it from the haunted gallery. I did copy it out of the haunted gallery, so sure. I could put a duct maze above. I might do that. I really kind of want flying to be necessary to get to this area, so. Do I, though? Oh, no. I can get up these. It's fine. It's a good enough height. I wasn't certain if a 12 was too big or not. Yippee-ki-yay! Wee! If I put a grip up there, she could probably grip her way up to that. Oh, she most certainly could. One moment, please. I have a plan. Over here. I mean, I could put a duct maze. If I'm just gonna let her jump up here, then I guess it's fine. What am I gonna make necessary for flying? I guess the final area you'll want flying. I didn't feel like finding it and resizing one. Hello? I thought I did paste here, and yet paste here is not pasting here. It's pasting somewhere else. Feels like paste here is messed up somehow. Because it's supposed to paste right where it's at. Right. I don't know what you're doing today, Unreal Engine. I'll just manually do this. Sure. You do you, boo. You do you. .05. Fine. Oops. Welcome back, Lepus. Doing some lore writing. Uh-oh. The lore. Oh my god. Never enough lore. Never. You should see how many documents I have for my lore. For my world. How much of it's going to be relevant for the games? I don't know, but, you know, if you'll encounter, like, books or something that might explain the world or something. And I might throw in bits of, like, little bits of information there so you have an idea. Like, unnecessary things. And what, you know, Poppet's got herself, unfortunately, pulled into since, you know, she wasn't really part of this whole thing. Just kind of a wrong place, wrong time kind of affair, but he's here now. But to be fair, I imagine most of Jack the Ripper's victims would have been wrong place, wrong time, so it's only fair that Poppet's a wrong place, wrong time. Oh. You have to be loaded into both. No music in these areas. I don't know what music I'm going to use for half this crap. Yeah, she can pull herself up to that. Ooh. Really close to that, though. Probably too close. That first load-in is the worst load-in. Oh, don't start it again. Whee! Soon this will be a real room, I guess. Even though things are all over the place. You! Why did you fall off your shelves? You suck. First load is the worst load. Oh, there's no lights in this room yet. We'll fix that. I suppose if I closed all the different little browsers to be a lot faster, but you know. I did keep the physics in. For all the lifeless toys. Yeah, I'll just start putting little concept things in here. It'll look like there's an actual world going on. It'll be nice. It'll be wonderful. You know. Chapter 3 will feel a lot less unfinished. It's pretty unfinished. It's like 20% at most. So much of it's on the back of the first few rooms that are actually pretty well set up, and everything else is just a dumpster fire for sure. Not really. Chapter 2 needs a lot of refinement and improvements. Right now I'm just concepting out Chapter 3, so I have an idea of what I'm going to need in the future. Plus I was kind of building some stuff. And there might be changes made to Chapter 2 based upon changes in Chapter 3, but Chapter 2 is a good layout already. Like, you could play through it and it just needs to have enemies included. But there's enough gameplay figured out that you could basically play it. Like, the objectives are there. Some of the rooms could probably use a little more to them, but gameplay-wise, you could play it. It just needs enemies. Obviously, story's nowhere in the game at the moment, so story's not included, nowhere for that, but Chapter 1 just needs story and tooltips, basically. Maybe some, you know, optimization, and that's pretty much it. Chapter 1 is almost on lock, except for story. Chapter 3... it's in like mostly a concept phase with only the haunted gallery being really functional. I think Miss Potman is the most next functional room, and it's not that functional. You could technically beat it, except for it's missing the objective of it, but you could still beat the actual machine. The rest of Chapter 3 is just it's just concept-y rooms. Chapter 4 has a bunch of concept rooms too. Yeah, I guess the Filmmaker's Workshop is farther along as far as concept-wise. It's a boss room, so it's not... it doesn't need to have too much in the way of platforming. For sure. And then, as far as Chapter 4, like, only the final room is even close to gameplay ready. I spawned the bosses there because there's 2 in that room. It might not be the final room. There might be a room afterwards. 4, yeah. Originally I started with 6. But a lot of it came down to... I didn't have access to a lot of the assets that I would want to make them even happen. The time it would take to make it happen was also too long as well. And I also didn't have a lot of concepts for rooms. I already have to... I'm on the hook for like over 100 rooms that all have to be somewhat unique. And that's just for 4 chapters. But I also realized the story didn't need the extra chapters. This is not like if this was a AAA game, yeah, there'd be like 6 chapters. We'd have lots of cutscenes of that. Lots more story things. But listen, not a AAA game. One guy working on it. That one guy has very little experience with making cutscenes. So that's going to be hilarious to watch. By hilarious, I mean, well, at least we'll all suffer together, okay? That's what's important. We'll all suffer together. Of course, it feels like funny. Like I didn't realize how long the game is. Like just how long it would take Poppet to get places, because it seemed like the game was much smaller, but I can make you take so long getting through each area because of like how many little things Poppet has to crawl around and go through that the game is going to be quite long. At one point, the building was like 7 stories tall. Jesus Christ, why? We're going to talk about the dilapidated warehouse on the edge of the city that this started out as. Jesus. Actually, that's not even the first one. The first one was like world inside of paintings. Oh god, that was even worse. Just don't understand, man. I had so many bad ideas. Feel free to check all the videos. The basic setup currently is that it's one boss, Charlotte fight, boss of the chapter, and one boss, Charlotte fight, boss of the chapter for the first 3. And then the 4th one has just 3 bosses. Well, actually, it's 2 bosses and then Charlotte. Right? Well, yeah. It's like 12 bosses in the game. And then there'll be like optional bosses off to the sides that you can mess with. The 12 bosses you have to. And of course, all the Charlotte fights are not, you know, like a regular fight for sure. Because you can't have a regular fight against her. It doesn't make sense. I'm stealing the chairs and everything like that. This is my default starting for everything. I drop like a chair, a table, and a lamp. I build off that. That happens a lot. But yeah, it's I'm actually keeping the final boss of the original Game Jam game. Anyone who played that thing, you won't be surprised who the final boss is. And if you didn't play that thing, oh well. You're a better person for it, for sure. Is it? Yeah. Well, I mean, 4 of the boss fights, or the Charlotte fights, and they're all going to be, like, almost more horror-centric than anything else, right? Because you can't kill her because she's a giant ghost girl. And you're a tiny little doll. Like, you can't hurt a ghost. What are you going to do to a ghost? But there is a way. Like, I won't explain the mechanics of the final fight, for sure. I planned the final fight out a long time ago. Oh wait, no, to get in the final area, you do need all 22 tarot cards. That's right. The door is barricaded by 22 tarot cards. You have to get them all. Forgot about that. So you actually have to find all the major arcana to get to the final area. Or you get a bad ending if you don't do it. Well, yeah, you get a bad ending if, depending upon how the ending fight of the 3rd chapter goes. I'm taking a lesson from, you know, Symphony of the Night and Bloodstained and things like that, where, you know, the boss will have a mechanic in it that if you fail to do it, you get a bad ending. I've seen 3 bosses and like 2 or 3 sub-bosses. Wow. Am I overkilling this? Should I just be doing 1 boss before? Am I lame, like, for doing this? Like, bosses take forever, by the way. I've had to dial it back. There was actually going to be like the 5 victims, and then they were all going to have like a sub-boss. And then Charlotte was still going to show up. Which meant that before you even got to the final area, you would have gone through 15 bosses. And then the final area was going to have, well, the same 3 bosses. I hadn't changed that. There's 3 bosses. The final area is technically smaller. It might not be smaller. I might add to it, but we're gonna see, because I don't know if I need to, and I might also chop up chapter 3 and 2 a little differently, so that there might be a little more space, because 2 is way too big, but it's already laid out. It ruins things. Robot's a bit much, yeah. You know, programming, testing, yeah. If you look at like Voodoo, the amount of time that I've spent on her and like reworking her mechanics, because she was like, you know, my my first boss that really, you know, I learned how to do all this stuff on. Like, she's the first boss that I made. And then Patrick was the second boss. And they've both gone back and forth. And like, Voodoo had a different mechanic entirely, where she would spawn like a little voodoo doll of you. And then you had to protect that voodoo doll the whole fight. And it sounded cool, but in practice, you mostly just took damage randomly because you couldn't tell where the stupid voodoo doll was. It was too hard to keep track of, and too much was going on. It was really awful. And I spent like a couple months trying to make that boss work, and I finally scrapped that. And then I had to scrap a character too. Yeah. Her name is Voodoo. But it's like, it's spelled, it's spelled like that, Voodoo. I think, oh no, is that wrong? That might be wrong actually on that. 1 second, let me double check that's how I spelled it. It's supposed to, Hey boy, tell me how's it going? I think I might have misspelled it. I'm gonna double check. I don't remember. It's spelled like, oh yeah, I had it. Yeah, it's actually spelled like this. Voodoo. This way, but the other ones too, so for anyone who didn't read the chat and the other ones like that, that's spelled. And all 4 chats. Oscar's cool. Thanks. Yeah. I made her in Daz. She's actually just a regular female character that I just skinned with the voodoo material like that, and then put some extra weird things on her and stuff like that. She could be a little better, I think, but she's getting there. Yeah, her mechanic had that, and it was terrible. But then I had a character she spawned with called Mini Pop. It was like a little mini Poppet, and it was going to be like a little character that you could like, talk to and everything like that. But then I cut it out because where does it come from? Right? Like, if it's not a mechanic in there, there's no reason for this character to exist. So it's like, okay, well, that's not a character anymore. That happens a lot. I wasted so many months on that. And she's like a holdover from that dilapidated warehouse too. So was Patrick. Patrick had a whole fort too. Yeah, if anyone wants to go back and see those original videos where I was working on that dilapidated warehouse, basically as soon as I started streaming on Twitch is when I switched to this building in the city. But right before that, well, I didn't switch it. When I started also streaming on Twitch was when I built the city in like the first week or something. I need a couch. I want couches to bounce on. Bounty cup. Bounty cup. Bounty cup. Bounty cup. Yeah, I've gone back and reworked Patrick a bunch of times too. Now Patrick has a whole Donkey Kong third phase. Because he was just not that interesting. He's also just like a mini boss, but then he eventually became like a regular boss. Because I have to, I had to have all 5 victims before the end of chapter 3. So they're like, the victim bosses are all like, you know, the ones that like were killed by the toy maker. And then he's obviously got more victims than just the 5, obviously, because you're already a 6th character. But I ended up with like 1 extra, but Patrick was already built. So Patrick became an extra boss essentially, but then he has to become like one of the main bosses, and yeah, it was confusing. The whole setup, like, I did not plan well, and it shows. I guess I'll put another couch over here so they don't gotta line up like that. Like, I wish I'd planned a lot better than I did, for sure. It wasn't until Thomas Brush suggested the making a game dev doc that I actually did that, and I was like, oh, okay, this helps a lot. My first game dev doc shows a bunch of stuff from the dilapidated warehouse. Like, I'm barely using anything from it. And it's like 70 pages or something stupid. Yeah. I guess this can go over. Like, the peak delusion was very high for that, for sure. I also had no idea what the Charlotte fights would be like, since those are just very non-linear fighting. Or like, they're not linear, they're just not regular fights. These behavior states, using behavior, do you have any advice for getting enemies to not feel so computery? Control stuff, or is mostly an animation? I mean, I actually just use blueprints to do it all. I thought about doing a video explaining how to do behaviors in just blueprints, so you don't have to hate yourself and move information between blueprints and not. I guess as far as making him not that computery, like, you're probably asking the wrong guy for purposes of my regular enemies, because my regular enemies are, they're Metroidvania enemies. They're stupid. Metroidvania enemies are always stupid. But I guess it's mostly just giving them more, you know, responses to things, so the player does. Like, you know, like if the player does a certain thing, one thing you can do, and this is a good way to hand information around between enemies like that, or to find out what the player is doing. This can help you keep track of it. Use gameplay tags, right? And establish a gameplay tag for if the player is hidden, if the player is, like, you know, ducking, if the player is, you know, in a specific zone or something like that. And then you can hand all the gameplay tags over in one call to your AI on the enemy, and then the enemy can look at that and like follow a tree of going, okay, well, if the player is doing this, then I have these options here, and this is the location they're in too. You can make it way more complicated while only sending over one command, because it's basically a bunch of true falses of effectively where the player is without having to individually go, hey man, you know, I have this, like, for this boolean like that. You just have it all. So I think that's pretty good. Plus then other enemies can figure it out too, and you can have that same information sent from the player over, or other enemies can send it to each other. It's helpful. Here's a sight and hearing, but I want them to be more sporadic, like flanking the player. And the gameplay tag, so it does. Yeah, I actually made a quick video explaining it. If you look on the thing, it's one of the like 2 or 3 tutorials I actually ever did for like things. They're really easy to set up. I use them like crazy in this. You can also use the gas system, which is a more complex version. Use them. I don't ever use that though. Yeah, like the way you make it less robotic is you just make the chains longer, like more things that they do. And if you're gonna have like a singular enemy, like, you know, like a horror enemy that's chasing you, then that one had better have a really complicated AI for all the things it can do to deal with the player. But even then, like, you could also have a bunch of different ones too. Like, you could actually have, it can be the same character, but it can have a different blueprint for this section. Like this, in this section I do this one, and then for this section of this. So you can have a more focused AI that's figuring more for the environment they're in, which you might do for a horror game, you know, if you're going to have your enemy show up at specific zones. Because right now, that's what I'm doing for Charlotte. Charlotte does not have one AI for everything. You're going to have 4 different times she shows up as far as combat, like, you know, like fights you deal with. And each one she has completely different AI and everything for it. Because it just wouldn't make sense for her to use the same AI for all of them. Trying to merge it into one would just be weird. You could just have it switch for which one like that. You could make one giant complicated thing, but why? For what end? Overcomplicating blueprints is another bad habit that a lot of people will do at the start. They'll just be like, oh, I'll just do all these things like that. I'll make this one thing that does everything. Don't do that. You just make a blueprint that's really heavy and it does nothing good. Like, because it has to load every little thing involved with that for situations where it didn't need them. Made 3 different attacks on your first test enemy and a fake out animation make you think it's going to attack. The attack so you can duck and directional dodge based on the attack. That's fair. Enemies can also like back away. Like, I mean, like think of a fight like that. It's like maybe the enemy holds off until other ones show up. Like, what are your enemies trying to really do? Are they trying to, like, you know, are they just mindless? Are they just crowding the player and trying to kill them? Because in my game, a lot of the enemies are driven mad by a curse. So a lot of them don't employ a lot of tactics because they're crazy. They don't even care if they kill themselves. They're crazy. So for them, there's no self-preservation. Because it just makes no sense for them to be like, oh my god, I might die. Also, they continuously come back to life. So even if they were worried, they're not. But regular people do worry about these things. Like, you know, are they going to run right into your blade? You just murdered 2 of their friends. You think the next guy is charging right in? You know, like, it just depends on how complicated you really want it to be. And then, does your game need it? That's the other question. Like, you can make your game super complicated, but... Yeah, super complicated, but for your gameplay, is that necessary? Don't overcomplicate it. As long as it's fun, that's what matters. They don't really bother to flank the enemy. The game, because the enemies are constantly spawning in all around you at all the times, the curse just keeps bringing more around you. It doesn't... They don't need to really flank or anything like that. They don't care. That's fair. Yeah. No, I took it as a question. But yeah, they just don't have a reason to flank the player. Most of them just like in every Metroidvania, it's usually just them doing, like, you know, whatever their little shtick is. And then you just have to be like, you know, if you get too far from them, then they get removed from existence and then new ones are put in around you. That's also because my game has the mechanic of the sanity thing. And if I don't always pressure the player, then the player can recover all of their stats. So, like, there are times where I don't pressure the player, but if the player isn't perpetually pressured, then they have infinite stat, and that's a problem. Because, like, in the darkness, you gain your curse back, which is you're basically your MP. Like, you just have limitless power. Because of there's heals in the game, you now have limitless health. And if you just go stand in light, you can now get your sanity back. And if I don't stop you from doing these things, yeah, if I have really weird requirements for my AI and pressuring. But the player is also really fast. He's just really capable of getting, like, Poppet is incredibly quick. He has a huge amount of mobility. So having the AI keep up with that mobility is near impossible. She keeps getting more mobility as time goes along. You know, it's a Metroidvania thing, which is why the enemies don't have to be that durable or that long. Like, you know, they don't have to be that intelligent because new ones just replace them at each new area. So Poppet's always, you know, being attacked by something without the enemies having to try to platform or fly after or go through weird traps or whatever. Yeah. Now, if this were like some open world RPG, you would not program your AI like that because your mechanics aren't going to be the same, right? My mechanics are weird. My game is weird. It might be really dumb, depending upon how it might not play well at the end of the day. I mean, I think it plays well, but yeah, build your AI for your use case and don't overcomplicate. Because, you know, another problem I'll see is people will have like regular enemies and they'll try to make the regular enemies like some epic battle. Listen, man, nobody in any game wants to have an epic battle every step of the way. It's no longer epic, it's just tedious at that point. Now we're just grinding. That's awful. Maybe in some sort of like extra dungeon after the game, fine. But nobody wants that. Regular enemies don't need complicated tactics. It's your bosses that need to be, you know, the crown jewel of your AI. Put your time into making your bosses badass. Make your enemies serviceable and call it square. Like I say, unless it's just, you said you were making a horror game, so if it's just, you know, a couple like things chasing after you, then obviously you gotta make your AI. I mean, those are your bosses. You just don't have regular mobs. This is sticking into this room, I think. Is it? Shouldn't be. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen some people, you know, especially ones that are making like, you know, the a system that they can use for lots of games. You'll see a lot of their stuff just get super complicated, and it's just that they lack focus, and they should probably think about what they need for their game versus what they're making. Not everything got to be that complicated. It really doesn't. You can really make your life a lot easier if you just build what you need. The cool part is that if you want to build something you can build other games with, you can just take the code of one game, and if the games are similar, you can just build your next game right on top of that. Well, it's pretty small in tight spaces. You gotta figure it out. Right now, I feel like it's the animation I gotta touch up. Some sound effects. I got flight screen shake, player can. Guard effects. Yeah, guard effects. Guard attacks minutes. Yeah, I mean, like, you'd be surprised how much just adding little particles. Like, I started adding various sound effects and particles when she was swinging her hammer, and suddenly the hammer is so much cooler now. And she's still doing the same stupid 3 swings that she's always done. Actually, that's not true. I got some new animations for them, so I did replace some nice ones. But still, it's 3 swings, and, you know, it just looks cooler now. And nice to have lots of different, you know, things to work with. The other thing to think about is, I like the Jack Sparrow quote where he's like, you know, what matters is what a man can do and what a man can't do. And he goes on to explain how he could, you know, just let the guy fall in the water. He could let Will fall in the water, or he could, you know, but then he can't sail the boat into like Tortuga by himself. And that guy can either, you know, Will can either square with his fact his father part, or he can't, but, you know, can he sail under a pirate? And like, you know, it's a very important explainer because you start looking, it's like, what can I really do? And what can't I do? I can't make this AAA game. So if it requires AAA levels of labor, it isn't happening. This game's already too big. I'm already dumb for going the size of this. Well, I'm not in any big hurry. I also have a job, so I don't have to be in a big hurry. But yeah, like, don't overkill it. You don't go wild with it. Just do what is actually possible for, you know, the amount of time you have. And yeah, the worst game you release is better than the best game you don't. I see a lot of people overcomplicate, though. I overcomplicate, so learn from my experience, people. I make many dumbs. 94 probably in this one. Like forgetting to resize this. 335, that'll be real good. Yeah, but again, template, a lot of it I didn't use, and both time my own mechanics I wanted. Yeah, it's not a bad plan. I mean, if you can use a game thing, like, I mean, I came from RPG Maker. Like, that's exactly what that was. It's a gameplay template. And then I made the mistake of trying to make the template do a bunch of things it didn't need to do instead of just using it as it was. And one guy once said, he's like, you know, all these people do all these cool things with this, but the people who actually release their games are the ones who do the least unique things and just use the template as intended. I scoffed at the time because I was an idiot. And he was right. Those people, like, release games, and he released games as well, and I did not. That engine. I was wrong. But I mean, I picked up a few gameplay templates, and, you know, they've also given me a whole bunch of them as well. And I remember with the RPG Maker thing, I had to sit there and edit the code and try to make it do all these things, and it became easier just to do it myself. But I didn't know that until I messed with that. And, you know, if you can just use a template as intended, you can save a lot of work. And maybe on template I can reuse for everything: shooting, reloading, guarding, sliding, crouch, hiding in hiding spots, use data tables for weapons and the pickups. Random pickups. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if it does what you want, you know. I just see people make a template that's all-encompassing and they forget they didn't need it for a game. And it's much better to tack on extra systems later for later games than it is to try to build everything in the hopes you make everything that you're going to need for games in the future, because you never know what you're going to need. Does that mean you don't need to add stealing cars and scaling walls like Saskia if you don't plan? Yeah. Like, I mean, at one point I was early on testing out random, like, I was testing out like air combos, and I was like, why would Poppet even have air combos? What are we talking here? Like, it's just a quick little test for like a couple weeks or something. Like, it might have been a week or something early on. And that was me trying to figure out what the game was, because again, I didn't have a game dev talk, so my plans were all over the place. And you can see in the early streams how it quickly, all the time wasted on things that just didn't pan. And eventually the mechanics I have now, but I think I could have saved a lot of time if I had better planning. Yeah, random loot pickups too. Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. I just think that I mean, I made the mistake of making tools to do things. A bunch of tools for the RPG Maker stuff. I made a whole bunch of plugins. I have a lighting plugin that I spearheaded for that I think the thread has like a couple 100,000 views or something. It's like the most popular free lighting plugin for that. And I didn't even end up using it. I just wasted time on all these tools that just weren't necessary. Instead of just picking a better tool, like Unreal Engine. I also had greater popularity at first using RPG Maker, so I stayed with that engine longer than I should have. But it's also how I learned programming and everything like that too, so. I wouldn't be here today without that awful engine. For sure. Oh, I needed to not turn that on because I want to test the light. Yeah, like, there's one guy, and, he was, he had a great third-person template. But then he fell in love with Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then added party mechanics to his template that already worked. All this stuff, and it's like, it took him forever, and he never even made a game with it. And emulating something like Final Fantasy Remake is insane. Like, there was hundreds of people who made that game, like, for 7+ years or something. You'll never make that. Are you high? Like, what are we doing here? But it's like, you already have something that works. Just make a game. What are you doing? Some people I actually have discovered don't want to make a game. They like the idea of making a game. When you start to realize what it takes to actually make a game, they don't really want to do all that. They just have a favorite part and they just continuously throw away their stuff and keep starting over. It's funny to watch. I've seen it through so many different people do it. They're the hobbyists, really. The people who are just, they don't have an end game plan. And people who have a full plan on what they're doing, they're much more likely to succeed. And they have an actual concept of what the reality of making a game really is. That's a regret to chew. Final Fantasy's huge. There's tons of systems. They got so many mini games in the game. While, yeah, it's trading card too. Yeah, it's dumb. But that's the thing. Like, a lot of people get into game dev because of their favorite AAA game, and they think they can make their favorite AAA game. But I got a news flash for you. If you could, as one person, make that game, then people like EA, Square Enix would have sweatshops of singular people locked away, all making the new games. Because corporations only care about money, they would do this. Clearly they cannot do this because they're not doing it. So I tell people, if you're going to get into game dev, that's great. It's wonderful. I love the hobby. It's so much fun. Yeah, sweatshops, guy. But take your favorite game, whichever game has inspired you to get in game dev, go to the credits, watch the credits. The whole thing, don't skip, that's cheating, and count the number of people who made that game, and then ask yourself, are you equal to that many industry professionals? If the answer is no, you can't make that game. There you go. And also factor in how many years it took those people too. If 300 people took 7 years to make that game, it's going to take you 2,100 years to do the same. Just saying. It's not happening. Okay? There you go. Happy to help. At the point where I'm thinking, is my good game or not, because I'm looking at how much. The point where I'm thinking, is my good game or not? Is your game good or not? You know, if you want to know if your game's good or not, let someone else play it. Let other people play it. That's how you'll find out. Because, you know, it doesn't matter if you think your game is good. It only matters if other people think your game is good. Why is this way out here? This... It is possible to overbake something, though. Like, I mean, the amount of extra time you add on because you want to add some extra features, like, is that feature necessary? The whole minimum viable product thing is something that you should really think about. I mean, these are all mistakes I've made, so that's why I'm saying them so over because I say it out loud for my own personal reminder that, hey, man, maybe you don't need that. Maybe you can live without. Hear me out on this one. Maybe your game already functions. Huh. Know what I was staring at there? And whenever I come up with an idea, I just kind of work on an area. So I just had ideas for how I wanted to lay this out, which is why I'm now working on a section that's the end of chapter 3 and not the early portion of chapter 3 because I just had no idea. Just processing chance I have questions. Fair. You know, I got the idea of the for anyone who remembers Spaceballs, when you opened up a can of air or something like that, just imagine if it was a can that you opened up, but as soon as you open it, a question was said by the can, like it just a voice said a question every time you opened a can. It's just a random question. It's like a vending machine of questions. You pay a can, little soda can pops out, but instead of soda, it's just a question is inside. My world's a weird place, okay? Don't hate. Or do. It's fine. You can hate. You probably deserve it. I probably deserve it. I guess I can put some gears in the side of the vending machine or something. Vending machine. One of the things I should do is I should take all the gears and convert them into static meshes and then rotate them, because right now I have a gear thing that is a blueprint, and blueprints are heavy. But this is one of the mistakes I made. I didn't make this particular blueprint, but I made I remember a shelf clutter thing that had that. The New Life Room has some. I can just go there for explainer purposes. I think place that gears. Library. Washroom, okay, it's this way. But all these gears are actually blueprints, and this is heavy. This should actually get, I should see if I could turn it into a static mesh that's that size. Because then it's just rotating a singular static mesh instead of having to deal with all the blueprints. The player scans a can, the narrator reads the question, and sometimes they made him say, read one, at least one yourself. Then as you pull the can out, and he's talking, he gets annoyed that you're interrupting. Nice. I love games where the narrator talks to the player, like, you know, and gets annoyed with the player, or just, not the player, it's just a character in the game. It's the old, like, you know, Looney Tunes thing where, like, you know, Bugs Bunny or the, like, Daffy Duck are talking to the narrator. And, like, you know, the narrator sits there and starts changing the level, messing with them and everything like that. It's so much fun. It's just the fourth wall break is one of my favorite fourth wall breaks, for sure. I'm going to merge one of these and see what happens. I kind of want to replace these because I forgot how heavy these were, and I need to do that. I should probably just have a few fixed sizes, so like a 30 gear, a 40 gear, like a 20 gear and things like that, just to... Yeah, it was a game, it was like Dungeons 3, and it was, all I did was lampoon everything involved with, like, you know, Diablo, World of Warcraft, anything it possibly could. And like the entire game, like every time the narrator got pissed at the player, suddenly new areas, enemies would get spawned, and like things would get taken away, and it's just, it messes with the whole game. It's so funny. That's the same game where they talked about some great battle between these two kingdoms, and how, like, you know, you were the evil side there, that you could make certain one kingdom one of them, or just conquer both. And then I you know, come out from my dungeon underneath there, because that's the game you build dungeons, and you pop out in the world. In that game, you wander around the world. I pop out in the middle, and it's a League of Legends level, and I was like, God damn it. You got me on this one, guys. Literally, you're in the center of the League of Legends level, trying to, you know, beat down the towers like that and help one side, you know, break through towers to the other and everything. It's so funny. I was just like... I never did beat the last DLC of that game. I needed to. I forgot about it, I think. I think it's because I reset my computer and Epic doesn't save... doesn't save your saves or something, and I got it for free off of them. I was like, okay, well, this is cool. I'm playing this. It's awesome. One of the few things I actually bought the DLCs for, because I had so much fun with the main game. Would recommend. Not very expensive. Dungeons 3. If you like Dungeon Keeper style games, you'll like it. If you don't like those, it's funny at least. Just that. I guess I'll make one for Gears specifically. I guess I could find it. I'm afraid to play the trailer for it out of fear they might, you know, get copyright claimed. Jesus. No, I haven't. The problem is that, they didn't release it on PC, and I didn't have a PlayStation, and by the time they did, I was, it had been like a year later, and I'd already seen everyone play it. So it wasn't as cool. Like, I'd have played it day one if they put it on that, but they didn't. It does. It keeps all the stuff. Hell yes. Oh, I have 40 sides because it'll put a number at the end of it, and it'll be confusing if it says a number and then a number. That's why I wrote it like that, even though English-wise that's stupid and you shouldn't write like that. I could just resize this same one. I don't even know why I did it like that. I could have just had like a... whatever. Yeah, because it could have had a size 1. And then the size 1 would be... I could just resize the size 1 to everything, and it would only need 1 gear of this type. That's so much smarter. What am I doing? Obviously, it's tiny as hell, though. I have, in fact, you played yesterday. Stuck in a boss fight. Which boss? You're on PC, so right for here. I didn't know they were gonna release it on PC, so I saw other people play it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's the whole thing. I saw other people play it. This is like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do this the smart way. I'm stupid. Don't mind me. Yeah. They're invalid now because I moved it or whatever. Fine. I never think about optimization until I start thinking about optimization. We'll say, one type, I guess. If I put type 1, it's going to put a number after that. It's going to say like type 1-1, type 1-. It's really annoying. I hate that. So that's why we're doing it this way. It's annoying. I hate it. And all my homies hate it too. So I can delete the 40. I'll probably get the trilogy on PC when they've been on sale. Yeah. Some Shin Robot, I have Tifa, Barrett, and Cloud. Oh, when they're escaping, and it's like they're on that catwalk. And it's like, you know, catwalk over there, catwalk to the side like that, and it's like, you know, this thing there, and that one guy's head shows up too at one point to, you know, like a hologram. I'm assuming that one. Yeah. Well, the secret to every one of those games is called grinding, right? Every RPG ever, you win because you're just like, well, I can do a grind until I'm so high level that I can't be beaten. I'm a genius, I know. I can't be stopped. I'm higher level than you. It does copy it perfect. We just delete this crappy one here. Gotta love all them optimizations. Yep, just level it. Do it. That's one of the reasons, my game has leveling based on finding tarot cards. Because I have to pressure the enemies all the time. Oh, sorry, pressure the player all the time and have enemies always spawning and attacking the player. Except for in specific areas. That means they'd be able to basically get infinite levels. And it would quickly turn into them being too powerful. But not if, well, they, don't gain levels by fighting. You just find money, which you can get tarot cards, so you do technically get some levels by fighting, but not all of them. XP performance I did in Final Fantasy X. All the never hit kills. Nice. Only have one celestial weapon to get it, and it's Awaka's. And if I play Blitzball, I get it. Funny part was I thought Blitzball was probably the best part of that game. Not because I thought Blitzball was fun, I just thought the game wasn't very fun. Good old corridor game. So much fun. You just, the whole game is one giant corridor. It's like so cool. Nice depressing journey down a corridor. My life is complete for sure. Spoiler, my life was not complete. It was actually, I'm lying, in case you weren't certain. No, but Blitzball is just math, so, you know. And that's really what our JRPG is. They're math. You're just simply figuring out the answer to the equation where you can basically just loop it over and over and over, like the same handful of actions until where you're always slightly ahead each round, until eventually you hit the end of the fight, right? Because if you can provide a loop where you're positive every time you do it, and you just repeat it, you will eventually win the fight. That's it. That's all you have to do. You'll win the fight. Yeah. It's probably like 35 or something. I don't know. Oh, these aren't rotating. Can they rotate? This is a bad plan for what I'm doing here. It was a better plan inside the blueprints. Yeah. I forgot about that. I don't really know if I just have more blueprints here, I'm not really accomplishing much. That was dumb. You saw nothing. Oh, wait. Man. What a mess up. This spins this way, this spins that way, this one spins this way, so let's make this a 30. I almost wonder if it would make sense to put all these things in the room in a level instance as well. Like if each room had its own level instance. But then if I did that, there'd be no point in data layers, I guess. Well, no, the data layer could have the level instance for this room in it and this room here. You could get a slightly better performance though if you only load what can be seen through the doors. But this room could just load the level instances here and here and here. But again, it does seem a little heavier. And obviously the bigger rooms here would load, well, it's only load 2 because they can only see 2 doors. This room would be a dumpster because there's too many doors in this room. There's like 4, 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5 rooms out of it. It's a lot. Anyway. Okay, what isn't spinning? I don't remember now. This is dumb. I made a mistake. I got 3 subs today on YouTube. Nice. Thanks to whoever subbed on YouTube, since it doesn't tell me. It's just the last 2 I messed up on. Yeah, I need to go through and do some stuff for this room, because this room has a lot of machinery in it, and the problem with that is yeah, about that. It was gonna be originally one of the starting rooms, but I'm not sure about anymore. So the last need to be fixed. Make my job easy. I am gonna use that gear. It's not worthless. Not where I was using it near. I didn't want to go through and adjust these things for the rotation for the other direction for every single one, so that's why I'm not doing that. Don't wanna. Don't wanna. Nah, bro, nah. Okay, well, now that disaster has been averted. Nobody saw that. Right. Nobody saw it. Go back with my vending machine instead. I've made so many assets for this game because they just didn't have unique things for me to use. Definitely over 1,000 assets for sure. My advice to everybody is use GeoBrushes because you can save so much time and effort with GeoBrushes. They're wonderful. For like simple stuff, obviously. That's a Poppet. This is a vending machine. They're like the same thing, I guess. In that not really kind of way. Could have a side cabinet, sure. Make another scene in here. Oh, this side cabinet. Machinery? Sure. I could actually just use the same gear thing here. I don't even need to... Oh, this is going to be so heavy with all these buttons and everything. Using geobrush to fix all your walls. Very tricky with that glow when you're scaling the faces. I don't remember what glow you're talking about, man. Like, when you click a side of a geobrush, it'll light up like that. For whichever side you have selected. Now what you talking about? Technically, you could also select the brush, you know, that way, and then it lights up the brush itself. Or if you click a side and then you select all the sides like that, you know, you can... I guess it's not a geobrush. This is a geobrush. I'm trying to think of what's the problem here. You got all the adjacent sides. It takes forever because I have so many geobrushes. Actually, this map's just heavy. Yeah, when you click a face, it turns yellow. Because that side's the one you have selected, but... like that. It's kind of hard to edit in the darkness on my thing for sure. Click something else. Click Ultra because there's a bug that causes that. Fix the bug manually. Yeah, I don't find it that hard to see in the light. Is your game just really dark? Can you just turn the lights on? Because, I mean, it glows yellow, but I can easily see what's underneath it. And then just adjust these so that they are, you know, the right scale. Not that I'm gonna necessarily finish doing this one yet, though I'm actually pretty close to finishing this wall. I might convert it all over in a sec. Maybe. I don't know why I'm moving shells around. It's mostly just an idea. This is a big toy area. I don't know how I feel about this giant area here. But I can also have gruesome things in here, so that's true too. I got sidetracked again, don't mind me. I do game design like I have ADD sometimes. Snapshot in the Discord? Okay, one sec. Oh, I see why. It's because you're, you don't have, this is just a negative box, right? This has nothing, no, texturing on it, right? Since there's no texturing on the box, then there's nothing to show through the yellow. Right? We already select the side that doesn't have any of that, but what if I selected this here? Even that's pretty hard. Yeah, mine is still not that great either. I don't know how you managed to get it that yellow. That's weird. Like, even mine aren't that yellow. Like, that's the most yellow you get, but you can't even see the yellow against nothing. No, like, there's just nothing out there. Well, actually, that might be wrong. No. I wonder how you pulled that off. Did you change any kind of settings for it? Also, I like the sign. Reminds me of Fallout. With a happy little Fallout guy. Love it. Compliance feels confident. Oh, yes. I approve wholeheartedly of these things. It looks like, you know, if hell was an office space. Yeah. The worst things ever. You're just like, oh my god. First time I use the tool. Interesting. I wonder why yours defaults is so yellow. I'm trying to rotate it like it's not a picture. Not really in the thing. Sometimes I get that weird behavior. It's like, I'll just rotate it. A picture, dumbass. You can't rotate a picture. I'm not very bright sometimes, okay? I'm just saying. Listen. I spend enough time doing game dev, you know, I can feel my intelligence dropping every time I do it more, because I'm allergic to it, and obviously it's just slowly killing me off. We'll just put Annie's on there. If I was an Annie's on, where would I go? I made different ones for every chapter, but it doesn't make a difference. I think the first DLC might be The Secret of Annie's Aunt or something like that. Like the final sale or something like that, and you know, because she's evil. I mean, she's totally evil. It's just that there's this weird hat that seems to mind control people who wear it, and people fight to get it, and well, mind control toys, and it makes them run the shop. Her whole lore is she fought for this hat, and the hat makes her run the shop, but she hates you. She's an enemy, but she has to run the shop, and so if at any point she didn't have to run the shop, she might be super powerful, because the reality is she somehow won this hat from everyone else who was also fighting for the hat. It has no major lore purpose, you know, like it doesn't change the story of the game. Not really. But just a fun little stupid extra. There's no instant encounter table, right? I find I have lots of fun little extras in there. They're just there. But imagine how powerful she must be. Imagine if some sort of ridiculous EX boss. You know you want it. I mean, I want it. Yeah, her level's 99 if you're curious. To be fair though, that's just because I made every NPC have level 99. That's incorrect. Actually, I'm a complete liar. I made Charlotte's level 666. That's true. Thinking about it. The enemy damage scales, like, because I wanted to pop out big numbers, the enemy damage scales by simply adding their level to their base damage. The Poppet's health caps out, well, unless you get the last tarot card, it capped out at 770, I believe. Because the last tarot card actually just gives you the remaining up to 999. It's like plus 10, but then the rest of it too. You know, it really helped if I put that on the ground. It was almost a good plan. Almost. Okay. It would have helped if when I built it, I actually put it, you know, at floor level in the blueprint. I didn't. I hate myself for that. I'm not going to move them all and do it again, though. I also need to copy this one's location, otherwise she would spawn the other one, because I just directly copied that, and that copied her transform. We'll just do 36.5. We'll attempt to do 36.5. Critically fail, then do it again. Oh, I think this inherits the room anyway, so it doesn't matter. This would be the first non-optional anti-zones. I guess, to be fair, it still could be an optional room. There could be a duct system going through the top that makes this room, like, you know, like you have to find a secret way into this room or something. I don't know, those ones fell down to the second thing. Whatever. You floating? Kinda. Yep. The game is so much uglier in the light. I actually went and tweaked the daylight time. Like the look of the light a little bit, just so that it didn't look so bad whenever I was editing during the stream. Because it was so ugly with the default lighting. I just couldn't handle it. I just couldn't. It was so ugly. I'm like, ugh. I probably need a nice amber light or something. Because that's kind of what I did. I gave it a slightly more of an amber glow to it. I still have to be able to edit. That's the thing. The brightest white light possible is obviously the best for purposes for editing, but because my game was meant to be seen in the dark, it shows. How many things are ugly during the day? I wasn't concerned about daylight. I want that blue tinge over everything. Still kind of floating, huh? I thought I copy pasted. Maybe I forgot to copy paste the thing. I did. Yeah, if I was gonna do like more of a daytime thing, I'd just give the whole game more of an amber glow, because a lot of steampunk stuff tends to do really well with that whole amber look to it. And if you don't do that, then, well, about that. You put a piss filter in mine? It gains from the 2000s? You monster. Why? Why would you do this? To be fair, the thing is how you have the whole office space with that almost sense of despair, where everyone's just a cog in the machine type of feel to your game, like, and everyone's just happy to tell you that your job is to be a portion of the machine. I could see where a piss filter would probably be pretty fitting. Good old Resident Evil piss filter, yeah. Oh, pretty much. Yeah. I still have to fix the back of her outfit. It's got a little bit of mess up on it, and I haven't wanted to because the effort to do that is high. Same thing on the front. You can't even see it that much in the dark, but she actually has a slight mess up on her outfit because of the collision with the outfit moving from Daz. I'm not sure which cards are going to go in here, but there's space for 5 cards. I could put 5 cards in every Annie-Zons. I could make it that the... Well, I mean, that would be 20 levels that you wouldn't have to have in the level in the world. I did 4 in the other. One second. It's so ugly. I took the wrong way out, by the way. Like sunlight, I believe. Sun? Yeah, the sunlight color. Maybe a slightly off thing like that. So it's not so hideous. Because the default white light they have is just gross. I mean, just look at how gross this is. Like, that's horrifying. My game looks horrible in this. I don't want that. It's too bright. I need that slight to it. That's a little more like late in the day. I don't like that. Probably fine as it is. I just want it to be a little bit less gross. Oh yeah, like everyone should buy Ultra Dynamic Sky. I ain't sponsored by it. It's effing amazing. It does everything. It does space scenes. It does crazy weather, and it just does everything. Like, it even does like the weather, like the rain will drip off of things. It creates puddles you can interact with. I mean, it does snow. It does sandstorms. Is it expensive? I actually don't know what it currently is. Let me double check. Ultra Dynamic Guy. I'm logged into the thing, so I can't see it unless I don't log in. Yeah, it's up to 50 now. When I bought it, it was 20. He's just been increasing the price. I'm pretty certain it goes on sale for half. Oh yeah, it does. You can control the amount of lightning and things like that. It does. It also has options for exposure to the weather as well. Things I don't use at all, but in case you want to do a survival game where you're worried about your character freezing to death, it's got your back. It needs better things for this, I think, because it doesn't really explain all the stuff it does, but you know. Oh, okay. Weather system like that. And it's, the dude's been updating it for years. The only thing it doesn't currently do is shooting stars, because he hates me. Not because people ask for it, you know, it's just... Yeah, I mean, I see it go on sale for like 25 bucks all the time. I highly recommend that everyone, you know, get it, because the amount of time it takes to make all this stuff. I mean, you're going to have a sky in everything. Unless you're underground. So why don't you just save yourself the time and effort and let this guy who spent like 6 or 7 years working on this thing do all the work for you? Right? Because I was going to sell, not so long ago, it was 50% off though. The last year it was around 15, but I could have sworn it was more expensive than that. Like, it's been slowly picking up in price as he gets more and more stuff added to it, and rightfully so. I mean, it's the best Sky thing I've seen. The only thing it doesn't really do well is if you want your thing to look like anime stuff, it doesn't really have an anime option. I kind of wanted to use the weather stuff, but I like the moon so much that I don't. I want to be able to see it. But it also makes my lighting blue. Like, there's an option. I made the moonlight blue, so everything has that slight bluish tinge. Right? Yeah. It's not even that slight. There's also things to pump the indoor lighting too. I was like indoor or something like that. No, what was it called? It is a light option, but I was messing with it because it actually adds to the lighting inside. It amplifies it, so you don't have to worry about not being able to see, which is important inside this building. I forgot which setting it was. It's something. What am I doing? I was looking at the modified settings. I can find it. Oh yeah. Amplifies the moonlight. And sunlight and moonlight work differently too, so you know. Do this and suddenly it's all bright indoors. Otherwise, Interiors get a lot less bright, and then you're just sad. It's okay in this room, but then you start seeing some of these other rooms like you're farther down, and it just gets harder to see. Not that much of a buff on those, though, to be fair. I'm trying to keep the game dark enough that it feels dark, but not so dark that it's not that big of a thing. You can also do 2 layers of clouds, too. I was going to do like a city in the clouds thing, and I had that set up, but then I realized that you can't see it, so who gives a crap? Like, you just can't see. Like, you can't see below the walls. It wouldn't make any difference. Why am I wasting resources on something you can't see? I took it out. It was cool, though. Oh, it's the most difficult thing in the history of the whole freaking world. Oh my gosh. You go up here and you can find it from list, or you can just drag the blueprint and you just drag it onto the level. That's it. That's what you do. If you want the weather one, you drag the weather one on there too. I'll set it up on a new level so you can see. It's like the most easy plugin I've ever seen to use in my life. What you're going to want to do on a new level here is you're going to want to take all this lighting crap that they have here. You don't want this stuff. Just go ahead and get rid of that trash. You don't want that. Just delete that. You go up there, you get your ultra dynamic sky thingy. You go boop. There you go. It's set up. It's done. You want the weather? I know you're wrong. There's so many options it can do and everything, but you just drag those onto there. Now they're both there. Yeah, just drag and drop. Do some nighttime rain here. Oh yeah. Where's my light at, buddy? Huh? Oh, I have only modified. I was like, wait a minute. I'm dumb. Basic controls, time of day. Boop. Nighttime is the right time. Like the way it defaults to rain, but you know, plenty of ones to choose from. No blizzard. You have to edit your material to add in a little bit of like, it's like a code you just drag and drop in there and connect some things up so that you can apply like snow to the ground and stuff. And then there's like little things that you add to your character, like little blueprints that you put onto their action components that you strap onto their feet, like shoes, and the shoes cause the issues. So, oh, not really. Oop. Let me close some of the crap out real fast. Pretty much same performance as getting the other one. I mean, my computer's still a potato. Nothing's going to change that. The final battle is here. I am here, Mother Nature. You cannot stop me now. Obviously, depending upon what you use, it can be a little harder, like, you know, like that. You can actually increase the number of like twigs and leaves flying through the wind and everything too. It's crazy. Like, I don't use any of that because I'm not outside. I mostly just use it as a sky. It's a sky. It's a cool sky though. I would just say it's pretty cool. Obviously, I like the rain thunderstorm and I like the most lightning possible. Like all of them. All of it. You should give it to me. Give it all of it. Yes, lightning. Infinite lightning. Oh man, you're over it. Yes, please. Yes, guys. The 5070 swapped it back. I swapped back to the old cards. The 5070 just did not perform at all. Yes, we're all stare at the sky. Really? You're gonna shoot in that direction? I was shooting. Look in this direction. Okay, now it's just taunting me. It's just like, we're gonna do it the other direction. This seems like the better direction. I'm being mocked. Yeah, twigs and leaves, yeah. I'd have to look and see which like that, but yeah, it's still good. You're just like, wow, and you just drag it onto there, and look at how cool the set it is. Like, how much time and effort would it take for you to set this up? And if you'll notice, it's blowing your dress too, by the way. It actually affects cloth. So, you know, that works. Blowing your hair too. Yeah. But I mean, the fact that I didn't code anything special at all for her to, you know, but affect her dress. Like, it's just, it does that. It's epic? Hell yeah. Only problem is the game's indoors. Mistakes were made, okay? I didn't buy this for Poppet Quest. I bought it for my other game that didn't happen. And Poppet Quest just gets all the stuff from that game. It's the same world, so they just snake everything from that. It's just like, oh, I spent money already. No reason to waste it. But yeah, like, this is the best. Like, everyone should buy this. Debris. That's what we're looking for. Debris. Enable wind debris. Do it. Do it. All of them. Everything. God. What the hell? Everything. All of them. The end has come. I gotta see this. Yeah. Alright, everyone. I think there's a couple leads here. And look, it's still getting the same FPS. It's amazing. I think there's a leaf or two here somewhere. I can't tell. It's just so good. It's like, oh cool, what a deal. No wind debris. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do the code make it where she can interact with the stuff. That takes more effort than I'm looking to put in right now for just showing this off. Or if you want to make your game a horror game, you just instant fog everything. You're like, oh look, fog is good. Fog plus lightning, why not? I did increase the lightning. I did override lightning. Normally the lightning wouldn't be happening, but listen, I like lightning. Don't judge me. You can if you want. That's probably fair. Or the sandstorm for no apparent reason. There shouldn't really be lightning during a sandstorm. Or I guess there could be. Sure, why not? Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, she looks so colorful when she's surrounded by something so dull. Because Poppet's a colorful character. She's a really colorful character. So, you know, when you put her against something that looks like it's Call of Duty, she looks even more colorful. But yeah, like, there's so much you can do. I don't even understand all the things it can do, so... You'd have to go through the list, like... He just keeps adding things to it. Oh my god. But he still hasn't given me my, you know, shooting stars. Whatever. Yeah, everyone should buy that. The amount of time and effort it saves is incredible. You're going to have skies in your games. Hear me out on this one. You're probably going to run at least a sky somewhere in there. I can't imagine you're just not going to have a sky. I mean, if your game's underground, whatever, sure, but... For everybody who's making their crafting game in a forest somewhere, you should buy this, because it'll make your crafting game in a forest look suitably more epic. And if you don't think it's worth it, go watch a tutorial on how to make a sky, by the way. Just go do that for me. I saw one tutorial for that, and I was like, I'm gonna buy this. I ain't doing all that. I'm sorry that it happened to you, or happy for it, or whichever it is. I'm not reading all that. No thanks. And thus, I've never made a sky since. Or really at all. I started it. I mean, no, I did the tutorial. It was dumb. my Sky couldn't do all that crap. Oh, if you happen to go to Jedham's stream or something like that, he was building his own Sky plugin, a more anime one. And, you know, you could just see all the stuff he had to do for his. So look out, I'm waiting for stamina refill and talking about, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, might as well. It looks amazing. It's just so good. It's super optimized. The guy's, I mean, you can get like 7 years of that guy's labor for like 25 bucks when it's on sale. I'm willing to bet that guy knows way more about programming skies than I'll ever know. I'm willing to pay 25 bucks for that. That, you know, minimum wage in California for like fast food is like 20 bucks an hour. I could work at McDonald's for like an hour and 15 minutes and get that, right? I don't work at McDonald's, but I could. Yeah, I'm just kind of planning what I'm doing here. I could lock this room out. That's true. Do I do that? I wanted the Toy Maker's Workshop to be far enough away that people would notice, but also next to the full power source here. Like the entire power source, so nobody would wonder, like they would have to run all these ridiculous lines everywhere. And I want no one in the place to know where the toys come from. I'll have like little notes from like the workers wondering where all these toys are coming from. And the production thingy is mysteriously just a bunch of pipes coming up from down below, and the toys just spring out of there. All these portals are so big. As far as their footprint for what's clickable, certainly. Oh, I was trying to go to that. I'm gonna take a quick bio break here in a second. Not only am I out of alcohol, but now the alcohol would like to be refunded. About that. My vertical ducting this. You don't have flying. No, you. I have to make flying useful at some point. More than once. Well, the first stream we get at the engine room, it's automatically useful in the engine room because it's the only way to get up to the area that's the third floor of it. Actually, the first floor, like from the basement. But after that, flying does exactly nothing. There's no point where flying is necessary except that. Like I could have some secrets later, but for progression purposes, flying's got to be necessary somewhere. I'm going to make it a required one to get. I think it just has to be in this back room, actually. I think I just have to make flying required here because I need to have at least, I want at least like 3 story areas where you need the flying. You get it so late though. You do need it for the final area, I guess. That's true. So I guess it's fine. It's the problem I had with the Emperor, where there was like one area you went into the water and then you never used it again, and that's stupid. Like you spend like all of chapter 2 trying to get the Emperor, and then what happens again? You can't. If this thing was farther over to the side. 1 second. I love this button. That camera is sweet. Yeah, that's one of the things is flying inside these is not fun. Like, one of the things I found in this game that surprised the hell out of me, like it sounded so cool to go inside of pipes and ducts and things, But in reality, it's not that great because you can't see anything. They're like, this is all you see the whole time. Yay. You know, it's more fun running on top of them. Because then you feel tiny as you're running on top of this like duct system like that, you know? And there's a world below you. But when you're inside it, it just feels like you're inside a weird room. Like there's just a gameplay feel that's just not there. So I really don't like to use them that often. Though I kind of have to use them pretty often because, you know, they're... I mean, there's only so much you could put near a ceiling, okay? Like, it's really only so much you could put near a ceiling. There are some vertical ducts you swim up, so I know what it's like to go through them. It's just not fun. I think I need to do some changes for it later to make it more interesting than it is. I'm gonna push these against the wall. Not that far. What if I make broken things not have an entrance from the ducts? What if it has only an entrance from over here? This is a brush, right? Damn it, I gotta remake that wall again? Because I could take the ducts and I could ram them into this, and then for the gameplay thing, you simply jump out to here, and then you could go after the Toymaker's Workshop, and just skip broken things entirely. And you have to find the key to get into broken things instead. And then that means that there's like a whole optional room that gives plus 4 or 5 levels if you find it. I kind of want to make every single one of the souvenir shops an extra. Like just a whole bunch of extra work to get to them. Because, I mean, Creepy Curios requires you to be smart enough to enlarge a plant, destroy a grate that's hidden above it, and then run through a little maze, go outside of a window, run around the outside of the building, then come into the window of the Creepy Curios in order to get into it. And your reward for that is you get access to like 4 more levels that are in there, too. Plus like 100 coins, which buys you one of the levels on the spot, so pretty worth, for sure. So this one should probably mirror that idea. That does mean that I made this wall for no reason, and I have to remake it. Metroidvania I was debating if I want to make this the creepy area or not. But if I do that, it's going to have like a fake wall in here on this side or something to make it so that this doesn't show. Huh. Anyway. I said we remaking stuff. I like this idea better. I never really know what my plan is until I just, you know, start moving things around and ideas start popping up. I've just learned this about myself when it comes to game design. I'm really good at improving what's already there, but if I have to make something out of nothing, it's really challenging, so it's better to just keep adding to what's already there. So put anything there and then just keep making it better and better and better. Unreal Engine, why can't you just make it a 90 and not like 89.99999? That's weird. Why would you do this to me? Perfect. And then I can grab this one here because it's already the right size. I can attempt to grab that one and then somehow fail to click it. Okay. Go. It did duplicate it. Good. Unfortunately, this suffers from long hallway syndrome, which I hate. Because, again, you can't design a lot in a hallway. And it already has a secret entrance. It is possible that I don't put that secret entrance here. Originally, it was off of the fortune teller's room. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. The alcohol is winning here, and yes, we can all stare at the sky or the moon. My screensaver. Loads. We'll be right back. Alright, back. I remember I made a tweet on X like that, and all I did was just spin the circle like that and said it was a nice night, and I think I ended up getting around 10,000 views or something, so it wasn't too bad. 30-second recording. I mean, sometimes you just gotta put things on there, you know, you just post over and over. Even though I haven't really been posting lately for a long time. I'll get back to it eventually. It'll happen, I guess. Sure, why not? Yeah, back to building. Built so much crap. Oh my god. It's best not to think about how much stuff I built along the way. Like, I'll find the right way eventually. I think I'm gonna do this and just connect it like this. And they'll enter this place and it'll say broken things, and they'll leave it and they'll have an idea. There's something there. I mean, to be fair, there's a door there. I guess they'll learn about it right here. So, yeah. I'm on Low Miss Pop Man. At least the interior of that game. Because them portals, man. They're rough. Keep the same height if you would. I'm gonna replace the earbuds here. The batteries are saying battery low. This is like the tallest hallway. It's so tall. I don't know how I feel about super tall hallway. Because, well, I don't know what's gonna go up there. Unload the haunted hallways so I don't have the stupid fog. I might not run this. I might just leave it not there and just have the secret passage. Probably will, because, you know, having these over here is the thing. Got this mysterious table here. Ugh, I gotta switch my earbuds real fast. Before it's saying battery low just drives me crazy. And drive me crazy, it will. One set of earbuds is much louder. Can you guess which one is? Just like, like, why did I do this to myself? Oh no. This is like, same company, same earbuds, but one's like a couple years down the road from the other, and it's much higher quality than the other one. But I just got the same one so I could recycle the same charger for both of them, because the charger went bad on one of them. And I'm like, well, if I just buy this other one, then it's like a you know, two sets. They just share a charger. Yeah, I can do this because flying is an option now at this point, so I don't even care, and I think that's a good plan. I don't know where the keys are going to go yet, but we'll figure that out. I find mostly it's just all about coming up with a room order, and then from there, figuring out what I'm going to do. Adjusting things to fit the room order. And then which rooms don't have to be in the order. And then as I get new abilities, I end up adding in new things because some things just weren't possible, such as these fans that I made like a week ago, I think. Not really long ago. And the whole temperance mechanic, which took no time to program. Most things are really easy to program, so, you know, it doesn't take that long. He's enough to grab. It's probably enough of a stick out that you can grab it. She can grab that, so if you can grab that, then she could grab less than this. Maybe 2.7. I think it's fine. Of course, if you can fly, it's almost irrelevant, but I'm gonna push this farther back just so you don't hit the blades. It's really easy to just go a little too far forward and die because you hit the blades. And that's just bad gameplay feel. Guess everything's getting moved up a bit, huh? Actually, doesn't know that it fits that badly. Fit that part. Almost be a little smaller. And that'll force you to go in the engine room in order to get, or if I get the central power, and then into the engine room, and then we can fly up into this area. And I guess the staff washroom is a later room now. I'll give you the engine room key, and then from there you're able to backpedal through here, which gives you easy access to save points right here. Man, chapter 3 does not need a lot of paintings. I almost need to create a smaller painting because part of the story is that Tinka's watching through the paintings. So for her to have eyes and ears all over the place, there have to be like lots of little paintings all over the place. But if it's big enough for Poppet to go through, then it just turns into teleportation everywhere, and that's not good. So there needs to be like smaller paintings she can't go through. I think it can be watching. Like, I'm thinking that's how it has to go. Well, what we're going to do now is I'm going to start putting keys down. Not where they're going to end up. Just keys so that I know where people are, where they need to go, right? Because I can always move the keys to wherever I feel like later. That's not important. Oh, wait. Never mind. This cannot be that key there. This has to be a separate key. Oh, this can be the broken things key. So in this room, I created this fun optical illusion, and at night you can't see it, right? Because at night you can't tell that there's actually a hole unless you look at the reflections. Go, wait a minute. You can actually get up here and then find stuff. There's like a secret little area. But once you have flying, you can get this key here, which I'm assuming that'll make this the broken things key, right? Can type, I swear. And then, you know, if you want the extra thing like that, you'll come all the way back to here, which you'll likely be back here. It's the central nexus for teleporting between areas. And you can fly up here and find the secret and find the key there, and potentially 4 extra levels, or maybe 5 extra levels that are available. You still gotta buy them. But there will be a reason to fight in my game. It'll be to buy levels. It'll be 16 to 20 levels to get from buying them, I guess. Or buying the cards that are involved with them. Back to the side, my chest just popped right here. Don't have spine problems, okay? Not very good. I don't recommend them. I guess it's the second floor? I don't know what I'm doing with that. This should also be in the lobby. I don't know what it's doing here. So this has the key out of here to the lobby. Souvenirs is going to be an optional extra, so we're not going to put that key anywhere around here. And originally I was thinking the haunted gallery first, obviously, though. Actually, this one has a haunted listed as the stairway first, and then fortune teller room, and then not portal room, but fortune teller room, and then I guess here I'd give the haunted gallery room key. That's fine. But I think I have the fortune teller key as well. That's like 2 keys I have to give out really quickly. It's kind of weird to just give them out. Unless there's some ducts going through. God, I got to remake all the walls here too. Oh no. I guess to be fair, I knew that was coming when I made the duct system. Then I have pipes running through for like water purposes, and then, you know, ducts for air conditioning. There's gonna be all kinds of things going throughout the building. When all is said and done, I'm gonna remaking a lot of the walls. But they're so heavy, these brushes, I can't just leave them out there. And I don't know what I'm gonna need them for later. There's going to be a mini game here with him finding things. I think it's finding helpers or something like that, or finding people, or maybe it'll just be murdering criminal toys or something. I don't know. You meet one of the NPCs in here, or 10. I do have NPCs. They're around. Just haven't really been factored in much. I mean, Oliver's been on screen a bunch. Felix has been on there. You should spawn here, yeah. Yes, 13, the little steampunk cyborg guy. He's a sheriff. He wants you to arrest things. Or take out criminals or something along those lines. Alright, so Am I really going to send you in the stairway first? It gives you a way back up to floor 2. I do kind of like connecting the floors a little early. But I kind of feel like you should... There can't be any keys easily accessible in this room. Because you come here in chapter 1 through the paintings and bounce around. And, you know, a big moment in the game will be when you finally open the door and get here manually. That'll be pretty cool to see, for sure. But I can't have a key there. I guess there just has to be 2 keys in this room, honestly. I don't know where I'm gonna put the other one. I'll just put it in here and assume that I'm gonna find some kind of something here to make it happen. I guess you don't have to achieve the haunted gallery immediately. I remember I just wanted to, I wanted to successfully make it to the haunted gallery from the start of the game, and I failed right at this door, by the way, like literally right here. That's why that key is right there. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna get here manually. It's gonna be so cool. 4 hours later, the key's not there, and I'm like, I was so sad. I've only twice run that test, and only once was it ever possible because I hadn't really completed everything yet. So, and the fortune teller room should be almost later. I don't even want to have it early. I think I send you into like the train station or Toy City first. I could send you around the outskirts. Then Toy City, then Toy Alley. And then Toy Alley opens up to a bunch of options here, including the ability to get back up into here. And the Toymaker's office is a thing. So, and then from there, maybe through the Queen's Gambit, and then maybe out to Toy City, and then over to like the Gearworks, the Great Board, or whatever I call it, and then over to fight her, the throne room. That's pretty roundabout. And I could just make certain rooms optional. Like, the washrooms tend to be optional, kinda. Well, the first one's not. But the second one definitely is. And this one can totally be optional as well. Filmmaker's office is optional. I mean, the Queen's Gambit, this whole area could be optional. It's an optional section. For now, I'll plan it like that just so you can technically get through the game. It's important to plan milestones in making a game so you feel like you've accomplished something. Hear me out on this one. If you don't, then, you know, you'll just look back, it's like, oh, I didn't accomplish anything. Well, my accomplishment would be successfully running through this area and being able to unlock all the doors. It's a big thing. I look forward to the day that I can successfully run from the first room to the last room. Not even have all the stuff, just first room to the last room. I still have to buy a train. I was kind of hoping Epic would give me a cool train that worked along the tracks and saved me all the time and effort. And they have not. Milestone for you is programming at least one system a day. I sleep good that night. Nice. Yeah. Just anything. Like just where you can just point to some accomplishment, because the road to making a game is long. It's really, really long. And if you don't, you know, have things to, you know, help you along the way, just like steps you're going, it's tough. It's real tough. Don't do that to yourself. Technically, the Toymaker's office is accessible from Chapter 2. I kind of want to make it not accessible from chapter 2. I guess it doesn't have to be. Yeah, I just find anything that shows progress really helps. I've been at this for a couple years now. Longer if you count the time I wasn't working from all the health issues. And you better believe that if I don't have, you know, some measure of how much closer I'm getting to the end, I don't think I'd make it. For sure. It'd be really hard. So what if we just make these both optionals? Like, there can be a lot more optionals later in the game, for sure. And is flying necessary to get him? I kind of want you to go into a couple of rooms, though. That means that from the boss there, it's 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms, 4 rooms, 5 rooms, 6 rooms, 7 rooms to the boss for the first boss. I guess that's not bad. At least 2 optional rooms over here in the form of these, the Queen's Gambit and that. But then after that, you have really only 2 rooms before the Charlotte fight. I mean, there might be additional rooms added in. This is more just trying to figure out the actual layout of the main thing here, because, you know, if I don't do that, it get kind of confusing. So from here, you're either going to go to Toy City or I'm going to include the Queen's Gambit. This could be a good optional boss, because I have a little cook boss, and I thought about having you fight him. He's going to call him Cookie. And I want him to fight you in a restaurant. There's only 2 restaurants, so it would have to be the Queen's Gambit, the other one. Because the Broken Compass is too much of a thoroughfare for an optional boss, unless I have some sort of way to trigger an optional boss there. I mean, I noticed a lot of people never finish their games. It's because some open world shooter, they keep backtracking or breaking things, upgrading engine version. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I made a lot of mistakes like that too. You know, upgrading my engine all the time. Still do it with Unreal Engine. I only do it if I need something from the new version of the engine. Most of the time, the upgrades are not worth the time. Yeah, scope is a problem. So the giant open world games ruin people. The only time an open world is okay is if it's crafting, usually, because then you don't have to make a unique anything. Otherwise, it's just a huge amount of content. You know, you get people who decide that the thing isn't good enough, so they go back and make it better, and then forget to make a game. A lot of game devs get really enamored by making systems. So rather than, you know, make content, they just make a bunch of systems to run their game, but never make a game to go with their systems. Focus, you know, being able to focus on the task is so much more valuable than anything. For sure. Maybe I'll go to the Queen's Gambit. Maybe I won't. I want a cookie boss, though. If I don't include the Toymaker's office there, I probably shouldn't. In hindsight, I probably should not include the Toymaker's office. Chapter 3, Chapter 2 is huge already. I don't need it to be there. Yeah, the system, it's crazy. Like, a lot of this people streaming this, you know, on Twitch especially. I haven't checked as many of them on YouTube, but they can't help themselves. It's just yet another system, and you're just like, buddy, pal, friend. Gotta make a game. They had the foolish belief that making a system is a large portion of making a game. It is most certainly not. It is a tiny little portion of making a game. The content will take you an epic amount of time, and we aren't even going to talk about polishing, which takes like, take whatever time you spend and then just double it for polishing. But a system, you can crack out a system in, you know, like a day, maybe a week top, unless your system is something so overwhelmingly complicated. But that system had better be the basis of your game. Like, I've seen people who make dungeon generators that are completely random and all that, things like that. And yeah, a dungeon generator might take you a while, but then you don't, that is your content. You still got to make all the rooms for your dungeons and things like that. I mean, you know, Sonny B's doing exactly that. And for him, he has to make all these rooms, and then his, you know, dungeon generator is a really complicated thing. Though, as I was telling him, there's a danger, you know, with randomization that I ran into with the other game I was making back in the RPG Maker days, where I had my random, you know, dungeon generator, and that people played it, and then they said that it felt the same. Though every single area was different, it didn't matter because randomized content doesn't feel unique. It just feels the same. It's really hard to make it unique feeling. So, by pure randomization is usually not a good call. Usually you gotta have like some amount of uniqueness and then randomize the uniqueness. But yeah, it's just make a game. Don't make systems. You can buy systems. You could, like right now, you could have your own Dark Souls system right off of Fab. On sale, I think it's 175 bucks or something, and it's basically just Dark Souls. Just the whole thing in a can. You just got to make content for it now. That's it. That's all. Or you could manually build Dark Souls. One of these sounds like a lot of work that you could have just done for 175 bucks. Why wouldn't you just do that? That's... I couldn't pay someone to build Dark Souls for 175 bucks. I couldn't build it for that. What are we talking? It takes so much time and effort. The hours it takes wouldn't even be worth it. See the basic needed systems for games I plan to make. Everything is being reused anyways. Use specs and components for usability. Yeah. I think a lot of people get enamored by, you know, the one system to rule them all. Like the one, you know, thing that they can use for every game going forward. And that is just not a good plan. Really not. As I quickly learned with this, you just can't know everything you're going to need in advance. You can't. There's just too many things. Things will change in the games. You just never know. Something comes up and suddenly you have to change your systems to expand upon stuff. The number of systems I have in this game that, you know, came about after the fact because new things demanded it, is huge. We didn't even talk about the times I've had to like optimize systems, like change systems to make more and more optimized things to deal with the fact that the game is so big that it's just like, okay, cool, but you know, this other system here only scaled like this many enemies, and this one could have like 50 enemies on the screen. Perfect. It's just, or a brand new AI system, like a singular unit that actually commands all the things on the map because it needed to be more optimized. Yeah. Or a different tarot selecting system because the other ones was too many and it was too convenient, and then we were adding tarot form because controlling it all was overwhelming, and you know, thing and thing again just got added and added and added, and you're just like, ah, cool. Well, there you go. That sucks. I couldn't know I needed it in advance. Oh, and add new unique abilities all the time too. That's another fun one. Like, well, I need a system to stop fans now when I hit it. That took like no time to program. That's not even really a system. That's a joke, but still. I didn't know I needed all this. I suppose if I had better planning in advance, that would have made a big difference too for how these things worked out, because I just didn't plan a lot of this. I just didn't know. Yeah, how could I know that I needed certain things? But the next game we make, you know, if there's a Poppet Quest 2, it'll just be built on top of this one. 100%. I mean, the next game I make will be a Metroidvania no matter what it is, whether or not it's Poppet Quest 2 or the other game that I was going to originally make, it's still going to be a Metroidvania, so I'm still going to build on top of the systems. Maybe I'll use Zodiac signs instead next time, so this way it's only 12. Hear me out. 12 sounds real good. That puts it in Toy City. And that leaves, like, I can keep these as optional extras. And have an extra EX boss in there. You were just telling me that 12 bosses was, like, a large number, and here I am talking about an extra boss in there? Why? Why am I talking about extra bosses? One key will obviously be on top of the Whimsy Wonders model. This just seems fitting that there's a key on top here. You know this is true. I guess I'm gonna call it the Great Board still. I renamed it to the Gearworks over here. But the Gearworks is how you way through it. To the throne room. So I just copy paste the other thing there, and I figured it was I kept it so I could maybe use it as an idea. But I don't really need it for anything, and it's not even set up to get through there, so I don't even know what I would do. It's also too big. I'm not sure if I want to keep them random heart thingies. I don't think I do. Yeah, this is a dumpster fire. It's just on top of there too. But I already have a great board here, so this should actually be the great board here. And yeah, I renamed it to the great board. It should be another like city thing almost. Do I have like 3 city areas? I could. I still want to be able to successfully run through this area, but I can just remove this piece of glass here. And technically you can run through. I guess by simply opening the door and jumping through, and I'll just leave that at that for now. It took me like a couple weeks, really, because I didn't know what I was doing. Depends on what you want your save load to do as well. Like if your save load doesn't have a lot of information to save, then it won't take very long at all. I also had to make all the menus for it too. And then redesign all the menus because they didn't have controller support. Because that's not a default. That's something you gotta code in yourself. I'm using UI nav, so I don't have to code it in at all. Maybe the hearts can stay here. I have ideas. That's another thing. Oh yeah. Maybe I want more of these hearts in places than I think. I have ideas. This does not need a boss thingy. Even though it was very well set up for a boss thingy in here. But most of it's just creating a file if it doesn't exist, more than loading that file and saving things to it. I don't even remember how my saves are set up here. I'd have to look. It's been forever. It's really complicated for how I have it set up because of necessity versus it necessarily being the right way. I'm sure there were better ways to do it. I don't think I did it the best way at all. I think I did it this is the only way I know. Yeah, this is all based around setting up to see if something's there and loading information in there. So I'll just unpop it. No, I thought it saved the game mode. I don't even remember my thing so because it's been like I programmed it about 9 months ago. I don't remember. Thankfully, I have this convenient save load graph. Load or create save custom event. Probably on event begin play. Yeah, right here, the loader create saves on event begin play. Yeah, I just do that like that because Poppet loads in all her information about herself. What I discovered was that there's certain central things that everyone has access to. One of them is the game mode. And the game mode's persistent between levels, so you might want to use that, and there's a strong argument for that. The other thing is the player character. The player character is always available to everyone. You can just get player character. So whenever you want to, bounce information back and forth, you can bounce it through the player really easy. So I move all the information to the player, and the player keeps track of does she have things. She has a simple thing. She usually just uses a bunch of string maps saying, "Hey, do I have this? If so, then the thing adds or removes itself based upon that. Events happen based upon if Poppet has an item in these strings, which are usually in the item collected graph, where she just adds them to her various collectibles." And do I have this? Which is often the decider for things. Just checks each of these things like, you got that? And returns a if has item. Cool, great. Tarot cards is slightly different. But then because of that, everyone can easily get her. They can just get all the information they need. So I just kind of take all the information from the save and just load it directly onto her. It's like, okay, cool. And then when she's going to save the game, it loads it all back into a save file. There's some timing issues that are kind of weird. The initial save is actually created by the main menu. Though this has the option, because of the fact that I'm loading in for testing, it will actually create the save here as well, just in case. So technically this works here, where it's just, casting the instance game save. And it just looks for a name from there, and then does it exist in this slot? So, load it, cast to it, and then get some information from it. We'll see all the save info. And here I deploy it to all the Poppet stuff. Loading up all our things. I have everything here where it doesn't do it on the first time through, just so, I forgot why, but there's a reason. There was a reason. I don't know what it is. It just does a bunch of those things, and then, nothing else you need. Everything else is stuff that's specific to my game. Or, if it doesn't exist, it goes, yeah, create the save game object. And then I just make save info too by saving it there. But again, that's what you put on there is what you put on there. But I tend to store it as, a struct that's just full of all these things. And I just call it the once. And then to avoid having to deal with structs later, when I deploy the save game, you'll notice I deploy it to not structs, except for I guess right here I have this. That's not a struct. I break the struct apart so that I don't have to keep calling the struct anymore. I guess there's little mini structs here, but instead of the giant struct with all the save information, Because imagine having to read and write that every time something gets adjusted. It's terrible. It's so bad for performance. I want to make the save game thing. I just take all of it and cram it right back into the struct. As far as saves go, instance game save is the one that does like a lot of the information for. It does the same save game thingies like that. It has a bunch of extra specific stuff. So a lot of this is completely unnecessary. The way you save a game is you take the save game to slot. There you go. That's the thing. You need that. Whatever slot you want to call it. And the save game object. And the instant save game is basically the code, and the save game is just a file you make, a blueprint thingy that has all the stuff on it that you're saving, basically. So technically, you could probably just save that directly onto there. Yeah, really all you need to know is load game from slot, create save game object if it doesn't exist, and the other one is save game to slot. These three things are all you need to accomplish a save system. As soon as you make this out here, if you want to know what it needs to, you can just drag off of this and just have it promote to variable and create one of the things that you need. It'll explain like that. I mean, you can build like that, or look through here, you know. I think you can also just type a like save game object from here too, right? What were they called? Oh, it's just a game instance, huh? Alright, so game instance thing like that, and you need a game instance, and then I guess blueprint save game is the thing, huh? Alright, so I'm assuming you go to here, and then it's probably actor. Never mind. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm reminding myself as I go. New blueprint, down here, all classes, save? I guess? Yeah, there's a save game right here. But I would look up how to do a specific save thing. I'd have to double check it. But it's my understanding that the, if memory serves from a while ago, that you make a save game, and that's what you're actually saving, and then the instant save game is the thing that you call upon to do all that, to make the saves happen. It's been so long. I do not have the world's best memory for it, for sure. But yeah, I would probably look it up. It's probably going to be like a 20-30 minute explainer from people how to set one up, and there's a lot of ways to go about it. As with having an Unreal Engine. Like, one of the things people will do if it's an open world thing is they'll put a component on every single thing, and then they'll save all the things that have the components on it, like all, so it kind of keeps track of where stuff is for persistent things. Yeah, it's complicated for sure. I'm not going to pretend like it's not, and it really does come down to what you want to save and how you want to, you know, use that information from the save later. Like I said, I worked on it for a couple weeks, so and my understanding is not amazing. But yeah, hopefully I didn't confuse you any more than you might already be. I'm just going to put a key down here. This will probably be another city anyway. Exactly. My next game is going to be so fast to build because not only will I have all these systems designed, but all the concepts about how the game is running and everything are already all figured out. Like all the gameplay loop and everything. Something I just didn't have before. Let's switch to standing. Sitting is starting to hurt my back. 1 second. No, my legs can hurt instead. Hell yeah. But yeah, I really think that people get way too fixated on making that system first and they don't really understand what they really needed until much later. Because I just have no idea what I need, and then yeah, you'd be surprised how much you can just discover you need along the way. For sure. We've got 3 subs today on YouTube. Hell yeah. And I think like, what? 3 wish lists? Nice. I always tell where the bosses were. I could actually turn this into an optional thing, but I do have that cookie boss I want to have, you know, be a thing you fight. For reference. Got this guy here. He looks like he'd be absolutely perfect for, you know, being a cooking boss inside one of the little restaurants. Obviously, I'll make him giant. You know, because that's how I do. But, you know, besides it. They could be sitting on, like, a little shelf up here or something. Maybe he's like 3 size. But as I've only got 2 different places where, you know, cooking is involved. That does kind of narrow it down. If I've been smarter to find a 3rd restaurant, but I didn't. Why does nothing load? Oh, maybe because this data layer says one thing, but not the other. This is Queen's Gambit. I'm willing to bet on Poppet it says Queen's Gambit, not the Queen's Gambit. And to be fair, that's not. Oh. It is, but it's probably what I originally programmed it to be honest. Originally named it. Yeah, it's just listed as Queen's Gambit. I mean, the Queen's Gambit sounds so much better than Queen's Gambit, right? I think we can agree. I mean, Sir Tim could actually give you access to like keys or something to take out optional bosses. Yeah, it'll be perfect. Look at that. Doesn't he look like he'd be threatening? I mean, he doesn't move yet. I'm not sure what boss arena we're going to use yet. It could just be a huge table. I mean, this is just stuff I stole out of the Broken Compass from above anyway. Like, I didn't make a bunch of unique stuff for this area yet. Bet you all the lights are wrong. I think I put one light in here just to show that there was a light in here. Oh god, this is ancient. Man, all the paintings aren't even set the right places. Oh, actually, no, this should just be... I don't have a picture for the Queen's Gambit, so let's put that there for now. I'm going to make my world functional. Ideally, you'll be able to run entirely through all of Chapter 3 by the time I'm done tonight, without, you know, there being real events to do per se, but just so that the rooms connect in every which way and all the lighting works and everything, so that, you know, the main mechanic works of the light and dark thing. And then you'll be able to travel through the paintings back and like these are all the things that I would like to have happen. And then I can put gameplay on top. Just a specific order. And the order can change later, you know, as long as stuff is functional for now, better versions will happen for sure. There's no world that stays the same. Not about that life at all. You know. I cannot wait for my chiropractic appointment later today. I missed it last week. I noticed it an hour after the fact, and I was like, why? It just meant an entire, you know, 4 or 5 days of sleeping poorly because my neck is just locked up and weird at the moment. It does that. I think I'm going to have certain unlock extra bosses. I guess I could just copy Patrick or something and use that as my placeholder boss. Cookie. Yeah, I figure all these toys are like named by essentially a 14-year-old girl, so she would like the wordplay. She's a cook. Or he's a cook, you know. Cookie's a food. Cookie sounds almost like an endearing name for a cook. It would be enough of a wordplay for her to be happy, I'm sure. Just like certain sounds like certain. Like it's sir and then the word tin, but it also sounds like, you know, C-E-R, like E-I-N. It's spelling right. Oh, no, I've been drinking, so P-A-I-N, my bad. Just means I haven't been drinking enough. Cookie teleport location. I'm not sure if I want to use it. I just wanted the cookie, basically. Manage gameplay tags. Enemy type. Cookie. I don't need a sub tag, I just need cookie as a tag. Enemy type cookie. Sad part is man, this is just set up to be a battle arena for one hell of a fight. It was supposed to be one hell of a fight. Then I realized that character. Actually, I don't know what I realized for that character. I may change out the Torment Workshop to make it better for a larger fight too. You only want to give so much space for the fights though, because Poppet can run away a lot. If you let her run too far, then the boss ever going to keep up with her? The answer is, I don't know. They could just have a giant table that they eat around, and that's where you fight. Or the boss fight could just be on this countertop. Whatever. So I'm gonna have him start handing out boss fights, or let you in secrets on how to get to certain bosses, I think. So for now, any extra area will simply have, for bosses, we'll have a key here. Except they won't be sitting here, he'll give them out. Like, almost like a quest giver in a way. And then reward you for getting things like that. I think after the first one, they'll just give you justice, and then from that point on, you know, good times will happen. This might not seem that interesting, but it's really important to do this. It's also important to put these, you know, into some sort of organization. So when this is fully loaded, there's something like 8,000 or 9,000 actors. Most of them aren't currently loaded, but it gets pretty gross. I didn't move any of these keys. Except I moved that one. Huh. Weird. I'll probably have ducks in order to get into the washroom. Maybe from Toy City. To remake these walls, though. I think I'll put a duck here just to remind myself. Ducks I have conveniently snaked from down here. So I can just copy paste a bunch of crap. Where is Temperance? That's the other thing, is the tarot cards that restrict where you can go. I mean, because you get the Emperor near the end of chapter 2. After you've gone through, so literally before you go after Tilly. So where would Temperance make sense to be? I don't have any peaceful, like, park-like area. Well, I have the Moonlit Garden, but listen, that's like way early in the game. Probably not going there. I guess I just put it where I think you need it, and then I just try to build a room around it. I guess a train station can have Temperance. So chapter 3, I'm handing out what? I guess to be fair, I retooled what the abilities were, so. Okay. No. So, Judgment's in the engineer now. And I guess... Temperance needs to be in the train station. I guess waiting for, you know, times. I can make some sort of time mechanic in the train station. I could make it happen. I have to hand out... I gotta do at least 7 cards in each thing. Gotta love planning. Gotta do what you gotta do. Chapter 2, where we... What I put for that one? This one's got it. It's completely figured out for where everything's going. The 2 different main paths you have to go through. You'll still have to finish both to get through there, but you know. Well, now it's definitely the chariot. These are way off. Cool, magician, first army, for sure. These just get swapped. Hey, man. That's fine. I mean, I just changed the name on this one, didn't really do anything different. Those 7 are fine. These 7 for chapter 2, I don't believe it actually affects anything particularly. The sun doesn't currently do anything. It does. I don't know what it does yet. It does something. I wrote it down. I have so many documents. You don't even know. Oh, I made the sun when you were in terraform, you could pass through fire on farm. Why am I using fire? That's a good one to note. That would make it change. Certainly there's nowhere where fire is a thing. What does the sun mean as far as the tarot? Let me double check this. Tarot card meanings. I might change the thing like that. Oh, thanks for the cheer, Mike. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Just in time for me to contemplate the meaning of the tarot. I'm laying out the third chapter. Yeah. I've managed sketching your stream in a while. It's been a minute. I need to just sit in front of Twitch all the time, I think is what needs to happen. Yeah. I have so many documents for my world. Oh my gosh. I have one for every chapter, but I was going over the tarot card abilities because I was like, this one gives you immunity to fire. It's like, there's no fire in the game. Yeah. One idea. It just blows up. So far, it's just been one like ridiculous thing after another. I was making like a vending machine, and then it just led to dumb thing after dumb thing after dumb thing. And yeah. I was building a giant. Oh yeah, there's no such thing as simple at this point. But to be fair, a lot of things are figured out. So now it's just kind of a me occasionally making 11th hour changes that ruin everything. Yeah, I got my Miss Popman machine here, and I was making the vending machine that you can go inside of. It's not finished yet. I just got like a shape for it and everything. And I put gears in the side that move and everything, and lights and make it all steampunky and everything. So I put a gear there and forgot about it. Yeah. I may have a boss fight where it's a giant Miss Pac-Man game. Or in this case, Miss Popman. You know, because copyright infringement. And I built in a giant Miss Pac-Man level in here. Except if you don't collect power pellets. But you got that power stance going on. You light up the floor. I haven't made anything to chase after you yet. I do have an enemy for it. I just haven't got to programming all the behaviors yet for this area. When you light them all up, it actually will beat the area. Not going to light them all up right now. And these go over to the other side of the battlefield. Boing, boing. I might make those a little farther away from the portal. Yeah, I was rebuilding all these rooms, and I created these fans up here. I've been building everything with geo brushes. You'd be surprised how much crap you can make with a geobrush. Actually, you know all too well how much crap you can make with a geobrush. You know all too well. I've seen you do it. I needed something that was this height so I could jump on it and get up to these. And I made it where temperance causes you to, freezes anything that can be frozen on any hit with anything. I made a bunch of passive tarot cards, so now instead of dying to these, she can run through these areas as long as she has temperance. Get in other places. So it's constructing this area, and then like this is near the end of chapter 3. I haven't even constructed the beginning of chapter 3 yet. There's like 3 rooms into chapter 3, kind of, and then like 10 rooms that are just blank as hell. Yeah. So this is the pure concept phase area. And I made other fun concept thingies. Guess I can close out some of this crap so it doesn't run like the worst thing in the history of the world. It kind of does. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let me get this music and load these up. I have so much load, I need to unload a few of these things, but I have all of chapter 3 loaded and it's unhappy with me. I don't have the data layer set for this yet, so give it a second. Concept areas for like the 4th section. All these crazy tentacle moving thingies. The collision is terrible on them. I'll fix it. You guys have Steamworks? Nice, nice. And it's such a big moment when you get that going. It makes you feel like a real game dev. It also makes you feel $100 poorer. It's weird how these two things coincide. Yeah? Oh my gosh, people took to my advice? Yeah, exactly what advice for. I look at it this way. I made a bet with Valve that I could sell $1,000 worth of a game, get my $100 back. So far, Valve is winning the bet. Maybe someday I'll win the bet, but Valve is winning the bet. Thanks. Yeah. Well, this is all just concept things. Well, this stream's actually ready to, you know, go if I want. Except for the bosses aren't ready. Like, I copied the AI from 2 of the other bosses. There's not even an ab mesh. I don't think they can even move at this point. They can jump. But I have all the models together and everything that loads them. Yeah, I just stole the stuff straight from the other characters. I'm too lazy. But I have, like, you know, more bosses. We'll get to that, though. I came to the conclusion that I'm not going to design things behind the scenes anymore. I'm just going to design them on stream because I don't have time to design whole portions of the game off stream. I really don't. I barely have enough time to design the game as is. So now there'll just be Omega spoilers if you watch me stream the game. It's just how it's going to work. I haven't finished my game yet. I think it takes like 2 days to get approved before it shows up. So your preview coming. What it does is you have to get approved overall for Steamworks, and then from that point on, your page just shows up. Yeah, it just shows up. I can do a preview thing. It just shows. Yeah, and you may change it all you want. You have to design 1 million graphics, including all the library graphics, and do you know why? Because one person automatically owns your game. You. It's in your library. Which means you have to go make all the stupid graphics for every possible version of the library for your game. Even though nobody's going to play it. It doesn't matter. Oh, thanks. Nice. It's a bit old. Things have gotten much better since then, but... Yeah. Oh yeah, it's fun to make stuff. I love it. Like, I love game dev so much. It's just... Just need it. It makes me happy. Even if, I haven't really made much off. I think I made like $800 off it. For purposes of just streaming making this game. I think I've made about that off Twitch. So yeah. Yeah. Purpose, and you get to see like some sort of great thing happen that, achieving a dream. And people really... I don't think many people really ever achieve a dream. Like, they don't get to know what the feeling is like when you've achieved a dream, but it's such a great feeling. I rank it higher than basically anything. A dream can be anything. When you finally achieve it, man, no feeling like it. Yeah, I get paid on Twitch a little bit. Not a lot, but wish I got paid on YouTube. Jesus Christ. There's like... still 54 people watching on YouTube, and it was like 80 something earlier. The problem is I don't have enough subs. I don't get paid. That's like 598 subs. YouTube's just like, money is fucking... They're making a fortune. I'm like, oh yeah. I discovered you could, the best strategy ever for streaming shorts on YouTube, you just turn your stream sideways. They can turn their phone. You can see the whole thing. It's really good. You just turn your phone. It's really easy. Suddenly it shows up in shorts and they just turn their phone and they just watch it. I tested on my phone. It worked great. Hear me out on this one. It's real easy. You just turn your phone. This is a great logical leap for me. I didn't consider that they could rotate their phone. I thought they could, I don't know what I thought, but for the longest time, I'm all trying to squeeze it in there. It's like, you just rotate your phone. There's still... I mean, people must be okay with it, because there's still 34 people watching on the short stream. 19 on the regular one. Picked up 3 subs today on there. I just need... 402 more subs on YouTube? Yeah, it's a great idea. You should do it. Start streaming on YouTube as well. Stream to shorts. Why not? I'd offer to raid you on that, but apparently you can't raid people or be rated on YouTube until you have 1,000 subs. That's right, you can't be rated. What? The people who need the raid the most are the people who don't have 1,000 subs. What are we doing? I was talking to Modrong about that, and and he's like, yeah, we can raid each other. It's like, well, I don't have enough subs. I can't raid you. It won't let me. First time you use you on the side as well, and I'm curious too. No, it's... I get better traction on YouTube. For sure. I don't get paid by YouTube. I get better traction. I also stream to Kick. I get a little traction on Kick. Kinda. The game dev community is really small on Kick. You stream there for the love of the game. Pretty much so far. Oh, but man, I wish I got like all the Twitch money on Kick instead, because Kick gives you 95% of the sub. Like the money you get from a sub, 95%. Also, there's no ads, so There's no money from ads, but 95% of subs is crazy. Yeah. Why? So much. I had a guy who was nice enough to sub to me a few times on there, and it's just like... And there's no minimum payout. They just pay you. Just saying. Pretty good. They just pay you. Hear me out on this one. They just pay you. I keep copy pasting rooms around because I don't want to give up on rooms, but this room has no purpose. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Let's put a key here for the great board. Fine. Yeah, thanks for for the bits and everything. The game's not really that playable yet. I thought about it. I need to put in a bunch of early story stuff. And I haven't really put any story in yet, so it kind of... Yeah. Yeah, about that. I should hurry it along, I guess. I was already supposed to be in testing phase, but then I lost like 6 months to health problems, so I'm behind. But I was going to do some play testing with my friend group first, and then play testing with supporters, and then expand upon that, because apparently, from what I've heard, take it all with a grain of salt for sure, but I was watching videos from marketers on Steam, and they were saying that a playtest gets hyped up just like a demo, but you can have any number of playtests. However, you can only have one demo on Steam, so the second you release your demo, that's the end of the hype train. So we're gonna do a bunch of playtests before I ever get to demo phase. For sure. Your words. For now, keys are going everywhere. So let's see how that goes. I need to start actually posting in my your game gets a forum on Steam, and I never really post on that. I forget that I should advertise on Steam, right? That's the biggest problem. Yeah, because it turns out that you can post updates on what's happening in Steam, and you can also post to your, discussion there, and Steam looks at that and goes, oh, there's activity, and they hype you more. And I didn't even think about that. I'm advertising everywhere but on Steam for the game. You don't know what to expect. I've released my game on HIO. First time I released, and it's like 15 minor updates. Yeah. Friday I released the game on itch.io, and updated a whole bunch of times. It never really gained traction though. It's just I mean, the game wasn't that good anyway. Who am I kidding? You've released plenty of games, you know by now. Some games, they just don't do well. It just happens. I actually did major overhauls, but I also started with the prototype on there and tried releasing it over time and then using it as stream content. That did not work. That was a terrible plan. Not a good plan. Not a good plan at all. Yeah, exactly. I can't wait till I saw that it's playable. I mean, I had that for the other game, but the game, like I say, I think it had like 49 people ever played on it. Yeah. Basically, at this point, I assume my demo, because I lost those 6 months, has to come out next September. It's really that simple. Like, I was going to release it closer to this September, but I want to release it for Halloween. Like, I want to, like, it needs to be before Halloween, because Next Fest is during October, so you don't want to release during the next for that. But I want people, like, content creators to be able to play it. It'll fit a Halloween theme, so I really want to go. What's what I recommend? I mean, what they're basically just saying is, play tests count as get hyped like a demo. So the advice is do play tests until your game is ready for a demo. Release your demo about a month before a next fest, and then hype your demo to every person who likes, like, any kind of content creator who's known for liking that style of game. Go through and find all the contact information on, like, YouTube and Twitch for people who play that style of game, and then send them all keys and, like, an email explain, like your press kit, like that, like, literally just get them to see if they're interested, versus just hoping that random people like that. And that's part of my hope like that. Also, anyone who, like, who I know on, like, Twitch who's interested, like, They're gonna get a copy to test the game if they want, play it out. It's fine. Well, thanks for the bits. Yeah. That's oh, I forgot to do the alerts. I think they should be working. I put them up there, and the alerts aren't happening. I had to redo everything because my motherboard broke, and I had to reinstall Windows to do a bunch of things, and I got most of the things right. The reason the alerts are not working. Damn. Oh, that reminds me. Where did I put this? Yeah, those are what I've heard so far. I'm not successful yet, so take it all with a grain of salt on whether or not you think what I'm doing is a good idea. Where did I put the credit thing? Right here. Alright, I have it backed up on 3 different hard drives, and I have a USB that has them all. Hey Sarah, how's it going? Oh. And whenever anyone actually donates, like, you know, usually it's like about $1 or so, then they get added to the credits for the game. Yeah, 100 so far. So, if you want your I rank them based entirely upon the number of people who have subbed or how many bits like that. You can actually get your name listed multiple times in the credits of the game. Once for like supporters, like, you know, for like once for Twitch sub, once for bits, once for YouTube membership, and once on Kick. So 4 times you can get listed in the credit. Google Docs is nice. Like, yeah. Google spies on everything you do. If you have an Android phone, Google spying on you. Have an Apple phone, Apple spying, whatever. But the fact that it's just available on all my stuff is so nice. And the fact that we know 100% Google's never going to delete it. Because what's the point in spying on me if they get rid of the information, right? They're going to keep it forever. So I don't have to be afraid of it going away. It'll probably outlive me, I imagine. It wouldn't surprise me. It's very helpful. Like, I just have docs after docs. I mean, I got like so many docs, and it's like, these aren't even the world docs. Like, you know, I've got game world info and things like that. I don't want to show off any game world info. Now I don't want to reveal names of characters. But I have like docs for like all the various characters and things about them. Well, a lot of the characters where I've just written information about them for purposes of, you know, like things about their lives and, you know, just little bits about them. You know, so when I go to write the character, I'll have a basis of how that character would act, right? Like, the game's not going to be heavily story centric. I mean, there's only so much time there is for even story, but there is a story. And all my games are always going to share the same world, so as I keep building more games, like, the lore from the world will kind of move along. You won't have to play my other games, but, you know, if you do, there'll be some fun Easter eggs. I mean, just imagine. You got this whole game, and it happens in the Whimsy Wonders building. That's cool. Now, just imagine if in the next game, some characters just going by in the city and they just walk by the Whimsy Wonders building. Anyone who, you know, played Poppet Quest be like, oh, that place. And then everyone else be like, well, you know, whatever, it's just a weird building. So weird things like that. Like, yeah, Easter eggs, just fun things. My theory is that, you know, that means that over time you can collect people who love your world, like fans of your world. Whereas if you keep making new worlds, then you lose out on fans of that. Like, you know, it's like if the guy who made FNAF made a different, you know, world like that and didn't use any of that lore, then he would lose all the fans of FNAF like that. So if I just keep making games in the same world, then I'll keep gaining fans of that world. Might not be very fast, maybe the games suck, but over time. Plus, then you get to recycle assets for your world. Like, you know, the city can still use the same city assets because the city didn't change, kind of thing. I don't gotta buy all new city things. I don't have to establish all new lore for the worlds. I've data layered everything else. There's stuff in all these rooms. I'm just... My computer will explode if it's all loaded. But yeah, like... being able to use assets, like... because this game, like... this game benefited from the assets from the game that didn't end up happening. Like, I got all these things together for it, I made all these characters for it, and then it just didn't happen. So then I just took as many assets for that game and dragged them into this, said, okay, well, I ain't wasting that money. I dropped $1,000 on things like that for that game, and that game didn't happen, so Poppet Quest got all that. Really something, it's $100 to apply for Steamworks, and it takes $100 per game to be added. Yeah, that's right. Every game is a $100 bet with Valve that your game can make $1,000. If you make 1,000, you get your money back. I'm not sure if it was gross or net on whether or not. It might just be a 1,000 net, in which case, ouch. It means more like it's got to make like 1,500. But yeah. And then you get a bunch of points that you can use to buy weird crap to make your profile look better. It's unfortunate because it's restricted by the games you own. I can't just pick up something for a game that I think has cool art. Nope. It's like... guess all the scrap's got to be moved to the great board. You know, there's a fly. Yeah, you wish. Hey, sorry, which one? Whichever one you think is going to make the $100 back. Well, it's got to make 1,000 back, you know? So whichever one you think is the farthest along. Yeah, it's rough. Epic's the same way. It's $100 for Epic, but I'm going to also do that one as well because why not? I should also probably make a regular web page. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use itch.io for my regular like company page, and then I'm going to have like pages on the other ones linked to it like that until eventually I want to pay to have a company page on Steam, which is kind of like my overall like link it to everything page, because I don't want to make a website and then have to send traffic to the website, whereas itch will give me traffic. It's free. I'm really cheap. I don't know if you know this, but let me help you out. I'm really goddamn cheap. Like the cheapest of cheap that ever cheap. That cheap. So, you know, I'm just saying. Add us that, or we get some here. Yeah, it's rough being an indie in this world. Yeah. I guess this key will unlock the Haunted Gallery at this point, huh? Sure. Oh man, getting to the Haunted Gallery is rough. Or you just do it from chapter 1. Your choice. I'm gonna redo this whole thing here since I just copy pasted from the other room. I have moved the Gearworks around, I think like 7 times or something. It's so many times. That whole room just gets moved. Alright, so Haunted Gallery here, but where's the key to... No, it needs to be this key. It needs to be the Miss Popman key. I'm gonna give the Haunted Gallery key out earlier. But I've been planning how my release is going to go, because I figure I have like a disgusting amount of time to figure it out. I don't anticipate this game being released for like another year. The game is ridiculously large. I don't know what I was smoking when I decided to make it. I really wanted to live my dream. I'm willing to put in the years to make my dream happen. Man. Seems like it'll be a lot of years. But in that time, I can do a lot of research on stuff. I mean, I've got a pretty good system for gaining views on X as well. I need to go back to doing that because I was getting about 500,000 views on X every month, which is not enough to get monetized. So I'm at that point where I'm just not cool enough to be monetized on anything but Twitch and Kick, because Kick has no monetization requirements. It's just, did you stream? Okay, you can be monetized. Kick understands me. Maybe I'll just hand out the Haunted Gallery key immediately. There's no benefit to it. It's just a shortcut, so it's not like it matters if I hand this key out immediately or not. Okay. I talked myself into it. Right back to where it started. And then from here, that will give you the key to the Miss Popman thing. I don't even know. I think you're going to get this after. Yeah, it'll be after you get flying. Yeah, it's... I should make a video on all the things I found that work for advertising. I need to start making videos on YouTube so I can get to 1,000 subs and start getting money from these things. Because I'm pretty certain today I'll probably get like 500 watch hours or something from this stream on YouTube. Now imagine if I was getting paid for those watch hours. Oh, it'd be way more than that. I mean, just look at the short stream alone, right? 245 views with an average view duration of an hour. That's 245 hours for that short stream. I might need more than the thing, but you know, 245 for the short stream. There's an ad break on that. And 140 hours on the regular stream, yeah. It's gonna be like 380 hours. Could have been getting paid for that. Oh god. So many watch hours. Why? Alright, so the Miss Popman game goes there. I need the keys for these. I'm going to run through this whole section just to see if every door opens. In case I didn't miss anything. You never know, I might. I remove that from all those two. From the lobby. Oh, yeah, it's over. I don't know if you saw, but I was showing off that, you know, I need to make videos on YouTube because this stream on YouTube has like 384 hours of watch time so far. and I'm just flushing that money down the toilet. That could be like extra stuff for my game, man. For the game. Yeah, everyone should stream YouTube as well. Like, it's just... The thing is, the viewing experience is so much better for people on YouTube, but the, people don't talk as much as they do on Twitch. For sure. Kind of dividing up all my traffic between the, I guess, 4 potential streams. I also need to start streaming to Rumble as well. I might as well stream everywhere. All I'm trying to do is advertise the game, right? And if it costs me nothing extra to stream to everywhere, I might as well. At least that's my theory. I could be wrong. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't have a directory for this whole new one. Oh man, control. There'll be a boss fight in here, but we're not doing the boss fight yet. I don't care. Some of these keys are going to get removed and replaced with, like, you know, other ways through. Like, this key doesn't even need to exist because you can just go through here to get into here. That's okay. Oh wait, this one should actually be... I'm dumb. It should be there. I'm aiming after the room they're in. That's not helpful. It's a room, a key for the room that it's in, huh? And this one's going to be the staff lounge. Yeah, so this is a staff lounge key. And then... Did you remember the $100 free game I lost gamer and I found out it's meant to help with spamming the fake games? Yeah. Only problem is people make a bunch of AI games now and just spam that anyway because $100 isn't that much. So... I get why they're doing it. Doesn't really work. I think their green light system was probably better, where it was like, you know, people convincing, like, you know, you had to get enough people to be convinced to support your game to get it listed, was probably better. I'm back on the supply and have a page for first game for each new game. Yeah. Yes, you do. $100 per game. Sure hope you have another source of income that isn't games. You're still waiting on Steam? How many days has it been? I have questions. Actually, just one. How many days has it been? Central power key can go here, I guess? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna... Nothing is set in stone. I just need to make certain the keys here so it's possible to win. Central power doesn't have anything in it, right? Does it? I don't have chapter 4 loaded. Well, let's fix that. I'm not going to load them all. I don't need that. I just need to load the film using. Okay, the engine room pool. Okay, so we can't even really see through that anyway. This is such an unoptimized mess. Yeah. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. Like, people are going to take the, you know, quickest route to success. The only problem is most of them don't succeed. Like, the success rate for AI games, like, I was watching a video of him by Moon, who was saying that, you know, like, showing how much lower your percent chance it was to succeed with AI. and how minimizing language that you use AI at all is often a good choice to do because people don't like that you're using AI. Like, it's accepted that you use it to program, even though I think that will make your programming worse. But with front-facing things, people tend to hate it, and the amount of money you make on average is significantly lower. And they were showing that like only 2 or 3 of the AI make games were making like 90% of all the money that every AI game made too. So it really wasn't pretty bleak. I wouldn't pay money to put an AI game on Steam. For sure. But people will try anyway. And then there's certain genres that like AI is used a lot more for, like card games, or like a genre that was used a lot of. Because there's not a lot of unique content necessary for them. It's just mostly easily generated 2D images and pretty simple code. Metroidvanias were actually one of the lowest categories because you have to make a bunch of unique content, and that's really hard for AI to do. So I was like, yeah, I'm in the right category for unique content. Makes sense. Any kind of randomization thingy would be way better for AI, I'm sure. It's good at bite-sized little thingies that you never have to expand upon, because if you have to expand upon it, then it's never going to work. Yeah. What do you call this room? Product storage, yeah. Sure. I suppose I could link the video I watched. That's true. Gosh, it's such a generic name, and I'm not watching it on this particular one. Oh, no. I'll link it for people in the various chat in case you wish to watch. All 4 of them. Alright, and the central power needs a key to the engine room. I'll be able to almost completely run through this area. And I'll do a test to see if I can, because, you know, might as well. I'll put the key inside the system room. I like doing that, putting me inside these. And then let's make certain that it loads into here. Because if it doesn't, well, it gets stopped. I want to make it successfully through the whole area. I'll just run up to where there's an issue and then, you know, go from there. And then I guess I'll put a key to... I may have pipes going through things, so it's going to be different for sure. Hmm. It was definitely interesting to watch. I like to keep track of these things. Even if I don't use it myself, just knowing what the competition is doing so I know what I need to plan for is notable. I mean, I think that AI is really good for slopping all over YouTube. Seems to be very, very good at that. Beyond that, yeah. I'll stay away. I know I can spell. Actually, I guess this could be the staff mushroom key, and then I can get to the stairway key, and then fortune teller key, and that would be fortune teller key. I guess is where I'll put the toy makers key. Sure, it's toy makers workshop key. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to do research and just chat on these things. Exactly. Yeah, it's just, man, I have cut down my YouTube watch hours so much because of just the amount of AI garbage everywhere. I just can't find any interest in the stuff. And the worst part is, especially with the AI voice ones, is it's the same voice for everything. Like the same handful of voices are used everywhere. So then there's nothing, it's like a faceless channel, and there's nothing to really tie you to that channel. There's nothing unique. It sounds just like every other voice, faceless AI, voice channel. I can't tell them apart. It's just, I just hear the voices down, and I just say don't recommend the channel, and I just go somewhere else because I'm just tired of hearing, this endless slop. I'll let the piggies eat the slop. I'm a little more discerning than that for sure. And it's just, I don't know, I mean, like, there's just no creativity, no interesting things about them. It's just terrible. That's okay. They're still getting views somehow, so, because they feed the YouTube algorithm, which basically just says, hey, did you hit one of the niches out there, like talking about Mr. Beast or something? Fantastic. You get recommended by the algorithm, because any video talking about Mr. Beast, anyone looking for a Mr. Beast video will find things about Mr. Beast and just down the line. Which is not great. Like, I'm not a fan. But I realize not many things are made for me, so, it's fine. Yeah. Washroom. I guess the lobby's still being loaded everywhere. So no staff washroom, or you already... Really? What's this in? Oh, I called it Toy City washroom. Oh, staff washroom. Hey, dude. Okay, you're all looking forward to playing a game in the future? Nice. I'll definitely hand you a copy to test it out, man. There was a bunch of AI voice note channel. Sounds like every other makes sense. Annoying. I mean, yeah, it's just... I mean, yeah, you get views, but how do you distinguish yourself when you sound like everyone else, right? Plus, YouTube comes along and starts banning some of those channels. That's helpful, I guess, because it de-slops it. The sad part is they can make them really fast, so it doesn't really help that much, but, I don't know. I just know I need to start making like regular videos now. I'm trying to be more of a content creator and less of a guy who's just like, I just want to make my game. I usually just want to make my game. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just need 1,000 subs on YouTube. After I don't care. I want more money for the game. My plan. I don't need a publisher if I can self-fund it, right? I could make them go up these stairs and put it right in front of this door like a complete jerk. Oh, that'd be horrible. As soon as you get that key, you can actually go all the way back up to chapter 2, though. That's cool. Fortune Atala room. But feeding into the algorithm is the right choice on YouTube, for sure. Did you see they're raising the requirements for monetization on YouTube now? Where it's like, you have to have 8,000 watch hours on regular videos in a 12-month period, or it's something like 20 million shorts views in a 90-day period. I was like, That's horrible. Why? That there. Talisman. You start putting signs everywhere for various things, like fortune teller signs, stuff like that, posters and things. Yep. Put in sneaky references to Alice in Wonderland, even though this is not an Alice in Wonderland game. Not even kind of an Alice in Wonderland game. I've got a rabbit and a Cheshire cat. Well, a rabbit and cat, I guess. Not necessarily a Cheshire cat, but he can teleport. I'm fine with that. And here I will put the Toy Maker's key. I guess I rotated this way. This actually is a secret hallway now. Yeah. Nice spot. Broken things. I'm not sure I'm going to put the key for broken things, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now. It's not what I'm working on right now. Extra content is perfectly fine being waited, waiting on until much later. By much later, I mean well after. So this should be enough to get through everything? Question mark? I'm gonna run through it all for sure. I just want to. Kind of a yardstick. Actually, it's a milestone. There we go. Sorry, it's a milestone where I'm trying to, go, yeah, today I accomplished this. Yeah. I'll put it in every other room, thank you. Will it be an exciting run? Not really. There's not really anything that spawns, but I guess you could see what I currently have. That's not 0. Yes. I got the engine room there, got a key there, key into that, here. And the key down there. Should be pretty easy. Okay. Let's do this. We start in security. Giant rights right now, you have kind of low. Nice. It really helps having like little bits of like, information about the characters, like, important events, how they view the world and like that. Just any kind of little thing, so when you're writing the character, you have something to base off of. I learned that while I was doing, oh gosh, what was it? I was using World Anvil. And World Anvil is, I had all these things for all these like affiliations and like their catchphrases and stuff like that. And I was like, Jesus, I didn't think about any of this. Guess I'm testing lights. I didn't put lights in all the rooms though. Mistakes were made. Wait, what key is that? Yeah. Sure, it cost me, I think, like $50-$60 or something to set up the World Anvil back in the day, but... Okay, I'm just missing this jump, not grabbing the ledge. That's good to know that she can't grab that ledge there. Right, because it's too, let's move to the side. Wait, what was the other key I got? Oh, the Queen's Gambit key. Okay, that's supposed to be. I left it there. Actually, as a reminder. Yeah, I definitely learned a lot from those, and it changed a lot of how things work. Over time, I've really just improved my world. Then we get the Haunted Gallery key. Because by this point, you've earned that Haunted Gallery. Haunted Gallery did not load. That's an interesting sign. Huh. Hey, Haunted Gallery, why didn't you load? Buddy Pal Friendo. Oh, the engine crashed. There was that too, I guess. Neat. Test went very well, everyone. Quite right. The best. Not a bad plan. Like everyone from the RPG Maker community, it's all about the lore, right? You got to make this world that's ridiculously big, have a lore that's insane, and then forget to ever have a gameplay or a game even made in the first place. Like a champion. The map that never was. If you have much to figure out in space the real world, plus my old lore. That does save time. I like to mirror things in the real world. Other than that, watching Arcadum streams when he did DMD, he'd use references to all kinds of things in the real world mythology and things like that. But my own version of it, obviously. But just enough that people can go, oh, I know what he's talking about, or have an idea. Hence why I, reference things like Alice in Wonderland and stuff. My own versions of Alice in Wonderland, they're not the same. I have references to Mice and Men. Because Secret Garden, bunch of classic literature. Why not? They're not really necessary to understand anything. They're just there. Fun. I guess I need light smaller rooms too. Thanks, I'm happy. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna switch to sitting again real fast. One sec. Move my thighs, it's like, oh god, why? It's standing too many, hours in one spot. Don't get old, okay? Like, it's just being old, right? You just get old, everything hurts. I mean, if you sacrifice enough, orphans to, like, the Elder Gods or whatever, or Cthulhu or something, you'll look okay when you, but, the Elder Gods don't really help you. I don't know. I guess the old gods. Eldritch ones. Whatever you want to call them. You sacrifice enough and they don't take away the pain. You just look a little better. Good system, really. That's not the right name at all. Was a secret hallway. What would I do? Oh, a secret hallway, I guess. I'm gonna put one of these in every room, so this way I have light in all the rooms, so I can actually successfully test that. And then, if I haven't already done that, I kind of have for most of the rooms. This already works for that too. Those already work. This room obviously works. I didn't slam the door in my face yet. Probably should. Hey there, Rui. How's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. I don't know what that means you're just in time for, but you are just in time for it. Are there lights on these? I think there are. There should be lights on these. I'm laying out chapter 3 right now and getting it where it's functional, and then I'm going to add in more gameplay to it. And then enemies. Well, I got to add enemies to chapter 2 as well, but hear me out on this one. I haven't got to that yet. That's my whole thing. Just hear me out. I haven't done it. Good thing, TX Burger Mike. Thanks again for the bits. Watching that? Nice, nice. Been developing for the last 3.5 hours and streaming too. That's Coach 2. Nice. That's awesome. I think everyone should stream. It's just super fun. That's it. Just everyone should stream. I'll follow you on there. Oh, wait. I can't follow your channel. Wait, what? Why can't I follow your channel? Oh, kick back end. Why are you like this? And follow? It's not letting me follow your channel. I'm trying to follow you. Well, whenever it lets me follow you, I'll drop a follow, but for some reason it keeps erroring every time I try. The characters right now, some of them come from my old lore too. There's hardcore recycling. I mean, listen, I recycled stuff from, you know, my other game into this, so it's not like I can, you know, say anything about people recycling. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't really think I can. Do I have working lights in here? I think so, maybe. I'll put a light in here because those don't actually work and I didn't code them to work that way, so there can be a giant light in here, and for now. Yeah. I don't see any reason that can not recycle your stuff. If you it takes a long time to make stuff. I don't know, man. Like, that's game dev's already hard enough. You know, I'm pretty certain I can recycle a lamp from one game to the next. I don't think anybody really cares if the lamp has been used once before, yeah? Besides, my games are all in the same world, so, you know, if you see the same lamp, it just keeps with the continuity of the world. Alright, there seems to be a lamppost everywhere, so this way I can test lights. It ain't staying, but it would suck to not have it. I mean, I could run and test all the keys, but I might as well test lights at the same time. Right? There's light here, right? This is most city, most certainly Toy City. Actually, it's Toy Alley. Oh, I didn't have the painting set up to work. Ooh. Whatever, paintings will be later. Paintings are gonna get moved anyway. You can't even get into that room yet, so who cares? You say haunted gallery on them. That's cool, bro. This says the Great Bird, though. As long as one of these works, the other things are gonna get removed anyway. And I put one in here already, so... Oh wait, this should actually do the gear work. Which might... It's probably just going to be some sort of steampunky city area anyway. I don't know. Don't worry about it. That area is just a broken mess that I keep moving around anyway. Oh, and then I made these the Great Board. I think I made one on the Great Board. No, I did them all. Nice. And actually, this should probably be enough. Okay. Let's try this again. I still haven't even bothered to put in any kind of stuff beyond, I think, like the fight against Sally, which is in the first third of chapter 2. Where I just have the final loadout where you just have everything. Well, the 100% loadout. It's actually only 100% of the tarot cards, too. Oh, no, Pirate Cove. Do I have Tilly in here? Oh, 30, yeah. I wonder what I get for Tilly. Let's find out. That looks about accurate. Well, I don't have the Hangman, so that's awkward. Since I swapped out Temperance for that. But, you know. Close enough. I mean, Double Jump's the only one that's really important down here, because there's no plants to grow or anything yet. Oh. I didn't put in music for most of this area anyway, but, you know. What have an anomaly idea about your game? Just think about something that would creep you out if you thought it underground subway station. Is retro PSX? I would love to add your idea as anomaly. Is there say the Poppet Quest? Huh. Underground subway station and anomaly. Well, I mean, you have Tinka. She's a character that lives in the paintings. And, you know, he watches, you know, like from all the paintings like that and everything as you wander by. So what if, you know, she was watching from like whatever little poster, little character just floating on by watching from the posters? He's just haunting him, right? I'll go over here and show you the character. Pretty easy to do too, because you just have pictures anyway of what's going on like that, so. And then she's just haunting him. Oh wait, the haunted gallery doesn't want to load for some reason. I forgot to fix that. Yeah. But for some reason this isn't loading. Why? Oh, I see. Let me fix that so I can show you what I mean. I haven't even bothered to program the new version of her in anyway. She's just sitting there hovering in front of the paintings. Or inside the paintings. She watches. I think over here these ones are unlocked, so they'll work. It can just be anyone just doing that. Just something lives in the painting. So basically it could just be like a paintings that actually like moving little characters in them or something. Yeah, and she's just haunting the little paintings. She just floats in these things and she wanders around through them. Eventually she's going to move more with them too, but I changed her model out and haven't done things like that. She's going to be actually 2D sprites too, so I'm animating her. So she can be literally 2D. Yes, you can have a character that's just moving around inside the paintings watching people. Super easy to code. Might do that. You could also just have a creepy tiny little doll scurrying around too. That's another one too. Like, it literally just, you know, if you look down at their feet, there's like a little doll that runs by or something like that, just sneaking by, you know, whatever. It doesn't have to be a doll, but you know. Some little creepy extra, you're like, oh, I see. I can get behind it. Oh my gosh, do I need to make the, you know, Poppet Quest anomaly game? I'll do. Give it a short clip. Wants to do it? Nice. Right to the creepy doll? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Just knowing that I've made the world a creepier place. My work is here is done. Totally. Just. Alright, everyone, pack it up, boys. My work is done. You got a question? What? I don't know. What's your question? Any more alcohol buying, huh? Alcohol levels getting too low, apparently. Things are starting to make sense. We can't have this. Hey, what's your question? It works. Fantastic. I honestly just test it on crappier systems. I have a target of a 1080, and if you have worse than a 1080, you could try. But that's how I'm doing it. I'm just doing, this is my minimum requirement, and if you got it, you got it. If you don't got it, you can try. Oh, this is going really well. The train station doesn't even load. Yeah. If you just keep working on crappier systems, hear me out on this one. All makes sense. It'll work. Why did the train station not load? Are you just set to... Oh. I guess I could just start from the train station. I don't really keep starting from where I was at. That one says 35. To be fair, it's taller than this one. Yeah, this is the stuff that's like not even remotely finished. Chapter 2 is so much farther along than this. But I just want an idea of what I'm working for, so I know what to save for, and like as far as like what to look for buying assets, right? Because I buy various assets if I think they're going to be helpful. But I have to be really picky at this point because most assets I just don't need. It's really that simple. I just don't need 90% of them. I hate buying humble bundles now because they're just like, here's a bunch of assets you don't want, and maybe like a couple you might use. I do need a train though. I might make a train. Like a crap train, because it is just a bunch of boxes at the end of the day, so it's not that bad. Oh, I need to enable... Actually, let's enable this. Yeah, I was definitely thinking I wanted to ride around the train and have some sort of combat on or something, but then I just realized that I don't know if I have enough space for too much train stuff. We'll see. Can't be that big of a train. It has to be big enough for dolls, and that's kind of about it. I'm just opening all the doors. We already know that works. To make this faster, I probably should just be using the other stuff here. They did give me a little train thing, and I put one here just to, you know, showcase having a train, but it's not a very good train. The tracks kind of suck. It's just this little dumb train. It only has like the one car. I was like, gee, thanks, I guess. Oh, thanks. You haven't have little micro cities to wander around in because people always want to run in the city outside, and you know it's boring. It's too big. You can't do anything. Just floating in the air, nice. So I'm planning for that, and this area's gonna have all that, but this area is literally just, you know, in a concept phase. Funny part was originally chapter 3 was gonna start by coming down from up here, and now I'm starting from a totally different area. I have to rework the whole direction through the place. Stairs are the worst. Oh god, why? I hate stairs. I'm building a ramp here. God damn it. I'm gonna have like a safety dungeon or something like that, you know? Or a handy accessible dungeon. There you go. Don't make me gain levels just to avoid running out of light. Or running out of sanity. Because I can really only jump 2 stairs at a time, which sucks. There's light right here. Yeah, things are going pretty good. Like tarot cards. Collectibles need pictures and stuff, but you know. Yeah, some of the pictures, I guess. Can have, you know, information about them, all that works. Any different pictures for the map background, you know. We're getting there. By we, I mean me. Get your sanity back, lady. I am testing all the lights. Oh god. There's... Oh, I forgot to put a secret passage back there. Well, I can cheat and run it this way, right? No. Oh, I can go this way. Haha. Back you, stairs. Right. I'm not taking no stairs now. I'm walking up this ramp. Eating my own game. It's a skill for sure. Oh, did I set up lights in this room? Uh-oh. Are you about to find out? Do you work or you a light? It doesn't work. Run away. Run away. There's no light here. Hug a light, hug a light, hug. Yeah, it gets to be a real problem very quickly. Basically, if you're keeping approximately the level I want you to be, you should have about 20 to 22 seconds in the darkness before you need to get back to light. Otherwise, well, you just die, basically, if you don't make it back to light by that point. So, yeah. If you fail to keep up the levels, that time can go way down. Because every boss imposes a 20% penalty. I have absolutely no idea what you're saying there. AOC, do you sound nada? I understand, you know, English and gibberish. And blueprints. So basically, if it's code in the form of spaghetti, I understand. Anything else, though, man, that's asking a lot. I mean, you know, I only have my American education. Let me tell you about how high quality that was. "25 in use. There's Randy's attacks the conscious mind general scientist. I too like aliens? Wait, what? I don't know. The translator you put that through sure doesn't sound very good. Let's avoid tapping this stupid boss thing I didn't remember to delete. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna put holes in this. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this, but I'm probably gonna make another weird little city thing here. But I didn't bother to do that, so we're gonna cheat and do this. I need this key. Every key works so far. And the light works. I do have a boss for in here. I just, you know, don't want to trigger her because then I have to beat her to death in order to progress. And The goal here is to successfully get to the toy maker's workshop without lighting problems or things in the way. I gotta stop copy pasting rooms to various places. I didn't test this light over here. Mistakes were made. I'm too terrified to go over that. I don't want to trigger the boss fight. I do not want to have to try to beat that character to death. He's level 58. No, 50. I'm currently level 30. I'll have to upgrade my level, and the only thing I have will break the lights, so. I do have cars you can blow up in this area that spawn in. I just don't have a nav mesh down. I still think I'm gonna have the rescuable toys, and I'm gonna build a little toy city in this room. I gotta have something cool about it. It just has to happen. Open sesame. Oh no, there's no key. Also, that says the basement stairway key anyway. Okay, I can get around this one. This is one of the few ones I can get around. If I can successfully jump this thing that I did 1,000,000 times over. I do have temperance, right? I most certainly do. Glorious. I knew that one a little farther back. It's kind of weird. Just gets up at a funny angle. Oh, no, don't hit it again. Weep. Hug the box. Glowy orbs. Did the key not load? No. Really? Did I forget to put this in the right data layer? No. No. Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying. You gotta use English. It's just not gonna work otherwise. I hate to break it to you. Those be complex words, we not but humble pirates here. Speak plainly. I do accept English. English is fine too. Why in the world didn't this load? Really? Indeed. Which room am I listed in? I am in this pot, man. That's supposed to be in there. I don't have the key yet. Also, while I'm thinking about it. Just like this one didn't load either. That's because that's in there. looking for that chiropractor appointment today. So much. So much. This one's here. I must bounce on the couch. I need a moment here, everyone. Boing! Yay! Boing! I don't get out much, okay? Weep. Uh-oh. The light didn't load in here. Oh no. And the key isn't here. Really? What's going on here? Why is this key not working? This is the Miss Popman room. I mean, everything should be loading. Hmm. It's still not here. What is wrong with his key? I don't know. The key should be loaded into absolutely nothing. They all use the exact same stuff, so it shouldn't be too weird. Supposedly this is in product storage as well, so this should be fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore anything that's in funny languages there, but if you're not gonna speak English, I would prefer you simply don't bother. I'm just saying. Uh, yeah, I just Feels like it's there in translate. Like, it would definitely be helpful for the English though. It doesn't even know how to translate. Yeah, if you're looking to support me or whatever, I think that's what we're saying there. Just, you know, watching and subbing is good. Or using a translator so I can understand you better would be helpful as well. Earbuds are unhappy. Yeah, I don't know what that is supposed to mean, but you know. Cool, I guess. Eh? Oh, this is product storage 1. Yeah, that's the problem. I should fix this one pretty quick. I'm uncertain why this key is not working. Literally says it's in the thing. Everything else is loading. I mean, if she already had a key, it would delete it, but she has nothing when she starts. She doesn't have this key. I want to get this successfully through the entirety of chapter 3 as far as the loadout of things. But you can run entirely through chapter 2. Basically, the goal is to be able to run from the first room to the last room. Even if this is in nothing. You have this collectible? Is that what's happening? I mean, maybe. It makes sense if she does not have it. I copied it over there and it did that. Oh, I see. Because it's not loading that, it's still in the old ritual room thingy. I didn't change it over. And it just wasn't loading any of them. Hey, TX, watch out, how's it going? I'm trying to run through chapter 3. Well, get all the keys and lights to work so I can literally run from start to finish. I got to this room, but then had problems. What is up with his key? Oh my god. It's terrifying. Still works. Mostly. Busy? Nice, nice. Wouldn't want to be bored, right? You always have something to do? One music at a time, please. I guess so. Are you pesky normal people up at regular times, unlike me, who's... It's like 7:02 right now? I started at like 11:40 last night or something. I was like, I just slept too much, and I'm like, I guess I'm just streaming now. Mistakes were made. I'm not incredibly tired neither, it's the funny part. And one British, haha! Oh my gosh, we're worldly now. I could have just had boss music playing the whole time. I will fill these rooms up eventually. Oh, it is. I was like, where's the key? Oh, God. Oh, there's a light in here. I guess I gotta test you, huh? Light? No light? Oh. Oh, well. Well, it works. Grabbing the ledge is somehow hard to do. Yay! Light work. It does, yay! And defeated. I was so close. But I changed the name of that without... I was so close. So close. So close. I will get to the end of this. How do these work? I don't know why it says that. You. Must be listed something else on Poppet. See what it is. If it even has a listing. I hate that I can't separate these out by chapter. I have to recode it just so I can do that. No, no, no. I guess I just don't have a staff washroom, do I? Okay, well. 101 rooms. There's a lot of rooms in this game. Load now, buddy. How, friend? Thanks, I hate it. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, I gotta start from farther back if I intend to, at least make it to the final room. I have to start from down here, I believe. Yeah. One, because I want to have flying, but two, I also need, this key. So I can get back into the right area. Yeah. Test it again. And again. And again. Imagine being level 30 at this point. You'd be so under-leveled. Jesus. Going after a boss that's level 50. Oh, I don't even have music here for these because the music was coming from the boss room. Whee! I love that things explode now. I might not even have you actually open these doors. I might just have alternate ways through. I don't always have to give you a key. Yay! Bottom it like an idiot. Oh, I have the stairway key? When did I get that? Should be in here. Oh, I jumped in the water, huh? Wait, how did I jump in the water? Turn the water on, damn it. Little glitch with the little faucets there. Oh, because I wanted to make it way water. Oh, it remembers. That's cool. Lights don't work in that room. I did change the name, so not surprised. Yeah, 2 keys. Maybe. Must be a second key here or something, yeah. No. Damn it. No. Washroom key. Oh, engine room key. Well, F that. Stairway key. You stupid key are in the wrong room. I hate it. It's in the stairway as well. I was a stairway, where would I be? There's a stairway right here. I should load that. You. Are you in the right room? I'm not gonna get this key and then not have it's gonna annoy the crap out of me if that's like one room off again. Hey buddy, do you load? I'll drop off in this room, see, and then I'll run the full way. I will get to that stupid Toy Maker's Workshop. I ain't got all the paintings working yet. Yes, it's here. Important. Yes. Alright. Let's try this again. I will make this work. It will happen, I swear. Just knowing the basic layout of the entire game will be, like, there. You'll almost be able to run through the game. I'll make it where you can run through chapter 4 afterwards, just so you can see. Third time, lucky. Are we only on the third time? Wait, I'm a streamer here, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I always get it right first time. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't prove a thing. If you dare go back and look at the VOD. Right. Perfect every time. Don't know what you're talking about. Wee. Go slam my face in that. I can bug on a windshield here. Nice. Wee. This work? Sure does. Share there. Oh, is music playing? On the other hand, I guess we'll listen to this music instead. More epic. Right, the epic music. I can make it. I'm almost there. I will get to the toy maker stick. Oh my god. Did it get an update? Oh my gosh. Did they give me something useful? Is this something I'm going to use? The Empress fires projectiles. It doesn't work on this though. Oh no. Go find the light quick, buddy. Things aren't going your way now. Nothing out. I can now stand up from a chair. If only they had a bed I could get up from, because that's how I want to start the game. If only. Anything? Xbox things for it? Nice, nice. I'll check it out after the stream. Can't see. Stupid ceiling. Stop the thing. Stop the cap. There it is, everyone. I'm coming for you. Stupid door that's hard to get to. Oh my god. I'm trying to grab. I can just fly. I'm stupid. Open, goddammit. Yay! Sup? Sup? It's possible and all the way through chapter 3 now. I haven't put in ways to get to the secret rooms yet, but that's a big achievement. Chapter 4, well, anyway. I guess I just gotta put these in. Chapter 4 doesn't even need lights, it just needs. And if I'm gonna enter from the portal, or if I'm gonna enter from that wall there, from the hallway. I have to think about it from a story perspective, which I want it to be honest. Guess I could look at their expos. Oh, let's look. Doesn't look like it's very long. Alright, they can weep. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, I can kick and punch people. Yeah. Get wrecked, losers. Get punches though, in the mind. Just looping. I mean, The only problem is then I got to figure out what weird coding they use for this one then, and then I got to try to merge it with all my crap. That part does not sound exciting. That part sounds like a tremendous amount of work. For sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. So many things just sound like more work, and I guess my question is, how much am I really gaining from adding that? I mean, I don't really care about having like specific ragdolling things per se. Well, from what I saw from that little bit there, none of that. So it's possible the new one might not be as ridiculously bloated as this one. So I need to look and find out. And that's not a thing that's happening right now for sure. Yeah, probably reaching about the end of the stream here. You made the character sit and stand. Those animations throw in other templates. So I figure out how to do them. Use them. Yeah. The extra animations sound nice for sure. Like that's probably the best part about it. You get extra animations. And but they're probably all slated to require 5.8. Because they're all from a project that's 5.8, so you'll have to upgrade to use them. So I'll probably get one of those projects, take a look at it, decide if it's where I want it to be or not, like if I need it for anything, and if not, I guess I just won't get it, yeah. But it's worth a look. I mean, I didn't even look at the 5.7 version. I thought about it, and then I just realized how much work it would be, and I was like, we'll wait until they're actually farther along with it. It's probably not that hard to mess with, to change things. Famous last words on that one, right? But I kind of accomplished my main goal here, which was to get to the end of chapter 3. One of the earbuds is going dead already. I'll just go with one for the moment then. But yeah, worth a look later. And stop yawning. Anyway, I think I'll just call it for tonight at this point. We'll be back tomorrow night to hopefully get through chapter 4. Honestly, I want to just be able to get all the way to the from starting room to the end of the game. Just, that's a big milestone to be able to just run from start to finish. I ain't gonna do it because I don't want to run through chapter 1, which is a couple hours, but I am gonna run through like chapter 4, and then I think I'll go back to chapter 2 and start putting in all the, the enemies or something like that. I need to make a bunch more enemies for it too, but just kind of have like some sort of encounter tables, so there's gameplay throughout all of chapter 2, and then same thing with, chapter 3 will be after that. I just really want to get to an end of game scenario, where it's just literally there's I could release it tomorrow and it had something there, not what it's supposed to be, but something there. Oh, well, thanks for that, TX Burger. Thank you. Always a pleasure. If you're streaming right now, I can send you like people. There's only a handful of people watching on Twitch at the moment, though. It's only like 4 of us, so it's not that many on Twitch right now. There's still 24 people watching on YouTube. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I gotta get to the end of the game. I just have to have something, anything, the bare bones of the game just in place. So I just have I got here, and then I'm just gonna keep improving each room along the way after. Anyway, I will call it there. Thanks to everyone who watched. Catch you later, Levi. Catch you later, Gutser. Later, Berg Mike. Catch you later, Lippus. Catch you later, TX. Watch out. And anyone else who's watching. Thanks. Bye.